To play them until the morning comes. She plays and plays and plays in the midnight sun. She plays until the light has gone. Her name is Bloomy.
TMM. And Space Station Gaming won 3-1 against Elevate. Tribe Gaming rode their victory momentum into the semifinals and took a clean sweep against Code OG.
But the boys in blue have done it, moving on to yet another semifinal.
BC Gaming also had a 3-0 of their own against Space Station Gaming.
Pushes in and BC Gaming established themselves. There's a top 2 in North America.
With Tribe revisiting the grand final, all eyes were on BC Gaming to dethrone them. They fought valiantly, but fell short, losing to Tribe Gaming 1-3.
Here's RBM, gonna wrap onto that safe, and that's that.
With 2 monthly final wins under their belt, Tribe Gaming has secured their spot in the Brawl Cup. BC Gaming sits comfortably at second place, but there's a slim chance that their spot might be taken by Elevate, Pioneers, Code OG, or Space Station Gaming. And that has been the recap for the March monthly final. With high-stakes matches happening in East Asia and EMEA, and the whirlwind that is South America, which teams do you think will make it to the Brawl Cup? Stay tuned to find out.
We're back, better than ever for another year of the Brawl Stars Championship. Teams from around the world will fight for a chance of becoming the Brawl Stars World Champions and their share of the $2 million prize pool. With the new and improved format, there's no telling what might happen this year.
His gadget won't be enough to get the kill, but SK Gaming.
Follow the journey along this spring split. Stars will be born, legends will rise, and the next champion will be crowned. Who will take home the glory of it all? Their story starts right here. Let's get ready to brawl!
We're in day 2 of the April monthly finals and the tension hasn't dropped one bit. It's time for EMEA. 8 teams are taking the stage today, 4 of them remain in the race to the Brawl Cup, and it's now or never. 8 teams in total, 4 contenders, 2 tickets and 1 shot at the global stage. I've got the best crew to break it all down with me today. Say hello to Trev, Ark and Kenny, who's ready to tag in for match number 2. It's the last monthly final before Dallas, Trev. How do you think that kind of pressure changes the approach today?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of pressure on all 8 of these teams, but 4 of them in particular, the ones racing for that Brawl Cup, it's so much pressure. I'm not sure if it's really going to change the way they play, because they're still going to be calm, still going to be composed. This is what they do.
It is, and I hope they do it well today. Now, Ark, we've seen some teams on the rise lately. Others look surprisingly shaky, honestly. Who do you think has momentum coming into today?
Got to be Eclipse or Esport. I mean, taking the last month, I think, to many of our surprises and really blowing us away with their performance. And they have been on the rise for me. We were saying, behind the scenes before the show with Kenny, that this month really is going to prove whether that was a fluke or whether they've really got what it takes to achieve greatness this year. And for teams like Reply Totem 2, I've got my eye on them because they haven't really demonstrated too much this year. It's make or break for them now, in my opinion.
Trev, let's have a look at our leaderboard currently in EMEA. Let's see if any of those favorites today could crack under the pressure.
Yeah, well, similar to East Asia, it's quite tight in the top 4, 5. Obviously, Inner Circle aren't here, so that gives FUT Esports a chance to usurp them and go for those Brawl Cup spots. But SK Gaming still set on top. Eclipse are 1-2-2 just underneath them, and then 1-19 for Humble. Along with FUT Esports, they're the 4 teams going for it. Heretic, Supermassive, and Reply Totem need to gain some ground, because although they can't make it to the Brawl Cup, they still got to be playing for that postseason.
Yeah, surprising to see Inner Circle this month didn't quite make it through, and Team Heretics, of course, are going to have that slight disadvantage with that little substitution coming in, but Gas is being a fantastic sport for it. I know he's a very accomplished player as well, so I'm keen to see whether he can take them forwards in the bracket, because for Team Heretics, last month didn't qualify, and that was a big upset for us to see. Papara Supermassive, though, who didn't back this time around, so got some high hopes on them as they've been getting some good results recently as well, but again, Reply Totem down in 8th. It's a big surprise to see, honestly.
We have 2 Brawl Cup slots up for grabs in the region, and 4 teams are still in the race for that, for every single team around the world that is going to go to Dallas with some great news, Trev.
Yeah, well, we've added that extra LCQ spot on as well for the 3rd place team. We'll have a 3rd, 4th playoff, and whoever wins it will take an LCQ spot back for the region, just the same as 2nd place, and then 1st place still going to be taking home that world final spot. So going to be a lot of patriotism for the regions, cheering them along, because it's going to benefit everybody.
We've seen just how influential the LCQ can really be, haven't we? I mean, a team that comes immediately to mind for me being like STMN back a few years, going through that grueling LCQ bracket of death it was, isn't it? And then going through the world finals, getting 2nd place there and just coming shy to Zeta Division on the world stage. I mean, it really can elevate a team that have had a lot of struggles along the way to really land the mark and achieve greatness on that world final stage.
Now keep in mind, we have 4 contenders still for the Brawl Cup, and these are our 4, Trev: SK Gaming, Humble, FUT, and Eclipse.
Yeah, well, it's an easier road for some rather than others. SK have definitely got the easiest road sitting on top, but yeah, Humble, FUT, Eclipse are so much to fight for, and it's going to be a big grueling battle down the bottom of this bracket, trying to get those spots and head to Dallas, because the Brawl Cup is something that all of these teams will want to go for. So much cash on the line, and obviously as well, bringing home those spots for your regions too.
everything to play for. This is the bracket for today. We've got first up SK Gaming versus LLC Esports. A big day for SK Gaming. If they can just get that first win on the board, they will be getting their ticket to Dallas stamped. Following that, Papara Supermassive versus Team Heretics. Really excited for that match, to be honest. Both teams didn't qualify last month, so looking to make a statement here today and redeem themselves. Humble versus Reply Totem following that. Again, I've got my firm eye. I want to see Reply Totem really give Humble a good run for their money. And then finally, for the quarterfinals, Foot Esports will take on Eclipsar Esports. That match is set to be a banger also.
We have some pretty close matchups today overall. Honestly, to me, this month has felt like the toughest one to predict. So let's see if that is also reflected in our predictions for today, or if you just copied me again. And everybody did, apart from one. Ark, what's up with that quarterfinal number 4?
You know, every time you say it, Sonny, and I think I've got to make a stand here and demonstrate that we're not copying your homework, you know. I think, let's be honest, going back last month, who could have anticipated that Eclipsar Esports would have, you know, gone the distance, knocking down Humble along the way, by the way, in a 3-0 scoreline. I mean, they are the current reigning champions of the world. That's a big statement. And the question for me is, are they going to still be on top? Was last month a fluke? Have they got what it takes, and have they been doing the prep to maintain that position? Because it's one thing achieving it, but holding on to it and keeping that reign on a region like EMEA is a really, really tough ask. So, and they haven't got the easiest bracket either, but I just have a little bit of faith. I regretted not, you know, siding for them last month, so I'm going to side for them this month.
I feel like we have a pretty fair bracket this month anyway, and yes, was it just a fluke? Can they do it again? For me, I just really went on scrim results again. Let's see if those stats will bite me later on again. Something that is really close to my heart that I'm super excited about. We do have a drawing contest in Brawl Esports, the Brawl Esports fan art contest. And we ask you to draw your favorite moments, your favorite players. You have the chance to win some gems. And the four most liked we're looking at right now. For each weekend of the BSC Monthly Finals, we'll have a vote between the 2 of them. So let's also have a look at the 2 that we are voting on right now. You have time until Monday, so head over to our socials right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a common theme here. A lot of Shitampo kind of fans, I think, in the Brawl Esports artist drawing community, I guess. But yeah, Goblin Sky here, got to be my favourite. It's just incredible seeing all this artwork. I was taking a little scroll through as well, and just every single piece of this fan art contest is just incredible.
Of course, seeing that icon as well, like for the esports skins coming up in a future stream from Kubo there as well with the previous slide. Really like that as well. But of course, the one on the right hand side for me, definitely catching my eye with Tampo and the shade that we've seen him championing over the past few months, and we saw it yesterday as well. Always a delight to see, and great to have incorporated that into the artwork as well.
Well, the people can make up their own minds. Head over to our socials to vote. You don't have to do what those guys are telling you. Don't worry about it. Let's kick off right with our first matchup, don't we? We start with SK Gaming versus LLC. 2 very strong rosters. One of them, I don't know, Trev. SK Gaming didn't look too strong last month. They did, however, win the February monthly finals. They should be the favorites coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're the heavy favourites, to be honest, in this one. SK Gaming, the roster that we know and love, Joker, Ope, and Yoshi. 3 very well-versed players when it comes to Brawl Esports. As you said, they won the first month. Second month, they took a bit of a hit, but they seem to be in other competitions, back up and running. Had a pretty decent run in the qualifiers as well, but there they are. Obviously, the 3 players of SK Gaming, so solid.
We got some insights from Joker from the side of SK Gaming. Let's hear it.
I think probably it's still Humble, because Humble are the world champions, so I think they're kind of the team to beat and the team everyone wants to face, so we have the chance to knock them down. Qualifying for the Brawl Cup would be a really great achievement for me as a player, but also for my team and for the whole org. Having an international event is really something incredible and something that we play for, so yeah, if we could qualify for the Brawl Cup, that would be really great.
They all want to make it into that global stage, and for SK Gaming, the route is not as long as maybe for other teams today, Trev.
Yeah, nice and simple. Just beat LLC and you go into the Brawl Cup in Dallas. So SK Gaming should be heading on that plane over to the US, because it is, I'm not saying it's an easy run, because LLC I'm sure will put up a big fight, but SK are the heavy favourites coming into this one, and the other three guys at the bottom side of the bracket fighting out for the other spot. It's much, much harder to get to that Brawl Cup.
So it is. They don't have an easy task, though. I feel like the other team can't be underestimated. We have LLC on the other side. They do have a little bit of a roster switch coming into this month, and they immediately qualified for this monthly final arc.
Yeah, they've had certainly some tough matches. This is their sort of time to really make a stand. They didn't qualify for February or March, so there's going to be some nerves there, I feel, as well. But they did manage to have a very close game with SK Gaming in March, but they did manage to come shy. So they've got to redeem themselves here today.
You just mentioned it, Ark, here. We're looking at the March monthly qualifiers, and SK Gaming, it looks like they are the heavy favorites, but they made it close against this team before, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, LLC started to start really strong, and I'm sure that's what they'll be trying to do today as well, but SK Gaming just bounced back. LLC couldn't maintain that momentum in the March month qualifiers. They did manage to get set 4, but couldn't quite close it out in set 5, as SK did take that one in. A nice 2-0, and comfortable there in Brawl Ball towards the end, and I think that's kind of what we expect. Although SK Gaming, when their back's against the wall, I feel like that's when they play some of the best Brawl stars.
LSC did only qualify, you could say so, over the lower bracket of this monthly qualifier. They did, however, beat the team of Code Guess, which this player will see later on as well, and they are the ones to kick out Inner Circle, Rama's roster. So it's a huge story between those three teams later on as well. I'm sure we're going to talk about it later. For now, we have our maps below us here as well. We're going to start on Hideout again, and I'm just super excited to see if we bring out a signature brawler for this region as well. We used to have Shade for East Asia. Yesterday, it seemed to be more the Drake. Her came out a couple of times. Stu was picked up very often. I feel like maybe we'll see something new here as well.
Well, 93 to 7. It's quite the prediction in terms of SK Gaming here, because they're in a very solid spot overall when it comes to the leaderboard, and obviously this one as well. I think fans kind of, even if it's the first time tuning in, they can just take a little bit of the leaderboard and they'll be kind of knowing who to predict it.
Heading into draft number 1 of today's EMEA monthly final, and we have pretty similar bans as we already had yesterday. Lumi, of course, is going to be banned out. She was banned out 100% yesterday. We'll see if she's ever going to be picked up today, actually. Angela's coming in as first, a good long-range brawler. I do like that pick so far. We have the Kid banned out, Ollie, a lot of aggression from the side of SK Gaming banned out, so they do well in picking those a bit more squishy long-range brawlers here, Ark.
I don't like the Angela pick so early. Got to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of brawlers that can really kind of give Angela a tough time here. Mr. P's fallen off a little bit since the nerf of the hypercharge, to be safe to say, but I mean, it's still a very, very good choice against it, and many others. He wouldn't be a terrible idea. Certainly not the map for her, but I mean, Angelo has got some weaknesses, so I just think that maybe later in the draft it could have been better. Buster, I love that. I really do love that from LLC. Buster's really elevated now into the meta. We saw it a ton yesterday, mainly because the hypercharge, I was chatting to Drake the other day, and that was one of the first brawlers he said to me was really, really up there now in terms of the meta in EMEA. So I expect to see a lot more of it today, and since the hypercharge, having that sort of 360 degrees ability to shield your teammates, it can really cause a big hefty push, especially on a map like Hideout.
Yeah, well, let's see if that's going to be a brawler that can really compete, because we know tanks can. It's very, very not a tank heavy map, but they really can do a good job when they get into that little pocket. Obviously, we see the Angelo going to be able to pierce through that wall, if not using the jump gadget, and then Nani should be able to break some of it up as well and remain at range. So nice stuff from SK Gaming here. Seems to be taking a bit of a different approach to what LLC Sport going for. But other than that, not counting LLC comp out at all, considering they're still going to be able to take a bit of a sharpshooter, and SK might take something a bit more aggressive now.
Yeah, the Nanny might indicate a Piper. Meeple going to come in instead, which I think is a pretty decent shout, to be fair. Again, the Dice gadget is so prevalent with Meeple. Pretty much able to break bush on command. The Manchester Meeple gadget, as we've seen time and time again, tends to be what players will be gravitating towards in that regard. So certainly probably one of the most powerful gadgets in the game at the moment. I mean, not just to be able to lock players into place and have that area denial, but again, to break that bush is very, very important. Which, yeah, that's not segueing nicely into Juju, to be completely honest, because it's going to be one of those things that, you know, the Meeple's going to be able to eradicate her strengths, being that bushy area and having that additional range. So I'm not the biggest fan. I mean, I am with Juju on this map, but what they're playing into maybe not so much. I do like the Buster pick. It's a question of whether LLC are going to play it to perfection, really, though, for me. SK Gaming got a lot of range and a lot of good utility at their disposal. So I kind of have to side a bit more with their comp, despite my love for that Buster pick, which, again, I'm sure we're going to see it a lot today. But into so much range, it could prove problematic with the Peep as well, and the Nanny to be able to break the wall. This map could be left wide open soon.
Yeah, I mean, when Yoshi starts getting these supers as well, it can be, you know, heavily punished when Zero gets boxed in these positions. But, you know, we already see this great positioning. But a super was fed very early on for Ope, who gets a really nice early wall break there, so Ramika can't use that as much.
Well, good dukes so far, and SK on the ropes. That Pierce didn't work there for Joker either. And on the right-hand side, Ramika gets a pickup, as does Zero as well in the mid. That's 4 stars. Very swift start from LLC, very aggressive. I like what I'm seeing so far. The perfect start, but they've got to maintain this lead now.
Yeah, a little bit of a rotation as Ope goes to this left-hand side, but steps on a nest egg there and does get slowed down and marked up as well. So not going to be the easiest of matchups. Should outrange him still. The Joker coming around the right-hand side wants to get a nice pinch in and gain some really good ground. Not charging his shots up too much, though, and although Zero's getting hit by them, he's just healing up nicely.
Yeah, let's see now if SK can assert some authority, because time will not be on their side too much. Good taps there from Dakar on the left-hand side. A good connection with the hypercharge as well. Marked up is OP now. He's going to be a lot more cautious on those shots. Joke on the right-hand side, doing his bits and getting some good taps for his time. The shielding comes through there as well. Going to put Buster in a bit of a tough spot with all this splash coming in, though. Now it's LLC that are looking to be a little more struggling in this scenario, back on their spawn side now. And again, tough ask, because they've got to be able to maintain composure here.
OP rolling in now with the Peep and should be able to get a connection, but actually misses completely and hits the wall. Tough stuff for him there, and going to have to start from square one again. Zero just coming in with the hypercharge now, gets the slow-mo replay back and starts to go towards Yoshi, but chooses to back off. They do have quite a convincing lead now. 10 seconds on the clock, and still time for SK to come back, but only 2 of them alive here.
Yeah, 2 takedowns for SK. They've got the blue star, but they do need to land the DPS right now. That's a 5th star on the head there. Siren is going to stay alive as well. A convincing start, not a single takedown there for SK Gaming. Again, good draft so far. I have my reservations on the Juju just simply because the Meeple can heavily counter it over time. But even as time went on in that match, LLC did a very good job on defense and didn't falter either, which is not an easy thing to do against a team like SK Gaming.
Well, into the second game, LLC Esport have a great start, to be honest, and Yoshi going to go in and box Ramika here. Not really the person you want to be boxing, considering he's a thrower anyway, and especially when you don't have super, it can't be punished, so definitely something that Yoshi might need to click onto. But they do have the blue star this time, survives just narrowly. Ramika survives on 550 HP as well, as Joker can't find that killing blow. Zero getting hit and forced to back off, but some good positioning for LLC. But this time, SK don't need to overextend.
Yeah, the Master Fletcher gadget for Joker's not really paying off with the piercing of the environment. It's going to be a great synergy, though, between himself and Yoshi, especially when the dice go down. Being able to have that is going to be able to double down on what Meeple can bring. Oh, good pressure and some taps onto Zero. Will he be able to escape away? He's been juking wondrously well, but not enough to survive on there. 5 stars now, better start for SK Gaming, no doubt about it, and the blue, so a night and day difference. But again, they've been struggling so far in the series. Now 7 as a pickup there of the Kai from OPE on the left-hand side does seal it, and now Peep coming in, gets the wall break. I think that may have been the intention, but it's hard to say sometimes whether it's a strategic move or whether it's a blunder, but regardless, I think it's going to work out well for them in that right-hand side now as things are opened up.
Yeah, got to be a strategic move there. I'm surprised Yoshi's not kind of saving these supers that he's getting for when he's boxing them in with that Meeple's Mansion. Could have had a few kills by now, but just slowing them down. He's had great taps by Yoshi and Joker there to bring him to his knees, send him back to spawn. OP quite low, but this Grigri doing some real damage in the back portion of the map. Yoshi having to use this Meeple's Mansion once more and will box Sakai in, but now they can't do anything about it anyway.
All 4 stars there looming in, but evaded now by Dakai. Zero not so lucky. 11 now for SK Gaming, and they're looking like they're in the world of positions. Ramika's too low to contest it, and the rest of his teammates are too far behind to do anything about it. Look at the difference. 17 stars for SK Gaming. They get the game, but this set is still going to be up for grabs. They're going on the aggressive. You've already got the win, SK. You have to rub it anymore in their face. But this one, in this set, far from over.
Yeah, wants to close it down early there before the counter hits zero, and really nice stuff from SK. And it kind of all just depended on who got that blue star first in the first one. Just night and day as LLC were able to just kind of, you know, have SK pushing into them, and that's where the Buster and the Juju could really do their work. But when they had to go forward and step out of line, step out the right-hand side, then it's going to be a lot more difficult. Oh, just gets blocked off the blue star, but I assume he's probably still going to get that one anyway.
Oh, that's a better master fletcher there from Joker. That piercing was on point. The Juju goes down. And now the Buster will pop Gadget, but a little bit prematurely as well. And I think that SK might be savvy to it. OP a bit low on the left-hand side. Damage gear rolled in, but chose to heal up. And I think that is the correct call as the Bell safely behind cover there as well. Another Dice Gadget in the perfect... Oh, look at that again. That synergy, as I already mentioned, really working out nicely. If Yoshi can get super as well, to combine those two is going to lead to some good securing of kills. At the moment, it's only one star in. If LLC can bring something to the table here and get the lead, then this might turn more into their favor. But they've got to remain composed, like I say, because so far, you know, SK are looking much, much better after that first game loss.
Yeah, and I will say as well, much better wall break there from OP. Gets all of those down instead of leaving just one of them opened up. And we also did see a Meeple's Mansion there as well. So, bit of the grass broken and can't get as far up with that extended range for Juju. Joker now just going to gadget to the left-hand side from the right. And LLC Sport, although they are behind with 45 seconds left, they're sitting pretty far back.
Well, it's a hypercharge. The Zero there on the right-hand side. Now the push comes through. Will it be enough? And it's shut down immediately there by Yoshi, as it should be. And now super down as well. It's actually going to lead to LLC's potential demise here, unless they can juke their way around it. They're surviving. It's still just the one star and a chance, a glimmer for LLC to get this first set in the pocket. But they got the push, and there's going to be a calculated push of that with 15 seconds on the clock.
In he goes. That's going to be missed as well, leaving him quite susceptible to Joker. Has the hypercharge going as well. Might be able to pierce through. Does get it. Beautiful from him, and gets the hypercharge off in time as well. Ramika will be knocked further this way. And the synergy that SK have brought to the table in games 2 and 3, just unmatched than anything LLC can do. And that's going to be the first set going to SK.
Yeah, it feels like SK took that first game loss a little bit personal, didn't they, really? And the response was absolutely on point. Not willing to take any chances at all, and they just got themselves together, pulled their socks up. Again, a Brawl Cup ticket is on the line here, and it showed in their response.
They really did pull their socks up, and they did win that set in the end. Congrats to SK Gaming. It didn't look like coming into this first set that they could still win it. LLC looked pretty strong in that first one. Not really like the underdogs we described them to be, Trev.
Yeah, well, I mean, LLC definitely looked good in the first, but in the second and third, they just didn't look in the game at all. And it's a big issue for them. Just a slight change from SK Gaming must have made a big, big difference. But you see the stats here, 7 for Joker, and that is just ridiculous. Unparalleled. LLC Sport only got 7 across all 4 members, so 2-3-1 DPS, really, really solid from him as well. And yeah, SK may have looked quite poor in the first, to be honest, but in the second and third, it was just night and day.
I think for me as well, like, Joker was missing a lot of gadgets in that first game, but as time went on, he really started to land them, and you can see just how influential that was really in the way that the match went, especially in that synergy with the Meeple. It's quite important to land them.
Now we're going to head over to Last Stop, not quite a long-range map anymore. Let's see if SK Gaming will pick some of those brawlers up regardless. They really like to ban out those tankier options, those aggressive options. The Leon was banned out, for example. And this round, maybe they need to revise that a little bit. For Last Stop, I do feel like an Ollie could be handy even for themselves.
Well, on to Last Stop we go, and it is, you know, kind of a little bit long range in the mid, so we might see a few of those brawlers trickle over, and I imagine Buster's not a terrible shout on this map either because of the amount of grass and the aggressiveness he can get on the line, but it's usually quite mid-range down in these bushier sides, so we'll see if that does come into play. And honestly, I really like this map. We've seen, you know, it's a kind of one where 8-Bit can slide in, Gene can slide in to counteract in the mid, so bans are there, and it's going to be the Tara, the Squeak, and the Otis from SK Gaming, and the Chester, Janet, and Lumi from the LLC esports side. So glad to see Lumi being banned out again, just a little bit strong at the moment.
definitely a bit of a more variety on this map possible. Janet is the most picked brawler from SK Gaming last month. Makes a lot of sense LLC take her out here because she's just so strong as a gem carrier, also on lane on a map like Last Stop Buster. The brawler you just mentioned, Trev, is going to come out as first pick here, and Ollie technically still open. That's a very interesting thing that we have a different tank as first pick here. It seems like Ollie's still the strongest tank that we have in the game right now.
I'm honestly not surprised in the slightest, because I've got distinct memories of OPE on Buster on this very map, left-hand side lane, and going absolutely crazy with it. If we see a repeat, which I feel like we probably will, he's the best man for it. And I think that LLC should need to be aware that he is dangerous on this map, and a wall break opportunity might not be the worst of positions, or even like an amber to break some of that bush open to leave the Buster nowhere to really hide. It's quite a speedy brawler as well. When the slow-mo replay gadget combined with that can close the gap so quickly, and then you're really left out to dry. So it is a daunting prospect as a first pick for SK Gaming. Carl coming in now as well for LLC with a Gene. Pretty decent pairing as well, but Carl, despite being really nice in the meta, don't get me wrong, at the moment, it has its counters. You know, some knockback can really just kind of leave it high and dry as well, and that slow-mo replay on the Buster being one of those very mechanics to really shut him down quite quick. Hypercharge definitely has given him a new lease of life, no doubt about it. Heat ejector gadget, probably my preferred, but both are really viable in different scenarios with Carl at the moment, and I like that pick from LLC. SK Gaming, they need a mid. They got to get that idea right, locked in now. Let's see what they go for.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of expect it to be heat ejector here, right? Because against the Buster, as you mentioned, it's going to be, you know, the slow-mo replay to shut that down. You know, if you go in with the flying hook, you usually have a super in hand as well. So expect it to be the heat ejector. The max will come in along with the Buster as well, so a bit more aggressive from that side. And obviously, if you pop the speed, you have more chance of being able to avoid these gene pulls, stay out of the way of the opposition. So I like this from SK Game. And as I mentioned before, you know, we've seen the 8-bit a few times to be able to get out the way of the gene pulls, but we're going to see the max through the mid instead, and the roughs down the lane should be playing with these sandbags to tank out the gene pull if it comes towards him. But, you know, when you've got the sandbags there, it's very rare that Gene will even try something.
Roughs for SK, it's got to be for wall break potential here for sure. I mean, it's certainly a brawler which, despite having a hypercharge, really didn't kind of increase the amount of play or sort of visibility for this brawler really much at all. I think the hypercharge addition is actually quite nice, and if you feed that over to the max as well, there's a great ability to cycle with having all three brawlers having hypercharge. Although there's a beefy boy, and certainly Hank did get tuned down with the balance changes, no doubt about that. Was a necessary change, might I add, as well. That sort of 50% reduction to the homing missiles, but it's still been quite the menace in East Asia, and I feel like it's still very much a menace in EMEA also. So a really nice finalized pick from LLC there, and one that SK have got to be quite cautious around. Certainly the problem is they're playing into the max for me, and that ability to really close the gap so quickly with your entire squad. When Hank is rushed, it's really hard to land those shots because the wind-up time for the damage to really spread out, it takes a while to blow that bubble.
Oh, lovely from OP, and they pick up the right side as well as Yoshi and Joker do a really good job. It's going to be the Meteors instead of the sandbags rolling in from Yoshi, and that kind of cut off where Hank was able to go. But he's going to rotate over to the left-hand side and try and take this match against the Buster. Not going to be able to use the shield too effectively against the Hank in this situation, but Joker already has 7 gems above his head, and Zero is going to be popping that bubble nice and early, gets dragged back with the slow-mo replay, and should be going down. Now that super being used and hypercharge along with it, gets a bit of range, and he's going to continue to run down Ramika.
Yeah, I don't have my bets with LLC on that lane side with the Hank versus the Buster. I mean, the slow-mo replay, as you can see, just going to eradicate the wind-up of that bubble again, and I'm really going to struggle to see what value he's going to be able to get with that additional movement as well, with the speed gear going down. You can see how much he's struggling. Pops the pin to say exactly the same story, and with the help of Joker, it shouldn't be that hard to see him get taken care of now, or at least have to heal up in what is going to be the final opportunity to push this first game here. The countdown with SK Gaming now is coming in for Joker. Gems are split between OP and Joker, but so far they're not too deterred by it. There's a magic hand pull potential here from Marika. Can he hit it? No. And Masira going in now as well as the last hope, but it's not going to be enough. SK Gaming gets this first game in the pocket.
Yeah, really nice from SK. They're in control for the entirety of that match. So good from them. And I mean, Hank really didn't do anything at all. I think he pretty much only got his first super right at the end there and couldn't make the biggest use out of it. Good defense on the Gene Pool as well. We saw a little Buster Shield being popped a little bit prematurely. Maybe tried to predict that the Gene was going to use it and block it off, but he kind of held onto it and then ended up missing it anyway, which is really unfortunate for EMEA, but something that you've got to iron out if you want to beat a team like SK.
Yeah, it's on right side lane, which is the best hope going for the Nita, really. But Joker's going to be very savvy to it and going to be there to protect Yoshi at all costs. And again, it's OP for me on this left-hand side. That's just able just to be so confident in his performance now. The speed coming in, and look at this, going straight in. Slow-mo replay gadget as well. Gets good consecutive taps there onto Takai as now Zero coming in, and is going to be quickly going back out again. Joker's always aware to his presence. It's really quite great to see. Hypercharge there for Yoshi, just trying to close the gap slightly, but didn't really find much value for it. So having to rethink that on that right-hand side. But so far, again, not too much contesting of these gems. There is a magic hand now available for Ramika, but that's the only thing really to say for it. LLC have yet to get off the mark in this series.
Vengeful Spirits used there as well to try and keep Joker and OP away from that power-up, but didn't really do too much in the end. OP has his power-up still, and Takai bouncing that back. He's going to try and walk through the shield, but OP knows he's going to do that. Down goes Ramika as well, and that leaves a load of gems on the floor for the taking. Zero might need to use his super here to get a bit of a heal and stay in the mix. Takai comes through with the gadget, but can't quite get a lot done with it. Joker being thrown that power up now, but already has one of his own, but it's just another one to kind of have there just in case someone goes down and comes off spawn, because they're all powered up and all doing so well. There's this gadget again, slow-mo replay. Still couldn't quite grab this gem. The countdown's not started yet, but OP just trying to make use of the hypercharge once more.
But you can see how dangerous he is. I mean, the fact that it was stained in my memory as to how well he played that left-hand side lane in previous time, it definitely wasn't a surprise to see how he's absolutely going to town. These stats are going to be absolutely phenomenal for him. Really coming in for his team now. One final ditch approach, but Joker has the speed, gets the takedown as well for good measure, and that's going to be a second set going the way of SK Gaming.
I mean, the first one, at least we had some pushback from LLC, but this one was just nowhere to be seen. Dominance from both of the lanes, dominance through the mid. SK Gaming just looking so well-rounded overall. Really great stuff from them. If it carries on like this, you expect them to close this out in the 3, and I think even before the game started, that's how we would have thought the game would have gone. After the first game in Bounty, I thought, okay, maybe I'm starting to think a little bit different. Maybe LLC might be able to take this to a 3-1, a 3-2 at least, but it's just not looking likely as more games go by.
Let's talk a bit about how SK Gaming made this happen, how they were able to make it look so easy in this one. With the Max versus the Gene, they have someone to just dash out of the way whenever Gene has a pull. With the Buster on the left-hand side lane against the Carl, you have the gadget to draw him out of his ult completely. The Carl doesn't have the usual pressure that he can bring to any team. And then the Ruffs on the right-hand side, simply because of his air support gadget, he was able to cover so much area that the Hank, whenever he was able to push up, got pushed back quite far, back into spawn sometimes even. So just lane's very dominant. Joker doing a phenomenal job as always on the Max. SK Gaming had draft here, and they just know how to execute the brawlers they were on super well. So as we see here, it didn't really look like LLC had any chance in this set. Now, I do feel like if they get a bit of a better draft in the next one, they could still turn things around here, Ark.
It's possible, but again, it's that draft knowledge, which I think is like kind of like the weakest point for me at the moment. Picking the Juju into the meeple, not going to be great on that particular map. On Hideout, again, there, the Hank final pick. What does it bring to the table? You see the whole picture, you can see the comp, and then your answer to it is Hank. Hank, like I say, is not a bad brawler at the moment. It is still very decent despite the nerf, but it just was not the answer in that position. Brought really very little, was a bit of a waste of a lane, to be completely honest. So in Bell's Rock and Knockout, they've got to draft better. There's no way around this. They really do need to be able to see this a bit clearer and really land these picks, because this is potentially their last set today if they don't.
I want to remind everyone quickly, this is the game that decides if SK Gaming is going to the Brawl Cup in Dallas. If they win their quarterfinal match, they're already through and take that first of the 2 tickets from the others. Heading into draft now, Trev. We have pretty similar bans here. Lou now banned out as well. After all, it is a very open map, and Lou was one of the most picked brawlers. I think it was the most picked brawler in EMEA last month. We haven't seen him a lot yesterday there. I don't feel like he's that strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, I still think he's fairly decent, just fallen off the tiniest bit. LLC Sport will come in with the first pick, and they're going to go with the Gene again. Although it didn't work in the previous one, there's a chance it might be able to work here. It's definitely going to have some difficulties if they take, more of a further, longer range comp, maybe a three throwers in there as well, because they'll just struggle to get the super, and especially struggle to get the hypercharge across the game in general. But SK Gaming do have the next two picks. They're going to go with an Angelo, and that's something that has that range. But they're going to bring in the Buster as well, something that is going to be able to give Gene a super, but even if he does, you've got to be very cautious to pull something like a Buster in.
I really like this from SK. They get to go on the aggressive LLC now, and not an easy thing to do. And it kind of deters a lot of kind of brawlers like Grey, which would be fantastic here to have. Buster changes things quite dramatically. You have to aggress this. There's no way around it. Gene's not a bad starting hand at all. Yeah, I'm liking it. You already banned the Lou, so pick the Daryl and start to think tanks, because you do have to push into this. The problem is they're going to be pushing into OPE. That's like no easy feat whatsoever. Pairing this Daryl could be a healer, potential Byron, but could double down with the tank option. I would suggest I think a thrower for control might be the better approach here to really have something to push with and force where SK are able to go with. Juju might not be the worst of ideas, but again, at this stage in the draft, yeah, it's a tough time to do it. I can see it, I can understand it. Ultimately, in this coin toss situation, it's always going to be a tough brawler to pick, because ultimately SK can always have something else up their sleeve. But I don't mind this from LLC. They've got the right idea playing into this Buster. But at this stage of the competition, for them being 2 sets down as well, under a great amount of pressure with just that one game, yeah, and that opened the door for the Grey. Yeah, no pun intended there, by the way. But when you've got the Buster to your hand, it means that LLC can't pick it, and then you're able to snap it up at the end. It's a really, really great draft from SK Gaming here, and winning one of that it's Brawl Cup worthy, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like this from LLC looks like the kind of composition that they'd just throw a kit on the end of, right? But it was banned, so maybe that's something that SK Gaming had seen that LLC had scrimmed with, and they really do like that kind of composition, because you'd usually throw it in with a Daryl as well. But yeah, I seem to think that Juju does have a bit of an issue here. You're able to get that extra range because of the bush, but then you stood further back, so it kind of takes the extra range out of advantage. So usually see her push a bit further up here, and she's going to be playing on the right hand lane as Daryl just sits back and waits for the super, pretty much the same as Ope is doing, really.
Yeah, it's a great draft from SK Gaming, and a great amount of pressure on this Daryl to bring and deliver the goods. Really great catch there from Joker, the Master Fletcher there as well, really cutting it fine as the range was right on the cusp. Great walking cane there as well from the Grey, bringing the Gene into a perilous position there as well. So already SK Gaming playing the passive approach, but nonetheless getting some good value as well, and keeping some good pressure on. And if LLC over-aggress here, you can just see how dangerous SK Gaming are in this position, like a dog in a corner.
Yeah, expecting Joker and Yoshi, to maybe collaborate on their gadgets a little bit more. If you're pulling, Zero through a wall and getting the damage in, and Yoshi should be able to finish that one off, but seems to just be throwing out every now and again individually. And 3 supers available for the side of SK, and should be able to kind of go straight in here. Ramika's going to go for a roll. Beautiful roll, and another really good one as well. Joker low, but gets the TP away, burn down damage, and 2 of them fall at the same time. SK hold on, but a few good rolls in there to get some good damage, but just not the backup required.
Great accuracy, though, from SK Gaming. Yoshi playing a wondrous Angelo at the moment, and again this great pick, which I think it was such a smart thing to do in the draft. Really, I mean, they secured it for themselves, and I think that for LLC picking the Juju now might be kicking themselves somewhat unless they can get forwards and utilize this push on the right hand side here. Nice shielding from OPE, buys themselves a little bit of time, but there is a hypercharge for Ramika on the left hand side here, looming in just ever so slightly in a magic hand for Kai. So this is really going to put SK Gaming to the test in terms of this defense. There's the pull, Joker comes in, he goes down, 2 versus 3 now, and SK Gaming on the ropes.
Yeah, really nice. Couldn't really miss that pull with 3 of them clumped up in a position like that, backed into the left-hand corner. But a hypercharge still there for Ramika as well as Dekai. The Vengeful Spirit comes out, but only hits a wall. Still a bit of a chance for SK Gaming if they can catch someone off guard, but it doesn't seem like that's something that LA Sport are willing to risk. Gadget comes through, hits Zero once again, but nothing able to follow up here, and OP being kept so devastatingly low for SK Gaming. Yoshi pushing up to the top of the map, getting hit by a few shots, and surely shouldn't be able to find anything as the gas claims him, and OP should be pretty close behind us. No more super will be gained and doesn't want to feed Dekai.
Yeah, good decisions from SK there, just to kind of accept defeat, because there were 2 hypercharges available there, and they are a squad that can definitely 2v3 a scenario. So this is the right call. There's OP going in. In fact, all three going in as well. All hypercharges popped, and they get rewarded for it. 3 versus 2 in favor of SK Gaming. Quite the difference maker now, at quite a key point in this series as well, because the next round will take the game, and that's going to be a match point. It's going to be a Brawl Cup point scenario for SK Gaming if they can do just that.
I mean, that was lovely from SK. You see, Joker just, OP just popped his hypercharge, knew he was going to be able to catch up enough, and then Joker comes in with his hypercharge and pulls him into the range of the gadget of OP. Just such a large amount of things being used by SK Gaming, but it's so beneficial to make this a 3v2 situation. Yes, LLC might have a couple of hypercharges now, and it's a possibility, but not anymore. 3v1, Ramika all alone. OP is pretty much guaranteed to be going down, but he might be able to do it, actually. TP away from Joker so he can't continuously feed that super and keep going. And SK Gaming heading to match point.
The synergy of this SK Gaming draft, what's not to love, you know? Really is absolute perfection. And you can just see the level of prep that SK Gaming are coming in with here today. You know, I've got Humble to go all the way in my predictions, but I mean, it's looking like SK Gaming are really on form, and I can't wait to see their run if they continue this up and get this first quarterfinals game going their way. For LLC, you know, it was that first set glimmer, wasn't it, that we thought, oh, where's this going to lead? But they've not really shown us anything since then. And it's make or break now. This is really the crunch time for them.
Yeah, another piercing connection there from Yoshi, and you do see Joker following up with another shot, but couldn't quite find the connection. Zero getting hit now, and there was another chance for Yoshi to finish him off there as Joker made a couple of connections and brought him low. Ramika has the super, one of his own over this right-hand side, looking to maybe try and get a roll, but into 3 of them, it's such a difficult thing, and they're just staying so grouped up, which does put them at risk of getting gene pulled, but also he doesn't really have anywhere near it at the moment.
Yeah, SK have done a great job, really, of depriving him of that utility. Now, Yoshi just really showing the Master Fletcher gadget really barely in their faces, rubbing it in, and now SK Gaming get the upper hand yet again. A 3 versus 2. Grigor going to be coming in, but not really so much dismay for SK Gaming. He take care of it very quickly. Zero goes down, Ramika the last man standing, and he then quickly falls also. SK Gaming 1 round away now from locking themselves in for the Brawl Cup in Dallas.
A little bit of a waste of a shield there from OP, but just chose to use it just in case. Ramika managed to get a couple of shots in and keep him low. Another piercing gadget there from Yoshi as he gets the connection onto the Gene. Just trying to work up some hypercharge, I imagine, but a pull is available, so being grouped up like this is quite risky. OP's going to have to time the shield pretty perfectly well, or the same with the Joker TP away.
This is going to be a gene pool to land, and you can't go for the grey, and you know, there's a lot of other worrisome things that SK could bring beyond that too. Joker playing it patient. OP popping hypercharge now and is forced back LLC. He might choose to retreat. I think he's going to do just that, and I think that's the play. The gene pool is not something they want to play into. They want to buy some time and just kind of like a bit of a fake out there. I don't mind it necessarily from SK Gaming. They're still looking very composed, and OP immediately has a shield. Nice walking cane there from Joker. A gadget pop immediately there for LLC. Did pay dividends now as the hypercharge from Ramika goes in. Gets 1, 2 versus 2 now.
Great block there with the shield on the gene pull from OP. Gets some damage in. Oh, the piercing shot again from Yoshi, and 2 of them pop at the same time. The burn down damage from the Angelo hyper. Beautiful stuff from SK Gaming. And although one player drops, the other 2 are more than enough to clean it up. And beautiful stuff from SK Gaming as they win this game, head to the semis, and head to the Brawl Cup as well.
They get their golden ticket, so congratulations to them once again from my side as well. Not only winning today's first match of the day, quarterfinals, they head into semis now and can still roll through, maybe even make it into the grand finals. We're going to find out later on. Again, for me, it was a bit of a draft if here, as well as mechanically, SK just seems to be a bit more experienced still than the LLC roster. It is their first time in the monthly finals, after all, for the Kai, Zero, and Ramika. Yeah, the Daryl, he couldn't dare to roll into 3 players, or
I didn't see that many mistakes in their gameplay, honestly. It was just all about the draft. And against a team like SK Gaming, whose draft today was immaculate, I mean, they were always really kind of running uphill for me a little bit here. But, I mean, I don't think it was the worst of showings. I think we'll probably see them again this year, for sure, in this season. They've got every opportunity to keep improving along the way. They've got some great results, and I think we'll see them again.
again, yeah, for me, it was really just the better tank here as well. Now, looking at the 4 teams that can still make it into the Brawl Cup, one of them has already made it, so there's only one more ticket to give away here. What a beautiful crown they got so far already. Is it going to be Humblefoot or Eclipsar now that will snatch away that second spot that EMEA has? We're going to find out later on, Trev.
I mean, they're all laying in the bottom half of this bracket as well. Humble versus Totem, which is looking at form, one that should go Humble's way, so they should get to the semis. And then Foot and Eclipse Esports fighting for their lives to go to the Brawl Cup in that bottom, the far bottom, as they're the 4th quarter final. Both of them have the possibility of going, but you know it's going to be a very, very tough matchup between the two of them because one of them is going to be cut off right there.
Certainly as well for like Humble, for Eclipse Esports, making the grand finals makes the outcomes of the other teams not really that relevant in that regard as well. So, you know, ever more important this month more than ever, make those grand finals, ideally win the whole thing and just lay down the mantle. But this is a region where things are already going to be starting to heat up and everyone is going to be giving their all here today.
We're going to look at a bit more detailed checklist later on, as Ark already mentioned, for Humble and Foot, for Humble and Eclipsar. It's really just you want to make it to the finals. For Foot, it's you have to make it to the finals and kick out Humble and Eclipsar somehow. Joker, now, the MVP, makes a lot of sense for me. He did a phenomenal job on the Grey. I already talked about his max here, Trev. For me, he really did not carry his team. I feel like all 3 players have played phenomenally, but he's that mid-brawler usually that ties everything together.
Yeah, I mean, I think any 3 of these SK players, I don't know they say this a lot, but all of them played such amazing Brawl Stars today, and yeah, I think any of them could have been the MVP, but Joker made some really good plays there with the Grey, with the Max, you know, teaming up with Ope, especially on that Buster, with the TPs in, the walking came back, and then the slow-mo replay. They managed to pull off a couple of times, make it so close to even doing it a third, and it's just something so surprising that it managed to take them off guard multiple times. Is just such good gameplay from SK and Joker in particular.
We'll see SK later on again. If that was a 3-0, I don't think the next one is going to be one. It was one of the toughest ones to predict, at least for me here. We have Power Supermassive versus Team Heretics. And Team Heretics isn't playing with their full roster. We're going to touch on that a bit later, though. First, you get to see some beautiful highlights, and we're going to head into a very quick break.
I don't know. I can't think of any brawlers that epic that have 6,000 HP. I literally can't think of one. Meeple. I don't know. Lumi? Really? Oh my god. I can't think of one. No, I don't know. Grey. Oh, Grey. Okay, there's too many brawlers, I have no idea. Oh, no, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, B. I can't think of epic brawlers, I don't know why. I do not know. No, I don't know. Oh, Poco.
And we're back with the April monthly finals for EMEA. We have one ticket already stashed away. Kenny, SK Gaming took it. Did you kind of see that coming?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, expectation was SK to 3-0 there. I know last month it wasn't the best result for them, obviously an early quarterfinal exit, but last month was chaotic. You never know in EMEA. They took care of business when it mattered most, and now they've got a ticket to Dallas.
That is so true. You just never know what's going on in EMEA. That's the best statement I've ever heard, I think, about this this region. We're heading into Papar Supermassive now versus Team Heretics, and Ark, one of those two teams, is showing up with a new player.
Oh, indeed. Gas hopping in there for Team Heretics again as a result of that little hiccup during the fair play process. But nonetheless, a very, very talented player, and I've really got high hopes for him. But let's touch on Papara Supermassive here. You know, I think if you were to ask Tomsy, he probably wouldn't know how today's going to go because he didn't really seem that confident on knowing anything in that little segment. But I will tell it for him. He's been doing pretty well recently. They've been getting some very good results, and a 3-0 scoreline in the qualifiers of April against Eclipse Esports last monthly final champions says to me a bit of a statement. To stay in the upper bracket and qualify that way, I think speaks volumes.
For Papar Supermassive, it's the second time in a monthly final. They already made it into February, not into March though. And we got a super short statement from Tomsy.
Heretics are definitely, I think, an underrated team, and we'll definitely see how they perform in the monthly finals.
I didn't lie when I said it was short. Now, Kenny, so far it looks like Heretics has the upper hand here, but for both of them it's been a bit of a rocky season. Both of them didn't even make it into the March monthly finals. They're back now though in April.
I think both these teams with a lot to prove, and you know, last time that we've kind of seen them on broadcast was this Champions Invitational that happened in January, which was really competitive. I mean, a great start to the year, but now that we're rocking and rolling with monthly finals, you know, this is 3 months behind us at this point. Team Heretics with the new player, and Sup have definitely underperformed in my mind as well. This is a team that I had high expectations for coming into this year, so I think the fact that they haven't necessarily made that run, that they missed the last monthly finals, I think both these teams should certainly have a chip on their shoulder.
And as mentioned, both teams are coming into today's monthly final after not making it into March. Both teams, the other side is Team Heretics. We touched upon it already, Ark. We have a new player here, Guess, that almost made it himself with Enraged and Ellen into the monthly finals. Now, he still gets a chance to play today. I'm sure he's very happy about it. Team Heretics, I don't know how happy they are about Lena, unfortunately, not being able to play today.
Yeah, suddenly it was a very close scoreline for Gas to actually almost be himself, losing to LLC to a 3-2 scoreline. Very, very close. But again, like I say, I think it's a great substitution to bring in. Certainly for Heretics, looking back at that previous scoreline at the Invitational, they were playing with their full roster. We've got to bear that in mind here. For Team Heretics, certainly last month not qualifying was a big disappointment. Probably one of the biggest upsets we've seen in this region so far. And I think they've really got to make today count. They've got to get to the semi-finals and put themselves back on the mark. They lost back in February to Humble to a 1-3 scoreline. It's got to be at least the semi-finals here for me today.
Multiple elements make a great team. You need those aggressive players, but you also need the brains, Kenny. And you could say that Rage is that for Team Heretics.
I mean, 3 out of 4 of his years playing in the BSC made it to a World Finals. And obviously, when making those World Finals, it hasn't done much more than maybe make outside a group stage, an opening round, whatever that looks like. But nonetheless, established player, primary drafter for this roster. I think there's a lot to love about this team. And coming to the year, I think a lot of people had big excitement signed by a big org. You know, this was kind of a roster of 3 members that we never saw coming playing together. Obviously, Lena, the regular in this roster, but Lena, Drage, and iChaos definitely wasn't on my bingo card of 3 players to play together. They were looking in great Brawl shape coming into this month for me, but obviously with the last second roster swap, historically, that hasn't worked out great for the win rate. It was really hard for me to pull the trigger, but I thought this was going to be a sneaky team coming to this month, similar to yesterday and past times where we had last second substitutions. Just hard to count on that when there's so much talent in this region.
So they didn't have the best of months so far. It's safe to say, I think Team Heretics only made it to the semi-finals in February, and the quarterfinals was the end for Papar Supermassive. Both teams, however, have shown some great potential this month. I really feel like it could be the day where they turn everything upside down and maybe even make it to the top of this leaderboard. They're not playing for the Brawl Cup, so this match is out of that race, but it's still a very high-stakes match, I feel like.
Massively so. I think for these two teams specifically, they've got to really bring in the results here today. For Heretics, they had one of the best scrim win rates of any team this monthly final. But of course, that was prior to the substitution. So a lot of pressure really on Gas's shoulders. And I really hope that he can display some great promise, because I know him. He's a fantastic player, very dedicated, and again, is competing currently within the BSC and coming within a glimmer of being here himself for a monthly final. So I think that for all the substitutions that Team Heretics could have got, I think he's really the best that they could ask for, and it's a question of whether they've had the time really to really harness that kind of synergy and how they're going to go about their drafting. Obviously they got Drage, right, but so it's always the case with a new player coming in as to where they will fit within a roster.
We're heading into draft number 1 here, Papar Supermassive versus Team Heretics, and we are on safe zone. If you think Heist, there's one brawler that comes to your mind that is not really played anywhere else, but he's pretty good on this map specifically. Chuck is not banned out, he's slipping through and immediately picked up here by Papar Supermassive. I do feel like he's still in a good spot, but it's not a first pick worthy brawler in my opinion at least, because you can still play some comps that can counter him. You see a lot of Charlie, you see some Cordelius, or you just out-damage him with, for example, a Cold, a Colette. Bell is a brawler that we've also seen very often yesterday, Kenny. I do feel like, so far, I like the Team Heretics draft a bit better. If it's, of course, only 3 brawlers so far, so not easy to tell.
Bell was the most played brawler yesterday, tied alongside Carl, didn't drop a single set, which is honestly pretty wild. Bell always somebody that's been in this high play rate category, and not somebody traditionally that is really known for something like East Asia, but in EMEA is such a common reoccurring brawler, so curious to see if that trend continues today. I think we'll zigzag a little bit from some of the brawlers that we saw yesterday. We've had some interesting ones already here in EMEA, touching on Buster like you guys did earlier, somebody that shows up a ton. This isn't a map that I necessarily see that. I think so far this is pretty normal to Chuck early. Something that's kind of old-timey with Chuck. I do agree with you, Sonny, that it hasn't necessarily been as good, but Arc, I think pretty standard stuff here so far. I mean, EMEA hasn't had anything too crazy yet today.
Yeah, I mean, I like to mention Charlie that Sonny was saying, because, you know, we saw that a lot in East Asia yesterday, more than I was expecting to see for sure, and it would definitely shut down the Chuck. But my concern here is that the Bell is going to struggle against both the Chuck and the Daryl, which I assume she's going to be more in the defensive kind of role, with the nest eggs there as well to have that slow effect, and the Mark, of course, to be able to whistle brawlers down quickly. But, I mean, this is a really gnarly looking push here. You've got the Byron behind the Daryl to force his way forward. You've got the Chuck keeping you really against the wall the whole time. Colette now coming in for Team Heretics. I don't mind it, but there's a lot of HP to have to whistle down, and you know, the Colette's going to have not the toughest time doing that very thing, but they're going to have their work cut out for them, certainly. And that's the problem that you kind of want to have go on the offense from time to time as well, certainly with the hypercharge. You know, so to be on a Colette pick and be on the defensive as much as they're going to be, you know, how can they really get forwards on the map? Those takedowns have got to be swift, because you've got to kind of beat the spawn cycle in that regard to get into that position to bring in the offensive damage for your team. So a tough ask. I think Papar Supermassive here, we've got a solid draft, and it's going to come down to how well Heretics can defend against it.
2 underperforming teams so far this year in EMEA. Now each of them trying to advance just a little bit more up this leaderboard. A very important month despite Brawl Cup not being on the line. Off to the races, and Team Heretics already in the middle. Gas left hand in. Tomsy trying to charge up this train station and get this freight train rolling. There's the third mark. Filippo now diving in. Bell forced away. Drage defending, and Tomsy already moving up the middle of the map. Gets the takedown, and more importantly, establishes complete control of all of these posts.
Yeah, that setup is exactly what you want to see if you're playing Chuck the whole way to the safe, and again the little rebound at the very end as well to maximise the damage, and they get Gas on the way. Oh, that's not looking good. But Chaos and Drage are on a safe. Nice hypercharge from Drage. The mark was on point. Getting some continuous shots into Tomsy as well now, a little bit on the safe too. But Tomsy is the ticking time bomb. That's the problem. And Heretics have got to land as much damage as early as they can, because this game is going to be swiftly over.
That's a tough breakthrough. Filippo even getting to the other end without damage is good value. Gas goes down. Chuck back and forth he goes. Already down to 5%. One little runaway and should be good enough. iKaos just popping this hypercharge out of desperation. No other choice. One little tag will do the trick. Papara Supermassive taking game number 1. I think this is an interesting composition in battle. Anytime you see Chuck at a professional level especially, you either have to have an insane defensive comp to stop Chuck, or you outrace him. They've got the Colt in their back pocket. They have options to get up close. They just have to beat Chuck to the punch, and unfortunately for them, they weren't quick to the draw.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the clock, you've got about 1 minute and 15 seconds. If, you know, Tomsy gets a good setup early, that's the amount of time that this game is going to last if Heretics can't defend against it. Bit of nervousness from Gas, I feel. A couple of his shots from that last game as well. Kind of want to see him settle himself down a little bit and bring something home for his team, considering, you know, how important that Colette pick really is to deter against the Daryl. Let's see how Tomsy fares this time around. And I want to see Heretics evade a little bit away from the train tracks too, because they were getting caught off guard too much for my liking in that last game. Oh, that's a bit of a disgusting shot on the way through, and Filippo now able to continue to aggress this.
More time they buy, the quicker Tomsy can substitute in. It's been a two-handed kind of drag in here. We've got Tomsy rolling in. We've got Filippo rolling in, Tomsy with the train station, and it's just one after the other. As second they defend Chuck, now you got to worry about Daryl, and it's just been this continuous turmoil for this Papara Supermassive team. Team Heretics just don't seem to have the way to defend it.
Yeah, look at the heals for Tomsy to just continuously go back in again. I'm liking the Byron pick. Not really my favourite brawler in Heist, not by a long shot, but it really works here. Now can Heretics lock themselves in to get this damage? It's going to be a bit of a base race here. 21% left for Heretics on the Papara Supermassive safe, but then we will Chuck is going there. Tomsy comes back and clears house. 5%, 4% now. And I don't think, they shut him down all the way through. Heretics have still got a chance here. Filippo's the last remaining chance. Gas goes in the nick of time, and Heretics steal it from their clutches. How close was that?
You gotta race him, and if not, you gotta play insane defense, and Drage hit the one shot he needed to. It was a one-shot kill as Chuck ran that train post up the middle of the map. If he had missed that shot, it is a set going the way of Sup. And now instead, we've got a game 3 here. Team Heretics looking at much better there in the second half.
Wow. That was impressive, but a lot of pressure, isn't it, really, against this comp, which I much prefer what Papara Supermassive have got going on here for sure. Tomsy, though, struggling that last game to get through with the train tracks, but now left open here, able to survive and gets the final pole down as well. So that's a good start up. Filippo on the right-hand side as well has the roll. So not a good place to start for Heretics. Not at all, and a bit of a fumble there as well going down. All thumbs, it seems, so far for Heretics. Let's see how they fare as the match continues on.
Got to focus Tomsy on this left-hand side. Great job of Drage and iKaos to look towards that left-hand end. Salty, though, doing good at holding his own in the mid as Filippo just sits back. He can passively charge that super, and now he's got it activated. Here comes the train. Now comes the barrel. Now both of them connecting to this high safe, shredding through it as well, but it's very close. Team Heretics certainly in this.
Great jukes from iKaos there as well, has hypercharge too, and this is going to be the time to push, because again, with the amount of times that Tomsy can keep cycling in with the Byron heals, time is against Team Heretics massively here. It's go time now, and they've got to land these shots in the Vade. Tomsy coming back through. Here's the hypercharge of Chaos, and they missed the splash as well. Great juking there as well, but now look at this, 7% is all needed. Tomsy goes in and should clear it up for Papara Supermassive then to take this first set. It was a close affair, but to be honest, Papara Supermassive really had that one in the bag. It was Heretics that looked far more nervous, in my opinion.
I feel like there were several missed opportunities for Colette there, to be honest with you. Definitely some fumbles on that super, whether it was on defense, whether it was on offense. Came down to 16% at the end, but nonetheless, they just couldn't match the output. I do feel like the mechanics, they, like you said earlier, hadn't quite settled in. I think they got to calm themselves down and really find themselves here.
To me, it really just looked like the nervousness still had a bit of a grip onto Gas, especially in that first round. He couldn't do as much with Colette that we were looking for. As I said, coming into the raft, I think to counter out the Chuck, you either need something to directly address him like a Cordelius, like a Charlie, or you just need to out-damage him. And the Gas and Chaos with those two brawlers just had to do that. I do think the nervousness is warranted. They're sitting at the 6th spot in the leaderboard right now. This match means so much to Team Heretics, finally making it into a monthly final again after not making it into March. And Team Heretics in the upper bracket of this month's monthly qualifier, they were so close to taking down Humble and got reverse swept in the end. They were 2 up already. So yeah, I feel like Gas is nervous. The whole team might be a bit, and it makes a lot of sense to me, Orc.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, coming to the match, you know, how much time have they already had to prepare for this? It's a last-minute substitution, and despite how good you are as a player, it's fitting into an already established roster. That's not easy for any squad in any region. I don't care what anyone says, you know, and I think that at the moment, Team Heretics are doing the best that they can under those circumstances. If Lenal was in that squad there's no doubt in my mind that they would have been able to defend against that. I think that you know, they were able to really come together. I think, you know, Chaos was shooting great. I mean, he would have got onto the safe a lot better as well with an aggressive player like Lenan, and that kind of already established chemistry, which is going to be understandably lacking a little bit here today as well. So I think that it was just a very smart draft as well from Papara Supermassive. You know, if you're not going to ban the Chuck, you've really got to have that defensive maneuvering for it, and that may have been where things got a little bit untangled, because the Colette was the brawler ready to do that, and Gas did seem like he was missing a lot of shots and did seem to have a few nerves, but that's what you're going to have, you know, when you're not really kind of in a monthly finals position on a monthly basis, so coming in under such enormous pressure as well. I mean, you got to hand it to the man for even being able to say yes to such an opportunity, because he knows what it would mean more so for Team Heretics to be able to advance in these points.
I do feel like we don't want to take away from Papara Supermassive's success either, though. They played phenomenally. They had a pretty good draft. The Chuck was an idea that we have seen often before, and Heretics should have known how to counter it, but it just didn't work out for them in this round. Now heading into Shooting Star, a very open map, a map that has been in the competitive map pool ever since we can think Brawl Stars started. We can think back, and Grey is going to be the first pick here. Usually what we see here very often are those long-ranged options like the Piper, the Nanny, the Angelo. Some of them are banned out already. Carl is out of the way as well, so no blue star right from the start. We've seen that very often yesterday in East Asia. And Grey, I do like the option. With the Walking Cane, you have a lot of mid-control. You can always sweep in and get those stars very quickly as soon as you have your super or even a hypercharge ready, Kenny.
I think Nani's somebody that's a good grab here as well, especially on Shooting Star. It's a long-time great brawler, and with so many sharpshooters eligible, especially when you only see Angelo in that equation in the ban stage, Piper, Bell, a lot of these brawlers are still available, so having Nani in your back pocket I think is good. It's not the easiest brawler in the world to play, it's not the best in the meta, but it is very good and very deliberate at taking care of those sharpshooters.
Yeah, I'm liking so far what I'm seeing from Heretics, to be completely honest. You know, especially with the Gus, it's a great brawler to have. Melody is open here as well, so the pairing is on the table here. Nanny, always great to deter against the Piper, so Papara Supermassive probably not going to be thinking into that. They might go throw it here. I mean, they've got the Grey already, so they're going to put then Team Heretics in a position where they got to, you know, bring a throw of their own, but the Grey's going to have a good time into it. So they've gone for RT, and again, we saw a little bit of a ban for RT earlier, which is a rarity, but again, always a very, very good brawler to have in big open maps like Shooting Star. That amplified shot definitely makes you rethink your aggressiveness, and the legs go down and like an aggressive push like a Melody, like I'm saying, then that's a great deterrent of that. So they're starting to read through what Team Heretics are saying in this draft already. Mandy, I like it. I really do. The hypercharge, of course. A tough thing to dodge around, and there's Gas got the shades on. He's feeling the vibe. But certainly the RT, yeah, it's going to deter against the Melody now, which may have been the plan for Team Heretics. So I'm liking what they're reading through the lines with.
RT's been on the rise, especially in scrims. When observing stuff this week, you know, RT, Grey, probably the two most common brawlers that I noted on this map for them, so no surprise that they get both of them here. Mandy in a solid spot, I think, in the meta. I'm curious to see what Team Heretics do here as well. I think the Grey would maybe deter them from Thrower, but that's exactly what they're going to commit to. So we have to worry about a Walking Cane. They could get real cheeky and go Grand Piano, but I think it'd be much more normal to go with that Walking Cane. You see it occasionally, depending on maps like out in the open, but for Grey in general, I think that's definitely the play. I think Tick is just super frustrating to deal with. It's not an early pick. I think you have to go last. You have to be confident in the selection or the matchups that you get. I think they get a little bit of chip damage here. They've got their long range with Gus and Nani, so why triple commit to that? I think maybe get a little more diversity in there, and I think this is maybe a good call for them.
Yeah, Tick often banned out on this map as well. Like, I mean, so many times really has it been banned out and finally left open. It's definitely much more controlled to slow the pace down and just allow the nanny to really do its thing. So Chaos then is going to be doing work, and Gas goes down very quickly on the left-hand side again. Just a little bit out of position there, and it was a good gadget from Salty. The Walking Cane connection there had to land to ensure that takedown.
And a little bit of a standstill in the mid. Team Heretics just controlling this map. Tomzy doesn't mind playing from afar, and especially with the lead, it's not going to be something necessarily pressing the issue. It's going to be Team Heretics trying to move forward. Drage playing the long distance, just trying to chip away. It's not somebody that's necessarily going to frag out, but it's certainly somebody that's going to help Nani and the others alongside them. Salty's so close to going down. A blue star swing would have been huge for Team Heretics, but unfortunately just not going to be in the cards.
Ah, so regressing again, and there's the legs go down. Filippo then doing work for his team, but a solid amount of duping there from Drage leading up to that moment as well, because certainly if you'd bet the Grey would have gone in onto the nanny, and that would have put Chaos in a perilous position there as well. So that's what the Tick's there for. Buy some time, get these peeps rolling, and let him bring home the stars for his squad. Going now, Round does break the left-hand side, and seemed a little bit intentional there as well. But again, as time's ticking, it's Heretics that are still behind. They got the blue star, however, so any team, any player rather for the taking will give them the lead.
And Filippo is still just in that Jackie form, just stand still, no distance, just hoping somebody gets real close to him. Until then, just waiting to get that super and teleport back. Either that or he's going to have to go to the graveyard to go back to normal. Drage with a hypercharge in hand, and now going to activate it. Tick moving forward, that's a kill and a huge swing. Now the red roster's got a lead.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're running Hack's gadget on the RT. You haven't got the opportunity to then come back out of that scenario. Now, good aggression. Now, a hypercharged Pete, most importantly, coming in as Tomzy falls as well. Now, leaving Filippo all alone. 10 stars to 5. Is Team Heretics putting a game on the board shortly here? Filippo with one last-ditched attempt. Not going to happen. Nice game in the bag there, despite Gas getting a little bit overzealous in that left-hand side lane on multiple times. They get the job done.
Drage seems pretty locked in. I feel like he's been playing really well. On the Bell earlier, his defense was awesome. I thought the shots were connecting. Feeling pretty good about him. And I think there, too, a great veteran move, just having the timing right with about 20 seconds to go. Activating that hypercharge, knowing Filippo is vulnerable right in front of his face, daring him to get close to him. Guaranteed Tick hypercharge connects. They grab the kill, and then they're just able to back away. That's what made the difference there in game number 1.
Nice gadget there from Tomzy. Walking Cane from Salty onto Gas as well. There's Drage out there in a perilous spot, and they could both go down here if they're not careful, trying to body block each other back. Filippo now closing the range, and there's the Hack's gadget to secure the kill as well, giving the lead then to Papara Supermassive. Tickhead, not a problem there on that right-hand side either. So a very good starting hand for Papara Supermassive under pressure to make this set count.
Got the blue star, but definitely would rather have a star lead, I think. They're going to have to try and wing this one once again. Nani, left-hand side, battling against Tomzy, low HP, but Mandy has so much range she can just back it up, and now she also has a super, too. She's hiding this grass, going to be looking to try and catch somebody off guard. Keep an eye on that.
The clock. Filippo can't really put the legs down either, as we saw in the last game just how much that really left Papara Supermassive under a lot of scrutiny. Now is ticking down 2,700 HP, a TP away. Drake with the hypercharge as well, and this could be a really good scenario because it's going to be the blue star to Heretics, and now they can go back and retreat with 20 seconds to hand.
Tomzy lost his super as well in that. And now with 15 on the clock, it's Sup that have to respond. Tomzy left-handed, Salty low HP has to buy time, and Drage lobbing up shots just to keep the distance. Hypercharge available for iChaos. Pops it. Purple button goes down, and Tomzy receiving heavy fire. It's a pull onto Drage. He's the blue star carrier, low HP. Dives in, swings through, and grabs a double. Sup tie things up.
Surgical. Absolutely surgical there from Papara Supermassive. It was a great Walking Cane there from Salty, and the shots from Filippo were absolutely on point. The TP in as well, just to ensure the stars. What a turnaround. I mean, absolutely beautiful stuff from Papara Supermassive under pressure. The communication there, the amount of time to actually get that job done was crucial. I mean, milliseconds we're talking there. The turnaround was so swift. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
These early engagements have been something to watch. This time it's going to go into Salty's hands. Drage not over-aggressing. I think that's one issue that's been kind of both games for Team Heretics. We had Gas get really aggressive on that bottom left-hand side, take a 2v1 he had no business being a part of. They did end up winning that game, but last time, sometimes one kill makes the difference, and I think that's what we saw.
This is quite the spot now for Heretics. Chance for a set or be 2 sets down. Salty out of position here as well. Drage knows it, has super to hand as well. Filippo low, 745 HP above his head. And now a peep coming in. Tom's got to tank this. He does so. Keeps Filippo in the question, heals him back up. And now Salty on that right-hand side, nowhere to go. And Drage knows it, gets it done. 2 stars in the blue for Heretics.
Lucky that Hax didn't get that kill. Such low HP, so Gus can back away, and now Team Heretics on the defensive side, they're the ones with the 1-star lead, and oftentimes that's what you'll see. It's aggressive until you don't have to be, and a good blend of passive-aggressive is the best way to play at a pro level.
Well, Power Supermassive now just slowing down the pace, getting that mid control and just reasserting themselves in for what is going to be a final push ditch attempt. And as we saw in the last game, they know how to do that perfectly well. So they're not under any pressure despite there being only 25 seconds here. Tom's, he's very low here. It's forced back. That's going to delay the onset of Salty and Filippo. And Salty's low himself here. This is good from Heretics, but they've got to hold on better than the last time round.
No super for Salty. That was one reason that the lead swung. Nothing for Tomzy either. Filippo now activating his super from a distance and just diving forward. Sure, he can float over water, but he has to get closer. Drage, hypercharge, tick head, connects. Not enough, though. Destroys it. They don't step on it, but Gas puts his foot on the metal, and it's a 4-1 lead. Team Heretics tying things up in our match.
How hard was it to stay there? Gas puts his foot on the metal instead of Gas puts his foot on the gas. Kenny, that's what I want to know. That's some serious control there from a dedicated, talented caster right there, man.
Well done by both of you. And the players on the field as well. Both sets so far have been a very close affair. It was 2-1 in both of them. And so far, I feel like we don't have a clear picture of who will take it in the end. It's 1-1. It's even out now. It's 2-0, never mind. The last match was very close. Yeah, it could be a 1-1 in my opinion, honestly. Again, in both sets, at least one game was taken by Team Heretics. It looked like they had it in the bag here as well, but it just... something in the end is always missing, Kenny.
I do feel like it's been pretty evenly matched, though. I mean, both sets, Team Heretics, definitely in the mix. And I could be wrong. I do think it was a 1-1, right? Didn't think I was a crazy person.
I corrected myself.
You're good. No, you're good. Yeah.
I didn't want to throw anyone under the bus.
It was that close, though. It was that close. Honestly, a really impressive set overall. I think both teams kind of had some mistakes going in there. I don't know if you agree, Ark, but it looked a little shaky. Definitely not a perfect one. A little bit of sloppy back and forth. But at the end of the day, Team Heretics just pulled through.
Yeah, I mean, that was a grueling set for Heretics, no doubt about it, as Power Supermassive are relentless in their assault. They really are, and again, I'm really enjoying their drafts. I'm really enjoying what they're bringing in terms of mechanics, and again, as time ticks on, I think it goes against them, actually, as Heretics are able to get a bit more confidence, get a bit more chemistry, you know, have everyone settle down and just kind of get the shots to land and the accuracy to follow. It's all about confidence, and that only grows over time, in my opinion. So I feel like the Power Supermassive have to try to speed things up somewhat, because going to a fifth final set might not be the play, and that's where I feel this one deserves to go, honestly. Both sides are really giving it their all.
And both sides have nothing to lose, but a lot to prove. They're not playing for the World Cup here, but they can still make it to LCQ, to World Finals in the end. I think that's still a goal to fight for, and they're definitely showing up with the biggest guns they have here. They definitely show up with a lot of motivation to win today. So far, it's a 1-1. It's a very close match, just as we expected, honestly. As mentioned before, I had a tough time to predict here, Kenny.
I think so too, and genuinely, Team Heretics looked like a team that I thought could be contending coming into this month, obviously before the roster change. Gas has a lot of pressure on him, a huge opportunity to show why he deserves to be a part of some top-tier teams in this region. And I think they're taking this really seriously. I think especially with the substitution right now, Team Heretics are playing with a little bit of house money. If they could steal a win here, make a semifinals, heck, go even further, I think a big deal for them. Subs, a team coming in this year, though, I thought would be in contention for one of those LCQ spots, maybe at their ceiling, one of those World Final spots. and so far, obviously missing last month, not a great debut in the opening month. They're a good team, but we haven't necessarily seen that jump in results, and I know in past years they've had that. So looking to see here if in set number 3 they can change things up.
Heading into this draft now, third draft overall. Ollie's banned out once again. Those two teams really do not want to see this brawler on the map anytime soon. We are in Gem 40. It's all about protecting that mid. You can either go all 3 members of your team into mid and try to fight in there. Janet has been picked up here so often, I can't even count it. Probably the best mid that you can have here. Can always get out of harm's way when she has a super ready. And offers also a lot of visibility thanks to her gadget. I do feel like that's a great pickup here from Papara Supermassive. And now, from the side of Team Heretics, usually we see a lot of tanks come out of that team, but Lena is not on the roster today, so could that change their approach today, Ark?
It's definitely going to make a difference for sure in terms of the draft, because you kind of want to lean into what everyone's comfortable doing. Certainly if you've got someone in your squad like Lenan, you want to lean heavily into tanks. It's not going to deter them from the Buster first pick, and again, not too surprised to see it. Certainly would have been if you told me that last month, but that's the difference the Hypercharge can make, and Buster was always slept on, always in my opinion slept on. Certainly in game modes like Brawl Ball, I mean that's definitely his best mode here, though I think it's certainly one that's very, very viable. It's down to now Supermassive as to whether they want to kind of like do any wall break on the bush side to really kind of take away a little bit as to what the Buster can bring. If locked into the mid, very, very hard to push into that kind of brawler without a thrower, and it's not really a thrower friendly kind of map. So it's a great pick. Hank here can work big time. I mean, certainly in that middle area, you've got a little bit of time to your advantage. What he's playing into so far doesn't really have too much to stop the advance of that attack. Certainly the slow-mo replay of the gadget of Buster can do that, and there's a third and final pick still to come, so I don't mind it. Hank's definitely got a lot more weaknesses now since the nerf, however.
Hank, one of the most common picks on this map for SUP this week. Very successful map for him. And another one that was a surprise pick I was looking out for because of the Buster was Jackie. Don't think it comes... Oh, there it is. There it is. I didn't know if it would come through as a double.
Why pay the big bucks, Kenny?
This is why we do our homework, folks. Look, Jackie is relevant because Buster is relevant. It's a great Buster counter because up in the face, it's hard for him to reflect all that damage incoming. And when he's up in her face, she's the one that's going to win that battle. And so now you have to think on the other end, they've got a lot of health points. They've got Hank plus Jackie, a solid mid in Janet. You think you have to counter tanks here somehow, but at the same time, it's not necessarily a Lou for me or a B. You kind of need that extra range. Yeah, I think now you have to send Stu kind of on that lane side. Obviously, you want to hold down the middle of this map, but I do think despite having a direct tank counter, well, now they've got so many health points in the map, B can only focus one brawler at a time. Now Stu and Buster have their work cut out for him.
Now you're just showing off, Kenny. I think have you got a different feed to me, because like you're seeing something before I'm seeing it on my end. Like, I think there's some sort of hacks going on here.
This is why we do our homework
a little bit here as to what's going on here, but I'm getting shortchanged. But yeah, it's don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Papara Supermassive. I'm also a little bit worried by it, to be honest. It's definitely not the kind of everyday standard draft that you see on Gem 4. But that also tells me that they're very confident in the approach, and their drafting today has been absolutely fantastic. So I'm willing to let this go and see how this fares. Already they got the mid control, and Drake is able to stash away but get some taps for his time. That's a great pinch between him and Chaos now. Is a good retake, a good break as well for Drake, getting set up there as well. It's a good start from Heretics, but as time goes on, how's Felipe going to fare on this Jackie?
I think it's a good adjustment from them to go with the gadget that breaks these walls too, because traditionally you're going to see speed zone, but with this composition in particular they're facing off against and having the B on their side now, it makes too much sense. I think that's a great adjustment coming in from Team Heritage with some good draft knowledge. Salty going to be able to fly into the air, and that's one reason Janet is still so valuable. I don't think she's the brawler that she necessarily was last month with the balance changes. Still somebody so good on Gym Grab though.
Tomsy, we're already struggling here. Felipe goes in onto Gas, and there's a slow-mo replay pop. He does pull it off, but Tomsy's still in position. Great slow, great timing there. The Chaos to tap away, and then secures Tomsy down, leaving Salty all alone with the 4 gems that he can't contest now, spawning from the mid to add to his pocket. Oh, great find there from Drake on the right-hand side as well. Felipe couldn't get the upper hand there, and now Chaos, the person who he wants to avoid, is drawn ever closer to be able to get those taps to land. It's really, really good control there from Team Heretics now, but the gems still closely tied, however, and some time for Papara Supermassive to get themselves together here.
That's a great point. Honestly, SUP, despite definitely losing this KD counter, are pretty relatively close in gyms. If Drage grabs this one, it's going to be a countdown, though. Chaos focusing the back lines, and now Monthy moving in. Oh, no! Disaster strikes! Drage pops a hypercharge just to try and stay alive, but Salty touches down. Jackie collects gyms, and they're going to leave those up for Salty. That's a great call. Janet is definitely the one you want to have those gyms over Jackie.
Oh, stealing candy from a baby, isn't it, really? There's a takedown, but the gems are still always Salty, and this gas going with the hypercharge. Can they close the gap in time? They get the gadget off as well. Salty goes down. The gems are dropped. They're back into the house. Filippo and Drage doing his best with the help of Chaos to try to get him taken care of. They're going to have to reset yet again, and now Filippo's healing up. 10 seconds, and they need the full squad to be able to even have a chance of getting Filippo taken care of. Now Gas joins the mix, but the time is not on the side of Heretics. The gems should be safe and sound, and they are.
Ooh, it was close. I mean, back and forth each way, but that's the potential when you have so many health points. When they're just encroaching on your territory a smidge, they take advantage. Hank pops hyper. A super goes out. Not only can he heal himself, now he's up in the face with so much health, and alongside that, Jackie can get aggressive. Obviously, towards the end there, it got sketchy. If Jackie's your gym carrier, she can't be aggressive. She can't really defend. You're getting 0 shots onto the enemy team with her because she's so up close and personal in terms of range. Filippo just willing to dive in here early. We saw this last time as well. It may cost him, but he's just building up that super ever so slightly.
Yeah, tough scenario there for Team Heretics. They were looking so good until that fumble as well, and you know, it was very, very well played from the Power Supermassive. They were able to get the pinch off, and still, those gems, it was Thomas who was getting the good taps into Chaos that did it, and then from there, it was really Team Heretics struggling and scrambling for the gems to pick things back up where they left off. A good start so far for Papara Supermassive, Salty with the 5 as well, and the perfect person to have those gems and getting a beautiful angle there onto Gas through that little tiny crack of the wall. Not an easy thing to do whatsoever. Allows Filippo to come in as well, and goes instantly down though, over aggressing, and that's going to force back both Monthy and Salty, allowing a little bit of an opening door here for Heretics.
Tough couple engagements here. I mean, off the rips up, we're looking so good, but Filippo just hasn't been able to get the job done. And when it becomes a 3v2, they can focus each of those tanks a little bit more. I feel like this one adjustment Team Heretics have made really well. Not only are they breaking walls to make it easier for B, a little bit easier for Stu, now they're taking down one tank at a time. They don't have to worry about the 21,000+ health points all at once. They're just taking care of business one brawler at a time.
Much better for Heretics. There's a bit of a flank going on here, and this is where things went wrong last time round, and it's going to be Filippo there on that Jackie. Chaos there, still holding onto the hypercharge, and I think that's a good reason why, as the rattled hive is able to get the job done between himself and Drage. And now the countdown, one that Team Heretics have got to hold on to this time round if they want to stay with it in this set. Monthy pushing the left-hand side down, the hypercharge coming in as well. There's a chance here for Drage to get around the situation. Gas comes in, a pinch point, gadgets, but the gems are dropped to Monthy on the right-hand side, and that's exactly what happened in the last time round. It's Drage all alone. It's happening all over again. Deja vu in our very eyes, and this could be the set dwindling away from Heretics. It's all gone disastrously wrong. Drage is going to have to do his best here all alone, and it's again going to be Papara Supermassive that come out on top.
Team Heretics were better for 80% of that. Unfortunately, Sup were the better team in the countdown. Both games. It's just a huge comp and a huge, and I mean, it definitely hurts to watch as well, right? Because Team Heretics, I think, adjusted really well. Because in scrims when leading up to this week, Jackie was something that came out a good bit for Sup. And I think it's a great brawler into the Buster specifically, but I don't think that was the issue there. I just think it was the insane amount of health points, and even with the walls tearing down, B's a great brawler. I think one of the better brawlers in the game right now, to tell you the truth. Great on a lot of different maps, great into tanks. Can only focus one brawler at a time, though, and I just feel like they got overwhelmed on several instances when that countdown came, when they had to move towards the back of their spawn on defense. They just couldn't get a grip on things.
You were spot on there with draft, Kenny. Jackie definitely made a difference here, but as you said, B just too good here on the side of Team Heretics. It really looked like they had it twice. It was a steal. It was, almost as easy as stealing a kid's lollipop. It looked like, at least for Para Supermassive here. Taking the gems away twice. Monthy did a phenomenal job. And for everybody that got their votes in to earn those Pro Pass XP, I hope your votes aren't looking too dire. You can still pass through those trivia questions and earn some points through that.
For me as well, like going into that game, seeing that Jackie drafted, would never really been able to anticipate that would have been the brawler responsible for that first reset, and that was the moment right there in the final game where Monthy was able to get the reset and steal the gems back away. But it was a valiant attempt from Heretics to buy some time in that game, but again, just not quite enough. You really just need to hold on to them, take it to that third and final game, and then you've already got in the back of your mind some confidence going into the third match. Now they're going into this next set in much the opposite way. They're going to be down in the dumps and kind of, they know, they're not going to be wondering where it went wrong. They know exactly where it went wrong, and that's where it can really unravel quickly. When you're kind of left wondering, you can just kind of forget about it and move past it. But when you're able to be there lingering, you don't want that as a squad.
Power Supermassive has the opportunity to close it all out now. That could be their match point set here, the last one we see from those two teams today. I fear for Team Heretics here. They looked pretty strong in both. They at least got a game in the first two sets, both sides, and then in Gem Fort, they just didn't really play for the objective, it seems. They got so many kills, but sometimes it's not about making kills. On Gold Arm Gulch, however, they should be luckier with that, Kenny.
This is a map that's up and been very good leading into the week, just post-quals when our meta has kind of been established a little bit more. This was one of the maps in Gym Fort were one of the maps that I thought that they looked very good on. Two sets that I definitely think favored them, but Team Heretics, it looked good. I mean, honestly, the kill-death ratio, very strong in that last one, I imagine. Unfortunately, just the last 30 seconds of both games didn't go their way. Gonna have a huge bounce back here into Ark's points. When you have a timestamp of where things went wrong, that's hard to cope with. And now Team Heretics have to go into this with a lot of pressure on them and remember that they have to get a win. If it's another early exit for them, it's not going to be great for the leaderboard.
Very true. They both still want to play for the LCQ slots for the World Finals. Heading into draft now. First pick on the side of Team Heretics. What's it going to be? Do they have that secret weapon here, Ark? What would you pick up here? First pick.
First pick for me, I was going to say Buster, but it is banned out. I think wisely so hitting for Power Supermassive. That's one that I said already today, I'm not a big fan of Angelo first picks these days. Simply because there's just a lot of counters for it. On this particular map, though, it makes some sense, certainly. I mean, I'm looking at the potential combination with that Meeple as well. So I think that's where Power Supermassive need to consider heavily. Do they want to take that off the table away from this Angelo combination that we've seen already today as being a really nice one that SK Gaming have already demonstrated that, can bring in the goods. Certainly, it's going to be a very tough set for Heretics. They've got to come back in this series now. Ollie, tough brawler to play into as well, can put the pressure on and just has so much HP and potential speed as well off the back of various star power choices. It can be one that can put you on the back lines. That's where Angelo does not want to be. RT as well, always very, very safe, especially in these opening, ending moments in Knockout. You want to have a kind of RT on your side. Those legs are devastating.
Angelo is a first pick. Honestly, you saying you're not a huge fan of it, but honestly, I'm kind of surprised it didn't enter the ban stage. Kit is somebody that's been really popular on this map in particular, especially for sub going into the week. So I think this is a little homework being done by Team Heretics. You don't always see Kit in the ban stage. I think it's a little bit trickier when you get Gray and Daryl, some of these more unique brawlers, because it leaves things open. Ollie's been a huge factor on this map, and in the response, they're going to go Lou. So that's a direct answer into that brawler. I still really like where Ollie's at. RT, like I've mentioned, has been on the up in terms of play rates for this region, a lot of regions going into it. I think it makes a little more sense on Gold Arm Gulch, maybe compared to something like Bounty, where you have one life towards the end games. You can also stamp the static and just kind of get those kills up close or against those walls. So don't really mind this for either side. I like where Angelo's at in the game. Lou is a little trickier. I think that has to be played into Ollie, and you really have to get your values worth.
Hank coming in for Heretics. Like I say, I think that we're going to see a fair amount of Hank today. It's not an insta-ban brawler anymore. The hypercharge has been addressed slightly. That 50% less honing missile. So I don't mind necessarily. They put the pairing of the Lou there as well, as that would have been a great brawler for Power Supermassive to consider going into it. So more as a way to bring it off the table really than something to kind of maybe have against what we're seeing so far with the Ollie RT. The Lou doesn't really have a place. It's going to be a deterrent of tanks for sure. Lily coming in with Power Supermassive. I quite like the pick. We have yet to kind of really see Lily escape the game mode of Heist recently. It seems like that's where she's really found her footing. So it'll be interesting to see how Power Supermassive play this. Sure, there's some escape maneuvering with Angelo and the gadget, but I mean, Lou as well has some defensive maneuvering around Lily. So that's my kind of reservation, really, is Heretics have got some answers to it. Lily, though, her biggest traits, really, for me, is being able to be very unpredictable. You never really know where she's going to be and when she's going to strike, and that's the point. It kind of puts that paranoia into your squad and making communication ever more important for Heretics to really nail in this set, because it could be their last here today.
Mental warfare definitely on this map. Both sides going to be starting on the left. Normally it's blue left, red right, but this time they're all going that way, and Sup just transferred themselves over to this right-hand end. iChaos can float over water. One reason why Angelo is so popular on this map. And there's that super pesky gadget. That's one reason that Lily has been so relevant more recently, mostly in Heist, like you mentioned, but here I think they're just going to be counting on the fact for the survivability, the surprise factor, all of it contributes.
I wouldn't mind seeing Mr. P come out there into the Angelo just to kind of really keep Para Supermassive in a good commanding position against it. But so far, sitting back, waiting their time out. Not going to really have any brawlers here that can kind of earn passive utility over time. Just literally waiting for the time to strike for the Ollie to go in and try to get something of some value here. Tomsy puts the legs down. That's a big blunder there as well, and Chaos punches it big time here as well. Salty going in as Filippo is in the realm. Not the best of times. Going to leave 3 members of Team Heretics to get it done. And the final man to fall will be Filippo. A very strong opening round for Team Heretics.
I'm with you. I think just a stake there coming out of RT, and they just didn't have a super for Salty or anything like that really going into it. Just not enough utility. I'm kind of surprised they went for it there. I think the zone was so closed in that they might as well fight that. But usually you're going to see pro players try not to feed super, and unfortunately for them, all 3 members of the red side have theirs.
Good taps from Chaos, playing this Angelo so well. Honestly, his accuracy being rewarded for his time. And Tomsy again, yeah, it's literally the cusp of that range. Relentless is like Chaos here, and definitely a tough start for Tomsy so far. Confidence really exuding again from Team Heretics as Drake and Chaos do need to lead this to a victory. Let's see, this Gas keeping back Filippo. Making the Lily so visible is kind of an interesting choice because it doesn't really leave much to the imagination, and that's kind of where I was saying Lily's strength really lies. Hyper charge now for Chaos coming down. Tomsy gets tapped now by Gas, and the follow-up is perfect. Salted there with the hypnosis coming in to Drage, and Drage will fall now as well, and Gas is looking beefy. Filippo goes in, gets the kill, but it's the bubble of Gas that seals it and keeps then Team Heretics in a commanding role in this game.
Hank just too much to handle in those final moments. It's hard to bring the guy down, especially when he has a super that heals himself, so he can preserve his life a little bit longer and also does damage alongside that, especially if a hypercharge too. I mean, we know how big of a problem it was last month. Obviously, it's been handled a little bit in the balances. But Sup, I think, have to just find a pick early here, get their utility, and go into this last second. That's exactly what they're going to do. It's going to get real aggressive. They're looking for iChaos. They know they can bring him down, but he's using the jump away gadget. We've seen pros use the piercing one so much, and this time that's not what's going down. It's going to be a 2v2, a trade. I think bringing down Hank, honestly, the best thing they could have done going in this in-game, because now they have Tomsy with the super, and if Ollie has a gadget or anything, they can at least get a hypnosis off when the zone closes in.
Yeah, stinging flight there for the Angelo, and that's what I was saying coming into the draft is Angelo has that escape maneuver, being able to jump onto the lake even more so, and then you've really got some options to be able to evade Lily. That brawler is now down, so the Ollie and the RT is where Team Heritage has got to focus their time, and they are 2 very, very tanky brawlers, both running shield gear, but as are Drage and iChaos also, so that's going to be taken into consideration here. Good positioning, but Tomsy puts the legs down as well at low HP as well, with poison trickle as well from iChaos. He's going to put him down to a powerless position here. 620 HP, and Salty goes in way too overzealous, and it's going to be yet another round for Team Heretics. This one could be looking to go the distance here, Kenny, because 1 round separates Team Heretics from getting to a 5th and final set.
Another loss early for Tomsy. Just dropping the super and immediately crumbling. You just can't have it. 2 supers available now for Sup. That's the good news. They have some utilization here going into this next one. Supers in the back pocket. Salty just kind of hovering, riding his board and just trying to get whatever tags he can, because if he gets a super, it definitely changes things up for this roster.
Again, Tomsy tapped down to almost half HP. Really not having the best of times in this set. They find Gas with 1 hit. There's all time in the world for Heretics now as Lily goes in. Filippo going to be in the realm and should be coming out straight onto Drake. There's the ice block. Good from him, but then Filippo goes down to Gas. Gas so low here. He's got to heal up. Chaos has got to be there for support as well. He's got the hypercharge. He's got the time. Oh, but then Gas falls now. So much to be done for Chaos, but the legs are down. They're susceptible. There's going to be some body blocking here going on for sure. Salty got to force this back. And now the Gas leaves Chaos with nowhere to go. A gadget pop potentially here to escape. He's not going to be able to do it. I think now, not with the HP. And that's a very important round for Heretics to secure.
The execution coming out of Sup there was wild. Really well played, and honestly, after he popped that first super, I was surprised to see Filippo commit so heavily. He followed that roster to those bushes. All three members gets another super cycled, and despite having invincibility from Drage's gadget, he timed it perfectly. Really well played, and finally Sup showing some promise here in this set.
Another great tap from Chaos. Finds Filippo twice there as well. Beautiful stuff. Now Salty getting some taps, just into the realm there to evade that shot from Gas. That was quick thumbs there from Filippo. Buying the time yet again. And Gas just staying firm on his bottom side. Great positioning from him. There's Chaos. How does he do it? How does he just find these brawlers in the bush? It's just such great team, just a great game knowledge and just great great awareness really to the situation and the surroundings here just to be able to land these shots the way he is. Filippo goes in again into the round, close to the gap, and this is the same story again. Ice block for Drage, hypnosis there from Salty, and there Drage falls. 2 versus 2 now yet again. It's that same old story, but Chaos knows to keep the pressure on. Hypercharge coming in, but the Gas misses the bubble there as well. Tom's going to survive on as well. Salty in the commanding position here, and that may have been a big mistake that costs Team Heretics the game.
These close calls, they just keep going Sup's way. Really good job there, and we're starting to see the ceiling of what this composition can do. Lily getting up in the face, instigating an attack. She hits the super, disappears for a second, and then pops up with a bunch of damage. And then we saw Ollie follow through after Lily popped that gadget. So she disappears, she is safe, and now Ollie can dive in, start the hypnosis, and even if you pop that invincibility gadget, you're still in a dance party. You don't have a choice. You can't move. So a really good 1-2 punch there, and there we go again. Filippo now moving towards his right-hand side, creeping, doesn't get the prediction right, but Salty following through with the shots, and Gas has to run away.
Filippo is playing amazingly well today. He really is. And you've got to remember the history between himself and Drage as well on Foot Esports in previous years. That's definitely going to be hitting home emotionally for both of these two players who want to prove themselves here in this matchup. But he's really just all over the place in this game in a really positive way. Great from Salty there to close the gap. Hypnosis yet again from Drage. And again, Drage will fall. They're just being so surgical now from Papara Supermassive, getting some serious momentum. There again, Filippo going in. Oh my word, disgusting stuff. Gas is surely going to be going down here. Supermassive can just sit back, wait the time, and get some more utility as well. Salty seals it. And now look at this. Look how the tides have turned. 1 round away from Papara Supermassive getting into the semi-finals.
They've got the combo again, too. They've got the Ollie super gadget, and then they've got Lily super gadget as well. Team Heretics getting a little closer this time. They play this right-hand side. Now they're moving into the middle of the map. Chaos does have a super available. Drage can drop an ice rink. These tanks hate the ice, but they're going to dive in anyways. The hypnosis goes through. The gadget is popped. It does not matter. He is still going to be dancing, and now it's going to be a funeral for them as well, possibly. 2v2 situation, and Team Heretics in the middle.
Salty has just been demolishing Drage time and time again. It's got to be playing into his mental. A 2 versus 2 now, and every opportunity for Papara Supermassive to get this done, especially with Filippo being as dangerous as he is. The only thing is that Gas is there with 11,200 HP in a dream. Chaos's accuracy has been absolutely on point as well, but as the Gas comes in and the proximity closes, Salty becomes ever more dangerous with this Ollie pick and the hypnosis that we've been seeing time and time again coming in clutch, and here it comes into the realm for Filippo as well. Gas hypnotized as well. Filippo coming out as well. Oh, Gas goes down, so there's a bit of a waste there, but nonetheless, I can't stay standing. He jumps over it. Can he find Salty as well? He's tapping away. He gets it done. Team Heretics stay in the question. 1 round away to stay in this series.
And great news for Team Heretics. No super for Salty or Filippo now. The misconnection from Filippo there may haunt them. Chaos putting the team on his back. Tournament life on the line, and Team Heretics might be here to stay.
The pressure of that moment, but it's not over yet, not by a long shot. Team Heretics dodged a bullet, but there's still plenty more loaded for Papara Supermassive now, and we've seen just how dangerous they are. Filippo looking for Drage yet again, and this time round, The ice block has got to be timed to perfection, really. It's the kind of like brawler in the draft that's the weakest on the side of Team Heretics, really. It was just there because they knew that they had to pair it with the Hank as one of the best counters to it for Papara Supermassive to not pick it up. Let's see how they fare, because this round is crucial.
They have to find a way to bring down Hank. He's got a hypercharge, he's got a super. Salty diving in. It's not a connection with the gadget, but he does get some taps alongside it. Now the gas closing in. Alongside it, Gas the Brawler marching forward. Hypercharge pop. Tomzy low HP. Salty trying to put the team on his back. One Hypnosis backed into a corner, and iChaos' his heroics will drag them to a set number 5.
This is wild. This is really wild. I love it. I mean, it's crazy to think this is not a match for a Brawl Cup place, but it really is winning our hearts over massively so. It's going the distance. I love to see it. I think this is one that deserves to as well. Challenges on both sides, some great drafting too. It's been really enjoyable to watch.
They made it thanks to Chaos, as you mentioned, Kenny, in that second round of that last game. I don't know. As I mentioned before, they already lost to Humble 3-2. So for Team Heretics, that set 5 is kind of scary. Last time, it didn't go out for them too well. For Eclipse, Papara Supermassive on the other side, they swept Eclipsar in the upper bracket of this month's qualifier to even make it here. 3-0 against Eclipsar, the winners of the March monthly finals, and now they're struggling against Heretics Arc.
Yeah, it's one that deserves to go to the 5th. I feel like the momentum's been swinging back and forth, and Chaos did so well here for his team. He really, really did. And I've got to say again, I feel like if Lenal was present for this monthly finals, then this would be much, much more convincing in favor of Team Heretics. Papara Supermassive are drafting really, really well. That is absolutely keeping them in the game currently. But I feel like the mechanics of Drage, the synergy most important, the chemistry between him and Chaos, it is what's really thriving. Gas is nervous. We can see that. It's no surprise under the circumstances, let's be honest. But to get this far in the series, and like I said, coming into it, I felt like as time went on, it only served to benefit Team Heretics and to give them more confidence, and I think that's what we're kind of seeing. And now going into Dueling Beetles, there's a big question mark as to whether Papara Supermassive are going to be able to seal this now. It's going a little bit down a journey and a tunnel that I don't think that they wanted to go down. They wanted to get this done a little bit cleaner, in my opinion, and Hot Zone's unpredictable. We all know that, and how things can change and turn. Control is everything. On a map like Dueling Beetles, it's really hard to regain that control if you lose it.
It's the showdown between those two teams now. Dueling Beetles can decide over a win or a loss here for both of those teams. It's the 7th versus the 6th spot in the current leaderboard of EMEA. So, Kenny, everything is on the line.
Everything on the line, and to be honest with you, this is the only match with no Brawl Cup ramifications for the entire day. But this has been by far one of the more competitive matches this entire month. I think just so much to prove. And pre-match, pre-show, we talked about this as a unit, but we really had trouble with this one. I nearly picked Team Heretics despite the roster change, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it because every time we have a last-second roster swap has not paid dividends for that team. And obviously, there's still another set to be played. But I haven't been convinced by SUP this year. They just haven't made that leap to me. They haven't jumped or stood out to me as a top 5 roster yet. This is right now a time for them to try and prove me wrong.
Said at the beginning of the show that Drage was the brains behind the drafting as the primary draft for Team Heretics. Well, this is the draft they cannot afford to get wrong. So much pressure has been mounting to this very point, the 5th and final set, and so much to prove. Both of these two teams did not qualify last month, and one of them will go through to the semi-finals this month.
Brawlers that come into mind here for Hot Zone, especially for Dueling Beetles. Hank again, Lou, just so strong, so impressive. Ollie as well, Stu and B again. Some of those brawlers we have seen before, some of those brawlers are also taken out already. Lumi B and Ollie Bend from the side of Papara Supermassive, Carl Buster and Gray from the side of Team Heretics, and they do pick up that Poco. Is it going to be a Poco double tank comp? Maybe a Chester tank Poco once again? Kenny, we've seen that one quite often yesterday. I'm super excited for this match. I really couldn't tell you. It's going to be a 50-50 who takes it.
With that B being removed too, I think one of the better ways to deal with Poco has now been eliminated. Unfortunately for them, it's by the hands of Sup. I think a very intentional pick here coming out of Team Heretics, one that's great on dueling beetles. It makes a lot of sense. I like the shout from Chester of you as well. Sometimes we'll see a tank plus Chester, or on the other end, they're going to go Chester because they want to deal with these tanks. Stu also on my mind here. They need some kind of mid, maybe a speed zone, or they could get flexible, kind of like we saw Team Heretics do earlier, and have a wall break if they really want to open this thing up.
Yeah, this Poco first pick to me is definitely a scary one, and Para Supermassive doing the right thing here and battling down the hatches, so to speak. Certainly, I feel like there's other healing ideas. I mean, Barry's still not out of the question here either. I mean, definitely one that's dropped off a little bit, but I mean, we've seen how prevalent it can be on Hot Zone Bell to mark up tanks to get the shots to ricochet between amongst clustered players, and definitely not a bad shout. What are Team Heretics cooking up here? That's the question. I won't mind a barley either as well, talking about some heals, the herbal tonic as well, combined with the tank here, wouldn't be a bad chemistry to cook up. See how Drage is feeling about this draft. I'm assuming that he will be the person dealing out the brawlers here. Second one soon to come, but certainly that Chester is the one that on the other side of the field I'm the most concerned about is Hank. It's a big, scary tank, and one that it feels like Gas felt pretty comfortable. I think with all the games that we've seen here today, Gas was the most comfortable with that Hank pick, so I'm assuming that it would be him on it, and let's see how they want to finalize things off.
Hank was kind of the tank I was anticipating, just given the play rate that we've seen this weekend, not only in EMEA, but also East Asia. It's been a popular brawler. Opinions have differed amongst pros, but I think it seems like they're coming around on the idea, despite the hypercharge getting a nerf. Going to pair really well. Mo, the other selection. Wow, I think Team Heretics, one of the few teams that have used Mo maybe a little bit more than, say, some of the others. I think people are under the presumption that he's a much better brawler now, but how much better, I don't know that everybody agrees. I think they're probably ranking him somewhere in that A tier, bottom S tier, compared to some of these other teams, just given how much I've seen him played with them.
It can certainly get behind enemy lines quite quickly, and I'm not going to fault the method behind the madness. That's the brawler I kind of wanted to see a bit more, to be honest, on the side of Team Heretics. It's normally when it comes to drafts I'm not too sure of. I've got to put my faith in the person that knows more about it than me. That's how I kind of see this Mo pick. Will it pay off? That's the biggest of questions. And for Team Heretics, they're willing to put everything on this brawler as being the one that's going to make them into the semi-finals here today. So let's see. I think Mo has definitely been elevated since the balance changes for sure. I think there's definitely some brawlers that could have been considered a little bit here and there. Definitely Meeple would come to mind in that regard. But let's see. The barley's a bit scary though. The herbal tonic, the ability to really cycle that in. I just feel like we'll actually go with the sticky syrup mixer there as well. Just a bit concerned about some of the aggressiveness maybe of the Team Heretics draft, and I'm not sure that I agree with it.
Yeah, maybe just trying to prevent an iChaos dive when he burrows under the ground, or just Hank pressing forward. Tomzy on this right-hand end, going to be playing the longer range lane. A lot of times I think I see casual players play that more towards the mid, but you'd rather have your thrower here where they can use that indestructible wall, more close quarters. His Drage just marches forward. They're just rotating these health points, and now a last call going out. Filippo gets a kill. Gas just buying time. iChaos now rotating to the point. Great job out of Team Heretics, despite members going down, dipping their pinky toes in there, gaining whatever percentage you can.
Yeah, playing the objective for sure, but certainly did fall like a house of cards very swiftly as Para Supermassive will trade their dominance. Gas going to fall on this right-hand side. Drage swiftly follows, and this is what I'm talking about. When one member of Team Heretics falls, everyone crumbles. And as quickly as that, edging towards now 50% on the zone for Para Supermassive. Gas not able to find Filippo here on the right-hand side, shut down by the sticky syrup mixer, and now a hypercharge as well. The last call could be devastating here, and Gas is soaking it up on that right-hand side, going to go down yet again, and it's just that same push and pull, but the result remains the same. It's always Para Supermassive eradicating their opposition.
There's just so many defensive mechanisms that they've got. They've got these nest eggs. Now that Sup have control, it's going to be harder for Team Heretics to step forward. Gas just can't close this gap, but a hypercharge really connects here. Salty drops one of his own, and he needs to stay alive. He's holding on for dear life, gets the double, but here comes iChaos straight out of the tunnel, and it's not enough. Sup take over.
That was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting, and the very fact that Salty was able to remain alive for his team long enough to see the demise then was crazy. 100% dealt now. Power Supermassive moving on to a match point situation, and I feel like they've got the draft. I wasn't convinced by the Mo there myself, and I wasn't convinced by the synergy. It felt like, for me, Team Heretics were not solid. They were not safe on the zone, and every time one fell, the others swiftly fell, and you kind of don't want that. You want to have at least a couple of players still there, still present, to make something of a pathway for your teammates to respawn back into the action, not just give complete and utter surrender to the zone.
No easy way for Drage to get these kills as a Poco. That was their first overall selection. It goes great with Hank, can heal teammates, but it's so difficult for him to step forward. The range of Bell, Chester with some high damage, and Filippo can just sit comfortably behind these walls. I just think it's really tough for them to move forward, especially when they lose control. Sure, they have the percentage points now, but as this last game went on, it was much more difficult once Team Heretics members fell.
Salty's playing into the Mo really well, by the way. I've got to add that to the equation. It's not just that I'm feeling the Mo, it's that into the Salty. Salty's coming out on top more often than not. So massive credit to him in that right-hand side lane. Drage doing his best to stay on the zone, and Heretics 34%. Looking better in terms of the objective, but I'm still not overly convinced. Gas slowed, marked up. He's going to go down and feed in advance the hypercharged mark onto Drage there as well. So good stuff. Power Supermassive. They've only got 14%. They need to be on the zone a bit longer, actually, for me, because they're getting good takedowns, they're getting good aggression, but they're not getting the objective.
Gas is just putting a lot of pressure on them, and Salty is winning this lane more often than not. He's just not been able to step into the middle here. And now Drage all by himself, just trying to hold them off as long as he can, buys a little time. Mo back in action here on the right, and here comes Hank on the left. It's a full unit for Team Heretics, but it's a slow climb up for Sup now.
Just a little bit late there on the gadget for Drage to keep the heals coming in for Chaos. He's going to have to respawn back in now. Marked up yet again as Tomsy really is being able to bounce his time. Look at that. And now Chaos is going to be in a 1v3 straight into a nest egg 2. It's not looking good, bruv. Now 40% to 60%, and it's Team Heretics that are starting to fumble the bag a little bit here. They've got to push back. They'll be calculated in that approach as well and start to secure some takedowns. Drage going to fall there, gets healed, but still again a little bit too late. And now that deficit has been closed.
Oh, and now slowed down, and unfortunately goes down to a little bottle coming out of Barley. Drage just forced into a corner as a Poco. This is never a spot you want to be. It's a small lead, but I think it's a lot for Sup. They can really explode here and just hold positioning. Hypercharge goes down right-hand side. Gas pops a super of his own, but the writing might be on the wall, Arc.
It could well be. The time is taken, and 15% is all that is needed for Papara Supermassive here. Chaos low. Gas has got to come straight into the mix. It's one final push for Team Heretics, and it's Gas versus 3. Surely this will be it. Papara Supermassive, they get it done in the 5th and final set. They knock out Team Heretics, and they're going to the semi-finals.
Sup survive. It was a close match, and honestly, a lot of credit to Team Heretics, who are playing with a substitute with just a few days of preparation. Looked like a strong team. I think they'll be back in future months, but safe to say that last draft and set just didn't fall their way. I mean, I think once they gained control, Sup were just able to hold on the entire 2 games, because early on, complete control for Team Heretics. They were rotating in Poco, Hank, Mo, whatever it took. They were playing the objective really well, just not enough firepower to get those takedowns.
Papara Supermassive make it into the semi-finals for the very first time ever. 3-0 against Eclipsar in the qualifiers, now a 3-2 against Team Heretics. They took down 2 of the best teams we have in the region, and they join SK in the semis. Well played from them. A great draft. We also see how much they really did. The takedowns on Salty and Filippo were insane, Arc.
Yeah, I mean, those stats are pretty dominant, aren't they? Let's be honest. I mean, 12 for Filippo, 12 for Salty, and Filippo on the brawler pick that I really wanted to see picked up by Team Heretics, honestly. I mean, you can see just like how influential that was. 513 DPS, 494 for Tomsy, and Salty on 463, and that's the lowest on the squad, and it's still very high, isn't it? Let's be honest. 55 for IK's Drage again, 89, 97 for Gas. It just kind of all went wrong in that 5th and final set. I think to get to that 5th and final set, as Kenny was saying, a huge credit to Team Heretics under unfortunate scenarios and situations, but they did their best. I was hoping that they would be able to grow a little bit over time, but that just final draft wasn't it for me.
draft was very interesting. I didn't really agree with the Mo. I would have hoped for a meeple. I even wrote it in our chat. But yeah, it just wasn't meant to be for Team Heretics today. They fought until the very end, though, on the side of Papar Supermassive. I found it very interesting. We haven't seen a Barley without Herbal Tonic in a hot minute, and it's worked out super well, slowing down that tank. Great choices from Papar Supermassive. I'm super excited what they're going to show us against SK Gaming later on. Because looking at the brackets here, Kenny, it's going to be our semi-final number 1 here.
SK Gaming versus Sup will be quite the match. Sup still with a lot to prove, and a grand finals appearance would be a great result. SK Gaming locked in their Brawl Cup spot earlier, but these 2 matches we've got upcoming for you folks. Humble versus Reply Totem. If Humble fall here to Reply Totem, who desperately need a win for this leaderboard, would be massive. Foot Esports versus ECP. That's basically a battle for Brawl Cup. Win and you've got a chance, lose and you've got no chance. So a lot at stake here as we continue throughout the day.
You talked about every single one of those players on the field a lot. You mentioned one name most often, though, and he got also picked as the MVP. It was Filippo for the side of Papar Supermassive Arc.
Yeah, again, Drage's former teammate on the Foot Esports roster in previous years, and certainly a lot of pride in the line when it comes to that kind of thing, and a lot of memories. And, that's one thing I've got to say that does help out a great amount when you're able to play a former teammate. You know their strengths, but most importantly, you know their weaknesses. And Filippo was really, really aggressive. I think Salty as well played some tremendous control. And Tomzy, I think just the whole Papara Supermassive roster combined force here today was looking so good. The chemistry was there. The drafts really were great today as well.
Are you still missing some of the XP for your pro rank pass? Make sure to head over on the eventofprocess.com website, get your predictions in for the next match. It's gonna be Reply Totem versus Humble. Another banger that we were waiting for, and another one that I wasn't quite sure was to vote on. I do feel like Humble should be taking it, but it's just so close. I'm super excited to also see what you guys at home voted upon. Now, we're gonna head into a very quick break. We're gonna be right back.
I think the biggest strength for Humble right now is that we are basically able to adapt to anything, to any type of meta. Me, Boss can basically play any brawler in the whole game, and Luki, surprisingly as well, can play brawlers he normally doesn't play competitive. Last seen in the qualifiers, he had like an unreal frank, honestly. So yeah, we can just like adapt to any meta, and it's realistically just like with draft that is holding us back. But if that draft sits, because of course we have Kane and the Goat and myself as well, then we're basically like really strong, and as we saw as well in the World Finals. A weakness? I don't even know what our weakness is. Our weakness is that we're throwing too much, I think. We are giving advantages to the enemy for no reason. May it be... most of the time it's gameplay-wise, where we just like, I don't know, go in 1v3, where we like don't do the perfect play, but like ego something, or I don't know, it's just us throwing multiple times. That's like our main weakness. Or especially in multi-finals, us just throwing away the first set.
We are back with quarterfinal number 3. We're also back with Trev here. That second match though, Trev, you had a pretty long break. I hope you enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was quite a long one, but what a match to watch that was, to be honest. Back and forward. In the end, Supermassive do come out on top, but you got to feel for Heretics not having the main roster. I've got a feeling that if they did have all 3 players that they usually play with, they probably would have come out on top of that one. But yeah, a massive congratulations to Supermassive. I think in that series they deserved it.
I feel like they played super well. Yes, maybe it would have been a bit tougher, but regardless of that, I feel like it was a close match. Even with Lena in play, that could have been just as close, honestly. Well, maybe we find out next month. Who knows? First, though, we're heading into Humble versus Reply Totem, two of the most well-known teams, Kenny, in this region.
I feel like we're just repeating something similar to last year, right? We have Humble, who have been consistent, solid, and obviously now we know that they're world champions. But last year, Totem were off to a slow start as well, and this year, no exception. I feel like we've been rotating between Maru, Mari, and a third, and just more recently, these regular seasons have not really gone their way. Totem desperately need a win. Unfortunately for them, they're facing Semantic, Boss, and Luki, defending world champs, who also would probably like to put up their first monthly finals, grand finals win of the year here.
Yeah, I love the way they call this one like the Italian derby as well, when there's only like literally 2 Italians in it. Obviously, the organization's both Italian, but yeah, we've seemed to have lost Italian players across the years. But yeah, Humble, incredible roster being the world champions. It's going to be quite difficult for Reply Totem considering their kind of dry run at the moment, it seems, in Brawl esports. But I think this Humble roster is as solid as ever. Seem to have been doing very well across all competitions in the past month.
Reply Totem really has no luck. Last month they faced off against Eclipse Our Esports in the quarterfinals. Now it's Humble. It's just really tough matchups. From one of the 4 teams that can still make it into the Brawl Cup, Humble is one of those. There's only 1 ticket still left. SK took the first one. Now, Kenny, what does Humble have to do to get that second slot?
Look, the good news for them, they don't even have to win this month. They just have to make the grand final. I say just. Obviously, that's a huge ask when you're playing Reply Totem in the first round. Your second round opponent is going to be either ECP or Foot. So you're either facing last month's champs or previous world champions. But nonetheless, if they make a grand finals, they're going to Dallas. Obviously, it would be a huge surprise and through a lot of people preseason if the previous world champions did not show up to our midseason event.
If SK would have lost in their quarterfinals, Humble would have already made it if they just beat their quarterfinal match. Obviously, we watched SK win 3-0 against LLC, so that's out of the way. They really do need to make it into the grand finals now. We'll see if they can do that today. Semantic seemed to be pretty confident, Ro.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much going to be that deciding match right in the semi-finals, because no matter who comes out of that ECP or Foot, it's going to be a pretty close one nonetheless. But Reply Totem, they're out the question for Brawl Cup. They don't have to worry about that. They're just here to play upset to a few teams today. Maru, Mori, and Angel Boy. 3 very solid players, like incredible players mechanically. So much experience, but this year just hasn't been their year. And I'm not sure if they're just not synergizing as a 3, their drafts aren't too great or what, because it just kind of seems to me like they're not on the top of the world at the moment.
It does seem like they came back a little bit this month, and obviously they have 2 of the players that have been playing together for the longest time ever. I don't know another duo in Brawl Stars that have been playing for longer. Kenny, it's Mari and Maru. Those 2 are just inseparable.
They've got a great legacy in this region, and honestly, a global presence as well. Obviously, we've seen them things like Mobile Masters take a W, top 4s at Worlds on several occasions, whether that's with Soy de Bresa, with iChaos last year. And last year, they didn't have the best regular season, but they somehow win a set 5 at LCQ and make it all the way to a top 4. You just never know. The depth of this region is so strong. We know the potential these guys have. We just need to see it click in the online format. For whatever reason, that's been a big hurdle for them the last couple of years.
They seem to be doing pretty well in a couple of those smaller tournaments, Trev. Maybe they are back this month.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm yet to be convinced. We need to see them on the big stage, obviously, because so far we haven't really seen too much of them in the Brawl Stars Championship monthly finals. They've been knocked out. They haven't qualified. They need to get past Humble, but this is probably one of the greater tasks in Brawl esports, trying to beat the previous year's world champions in the first round. And yes, they do have some, determination, just because they need to be trying to get points for later on in the year. But Humble have got so much more determination for the now in terms of wanting to get to this Brawl Cup and also wanting to just carry on this brilliant run they've been doing through 2025.
We call it the Italian Derby because last month we also had Eclipsar, an Italian roster in a French org, beat Totem, an Italian org, and Humble to make it all the way to the finals. So those 3 are kind of in a Italian triangle, if you want so. But as you mentioned before, Humble, of course, doesn't have a single Italian player on their roster. It is 2 Italian orgs battling it out today. And we're starting on Pinhole Pond here, a map that could feature some B again here, Kenny. Some long range, some tankiness, and usually Reply Totem is quite good on Brawl Ball.
B would not surprise me as a first overall pick here, especially since it escapes the ban stage. It's somebody that I would kind of expect alongside Lumi on this map for sure, and a lot of other brawlers make an appearance too. Stu's not a bad one. Buster is going to be a very prevalent one in this region. Chester's even thrown out of the mix, and no Poco combos here. Poco's been really popular on this map in particular, but the pick that always seems to go through, if possible, is either B or Carl. Carl has just shown up so much, not just for Humble as a roster, but just this region as a whole.
Yeah, I must say that Carl so good and actually just unreal on pretty much every single map because of how versatile it is. You know, we can play this heat ejector now, which really wasn't that viable before, and also the flying hook. So depending on what you're playing against, what map you're playing on, and what your teammates are playing as well, you can kind of change the entire way you play this brawler, and that's just what makes it so versatile across so many maps at the moment. But yeah, we see Finks coming in for the reply totem side, and honestly, I do quite like that. It's been something that Humble had been championing a fair amount in other competitions, so nice to see reply totem kind of get out of their way, as it's something that Humble might want to go towards.
I was listening to Humble chat about what brawlers that they like, and Semantic was really praising Finks, which isn't something that every pro team can say the same. So Totem getting this brawler for themselves, maybe taking away from Humble. In scrims, I haven't seen it too much in particular on this map. Meeple was a brawler I did, though, and one that I'm looking out for. I just think his ability to either, sometimes you're going to see him drop the cube, but I do think, in a similar sense to how Sandy gets his stun, the Meeple gadget, where you can stun enemies and not let them move, is such a free way and just an extra asset for kind of getting those goal scoring opportunities, especially for a brawler that doesn't necessarily do a ton of damage. He's got so much utility.
Yeah, Meeple is a dangerous brawler at the moment. Just the Meeple's Mansion, whether you want to play that, or even the stun, if they play something a bit more aggressively, completely fine to be used as well. So we'll see if that's going to work out. But Ollie going to be on the Humble side as well. Really solid brawler. Like, it's just absolutely everywhere. Pretty much good against everything. There's not too many counters, there's a few, but like, he's got a decent amount of range for a tank. The ability to just hypnotize is just next to none in Brawl Ball because of the goal scoring ability that you have with it. So going to be very dangerous for reply totems to be playing up against this, and I like what Humble have got so far. I really do.
We don't have much of a sample size for Finks in the BSC, but I think one issue with this is if they wanted to be here on the left-hand side, sure, it can be good in terms of outranging Meeple, the damage that it does, but with the Finks super, it slows it down, and those single projectiles are just so easy to dodge. Fink has solid damage output if you're up close, so I don't think they're going to go with that, and instead they're going to go with Max, who is going to be their mid of choice, kind of the person that they want to charge up the teammates, get them more aggressive. But here comes the big shrimp, Hank the Tank, coming in here. Definitely an interesting draft, Trav. I feel like this right-hand side is very new age Brawl Stars. We have Ollie on the left-hand side, but Max a little flair of old, Carl something consistent, Ollie always around, but this right-hand side really going for something here.
Yeah, it's, as you say, very new brawlers coming in, and I don't mind it. I think both sides have got pretty good drafts overall here. Hank's really shown its value today. Worked out on many maps by a few teams playing it as well. So we'll see if Reply Totem can make that work, or if they'll continue kind of this bit of a slump that they've been in recently. Humble obviously want to get further and further through this bracket to try and guarantee themselves this Brawl Cup. But obviously they've got the Italians standing in their way first.
So they're going to cut off this mid, and the gadget of choice is going to be the Cube Castle. It's going to be Angel Boy going down on that right-hand side, so Semantic taking advantage. Now recharging all those health points. Mari rotating. Maru just hiding behind these walls. About half HP, trying to utilize that damage gear however he can. But right now it's Totem stuffed in their spawn.
Tough position to be in as well. Angel Boy burning down. Boss going to go in, clean up, completely hypnotize Maru in here as well. Possible overkill there from Semantic, having to use his super, but they're going to secure the goal nonetheless. And really nice stuff from Humble to get a nice early lead.
A little too easy. We need to see some fight coming out of Totem here. They can't lose their lane so early. Few supers going around. Angel Boy hasn't dropped his. Now he will. Boss charging in. A teleport away. Semantic waiting for him on that right-hand side. Maru trying to take advantage. Semantic, desperate super. Won't be enough. 6,000 health points. Is it enough? No! Humble stop him at the line.
Beamed by the Max and Carl there, brought solo, and honestly I thought he had that in the bag, but Angel Boy is going to throw down a super in the mid here, and Meeple's Mansion over the left-hand side as Semantic tries to push up, denied by Moore as he throws the super on the wall and shoots through it. Maru using the hypercharge now, making a connection onto, I believe, both Boss and Lukey there, but healthy enough to back up and stay in the fight and wait for Semantic to come back up to try gain some mid-control back.
Now everybody just buying a little time. Looking for as much utility. Semantic charges his super, goes in, gets the hypnosis, and Maru falls a victim and goes to his grave as well. 3v2 situation. Lukey trying to close out here. They're not pressing this ball too much. They know they've got time. If they just continue to play the damage numbers, get the frags necessary, they're going to be just fine.
Hypercharge across the way, getting a bit of speed up to Semantic as well. Wasn't the most necessary speed, but will give him a bit of an advantage here. Heat Ejector played on the right-hand side. A Hypnotize used by Semantic and actually successful on 2 of them. Leaves Angel Boy all alone against 3 members of Humble. A Phase Shift will tank some of the damage, and the ball will slide all the way in as Boss shoots from right to middle and secures the game for Humble.
This Humble composition is just got no flaw to me. I mean, especially when playing into this other side, right? They've got Carl, who's a dependable brawler. Max, who's always going to be around in the professional meta. I think it would take some serious nerfs to ever get rid of her. And the fact that she has a hypercharge that can charge other brawlers hypercharges, it speaks for itself. Ollie, one of the better brawlers in the game right now, I think gives them the health points. 12,100 on that right-hand side, has a hypnosis, has a gadget that can help get you extra gadgets. There's just so much going for him. And I feel like on this other end, it's a bit risky. I think it's safe to say they're underdogs, but they have the mechanics. So want to see things change up here a little bit for Totem. The strategy didn't work in game number 1.
Well, this is seeming to be the same as game number 1 here. Maury left all alone, and I don't think he's going to have a gadget in time to stop them. And honestly, I don't think that'd do too much anyway. But Humble starts strong again in game number 2 of Brawl Ball and get a nice early goal within 30 seconds.
I think they just struggled to get damage or kills here early. The Cube Castle going to be surrounding him, and now the tag's going through. Semantic shielding for his teammate, though, will keep Lukey up. Mari has the auto-aim available just due to the Brawler and how it's built. A nice tag there from Maru as well, but Boss sees that he can go forward. Ooh, goes down anyways. The Super connects as well. Maru, hypercharge for the extra speed. Once again, has about 6k HP and has an open net. And that's going to be the difference maker here. Tie game in our second.
Speed there, and this gadget used again by Maury, not catching anybody this time, but will place a super down to try and gain some shots and try get us another super back. Angel Boy in a tough position here against Semantic on the right-hand side, but just placed a super down, which should help him a little bit out in this matchup, because look how slow those shots move from Semantic. Burn onto Maru here from the Heat Ejector of Boss, and has the hypercharge ready to go, which might be putting them in a good position to just go aggressive and try and get a goal there. But nice gadget once more. Dash from Lukey, can't find anything, and Boss is still boxed in.
Mari and Maru with some clutch mechanics there. The Cube trapping Carl mid-hypercharge super, and then Maru executes on the right-hand side. And now it's Humble who have to play defense.
Another super being used, and that's going to slow down so many of those max shots. Semantic will go in and try and hypnotize, but completely get decimated by the super of Maru and a few shots of Angel Boy. They'll find this goal and equalize the score as it comes 1-1 in Brawl Ball.
That was great defense turned into good offense. And a little bit of a lucky break, I will say, on that opening goal. You saw that super, that one projectile, just cross-court the map, hits the other side. It's diagonal. If he was aiming that, that would have been one of the more impressive things I see, but heals himself up just enough to get that first one. The second one on the reset, they have just enough to get a good defense in there. The Cubes have been connecting. Look, Boss once again trapped here, and Maru has free reign in the middle with this Hank. Angel Boy had some good supers there as well, and now instead of it being a 3v1 Humble, it's different in game number 3. Maru goes forward, open net, and the slide not enough. Lukey's fast feet can't get there in time, so it's going to be a 1-0 lead for Totem.
Semantic super in hand, wants to try and get Maru under this hypnotize, and does, and just about as the super just misses. Super being used by Angel Boy again, and claiming some speed to his projectiles, but Maury, super in hand, not really going to get too much out of it here. And we do see Angel Boy go down as well. Lukey provides speed off spawn to Semantic, and another box comes through. Super on top of it as well, and that should be the demise of Boss, but doesn't go down just yet and leaves a bit of time. Semantic climbing on into this zone and not going to be able to hypnotize Maru all the way back into the hands of Lukey, and this is great kills coming through now, 3 against 1. But Boss comes back up and provides some help.
Mari has come alive in the second and third game, now piercing through the wall. Boss has to use a super, not for offense, for defense, just to get away. Semantic diving in, just trying to buy the team some time. Maru, 9,000 plus health points. Boss misses the connection, and they're just buying time. Bait out all that utility from Humble, and they're still pressed in their spawn.
Yeah, may have missed the connection, but it was required to try and defend that. Boss boxed in, and that should be a kill from Maru, but he actually misses the bubble onto him. A little super from Semantic onto Angel Boy gets him under the hypnotized mind control, but he does just narrowly survive, and another heat ejector will be missed by Boss, keeping Reply Totem in a dominant position, locking Humble in spawn. Hypercharge comes out now, and Semantic will go to the right-hand side with his super, hypnotize Maru, and should be able to bring him down, which makes it a 3v2, but Maru just stopping them in their tracks and pushing them back once more.
A little too much aggression for me coming out of Meeple there. I would have liked to see him back up a little bit alongside his teammate. Just too many HP for Semantic to deal with there. He's going to be trapped now. Mari does have a super available, will drop it, trying to get this free one here. Lukey diving forward. Oh, intercepted though. Now Maru with the breakaway. The extra hypercharge gets them there a little faster, but they know they have the 1-0 lead. They don't have to put this in quite yet.
Yeah, I imagine maybe Maru could have scored that, but 25 seconds left. There's no point in overextending. Now the heat ejector comes through, we might see. Oh, it's another beautiful play from Angel Boy. Keeps on getting those TPs back with turning back time. Nice Meeple's mansion there as well to stop him. Walls will be able to be shot through now, and Lukey trapped in 300 HP, and regardless of waiting, they still get the goal, they still get the game, and the set comes along with it.
Statement set coming out of a Reply Totem here. It's a team with a lot of question marks coming into this month. They're definitely underdogs, and it just hasn't been the same caliber of team that we saw at the World Finals last year, and now they're taking on Humble. In the first game, that was pretty dominant towards Humble's side, but Totem made great adjustments. Really liked what Meeple did in that second and third game. I think that was a huge reason why they ended up winning that set.
Meeple really was. Trev, you remember as well, we had the Brawl League this week going on in this region as well. Humble is playing in that, Reply Totem is not. So Humble is exercising this map quite often. They're training it so often, and they have learned that Meeple needs to be banned out. Meeple is just so oppressive with his Meeple's Mansion gadget. He just shot them down in their stride every single time Humble had an opportunity to walk up the map. Max tried a couple of times. Luki did a phenomenal job at that, but she was just stopped immediately thanks to one of those gadgets. All in all, Reply Totem had a pretty good draft. They knew exactly how to play it as well. I really liked as well Angel Boy and Maru on Finks and Hank. It just looked so decent. Not the Reply Totem that we've seen last month, Kenny.
Definitely, this seems like a new squad. I really like this overall. I feel like everybody kind of doing their part for Totem. Very well-rounded organization and roster, and I feel like the Finks Supers were slowing things down. Several kills got stopped because it's an easy dodge. Meeple was just piecing people up. I mean, boxing everyone in. They couldn't move. They stopped Carl Supers, hypercharges, the ultimate purple button eliminator, and that's a huge deal. It's the best value you can get out of any brawler is that purple button. So if you're burning one of those a game from an enemy side, that is a huge swing of momentum for you.
I will say as well, just to kind of tie it off, how well Angel Boy was playing on that Finks. The amount of times he turned back that clock and just TP'd away from that super coming in from Semantic, which is so nasty. So good from Reply Totem, and played that impeccably. Bridge Too Far will be up next on the heist, though. So a bit more of a long-range map should allow kind of a bit more of a slow game for Humble rather than that fast-paced instant entries that they were having to do in the last.
Heading into the second draft now, we did see the return of Bo into the meta, especially on Bridge Too Far. Just very impressive on one of the lanes. You send him down there, he can put his mines down on the lane or on the save and get some more damage in at that. We see a lot of Piper. Usually she's still left open. Lola, one of the most picked up brawlers on Bridge Too Far right now, banned out together with her best counterparts. Belle is also out of the way. Melody, one of those brawlers with a lot of damage potential, still open, as well as Colt, for example. Carl also still left open. There's a lot of damage dealers still in the game here, Kenny.
Angelo and Eve are who I'm keeping my eye out for now. Melody was somebody that I 100% was kind of expecting after escaping the ban stage. Just does too much damage. The hypercharge is absolutely nuts. Don't mind either of those brawlers, but a lot of times people are looking for those brawlers that float over water. Obviously, Juju out of the equation here in that ban stage, but a couple of those that I just mentioned are going to be in that, and Angelo is going to be that choice for them.
Good shout from Humble then as well. As you said, nice to have things that be able to float over the water and rotate lanes as quick as that if they need to, rather than having to pivot all the way around. But 8-bit will come in, and that will be one slow brawler. Reply Totem might be able to take advantage of, but it's going to deal so much damage if you let it get on safe. If that boosted booster's there, it can do so much. It's a dangerous thing in terms of DPS, but getting it there that is the big issue for Humble. I'm sure they've got a plan for that, though, maybe later on into the draft, but as for now, Reply Totem will be coming in with their next picks to add to the Melody that they already have, and that is already a big damage dealer. It's so easy to be able to navigate that brawler up the map as well. They're going to go with the Eve, and I like that. It's another one of those brawlers that can just float over the water and rotate easily.
And this is a hard map to rotate on as well. Curious if Daryl maybe comes out here as something tanky. They do have the Melody, which is aggressive. Eve is more of a control brawler, not necessarily going to be the kind of brawler that's going to get you a ton of high save damage. That's what they're looking towards for Melody, but I do feel like they could probably benefit from a little bit more. I'm going to throw out Lily in the equation as well. I know it's been a popular brawler this weekend, a little more so than ever, but I do think on this map in particular, it's showing up quite a bit, not just for Humble in particular, but in this region is a sneaky last pick. If they like the matchups, they go for it. It does a ton of damage. Once it gets in the high safe, it's lethal. It's something in North America I've seen. Don't know if that's necessarily the pick here for Humble, but I think it's an option.
Yeah, the Piper is something that Angel Boy champions very well, and it will be a dangerous thing for Humble to be looking at when you've got the slow 8-bit as well. Lily comes rolling on in then, and that is the more aggressive portion of Humble's composition, as they kind of did need it to be able to match what Melody's going to bring to the table. You need that kind of risk-reward thought going on in Reply Totem's head, because if you don't have something aggressive, they know that the Melody can just go and you're not going to be able to match that damage anywhere near. Don't get me wrong, it's not going to match the damage alone, but with some help from the 8-bit, it might be just about enough.
So Lily is going to be that final selection, the X factor for that side. Piper is a good blend of distance, damage, something that you definitely need, and a little bit of control in there too. Semantic guns right for the middle and is going to disappear right in front of their eyes. Maru knows this. He's going to pop out. Good dodges out of Semantic. Not enough taps there. He's going to buy time for Boss to get to the other end. Even with Lily going down, they're still getting a good value there.
Yeah, only a couple of lasers go towards the safe, and Angel Boy's going to get more than that with only 77 remaining on Humble's side. Luki gets a nice shot into Maru, pivots over to his left-hand lane where he faces off head-to-head against the Piper, and now chooses to take some shots at the safe, add some damage. Semantic trying to get some work done, will be forced to use another gadget, and Angel Boy should be cleaned up by Boss, and that's a boosted booster right there, and that should be big damage.
Melody is the main brawler that they want to take down, because once she's eliminated, it's a lot harder for them to get damage. Like I mentioned, Eve is more of a control brawler. Piper can certainly put in work, especially from a distance. And I think this is a good call going Piper in the sense that if they can get these wall breaks going, if Piper is tapping, they eliminate the grass, less room for Lily to work with. That's going to be a huge key for them. If they can keep an eye on Lily, they can keep things under control.
Auto aimer comes in for Mori to keep them out the back, and Luki will get that hypercharged Eve down, but not really going to be doing too much as those spawnables were still on the way, but prevented more from coming at least. Just about even now as Reply Totem had a few more shots to the safe. Angel Boy hasn't been able to have that same breakaway as he did early on, might be able to get it done now and just pick up one, but quickly cleaned up by Boss in return. Semantic choosing to just go up and drag in Maru and Mori back, which might open a bit of room for his team to get some work done.
And he buys them a lead now, too. First time Humble have finally extended a little bit here. Maru going down, and now Boss right-hand end. All of those Eve spawners are going to take it down, but so much pressure being applied. Luki up in their faces. Boss from the distance, raining in shots, and now Semantic lurking. Angel Boy just has to use all of his dashes to advance up the map. They're there on defense. Semantic disappears, and alongside that, going to be looking a lot tougher for them to get this done. Just a few more percentage points. 1 to be exact is all it's going to need to tap up the safe.
I mean, it was a huge, huge beam from Boss, and he's looking to try and get it again. Just finds one little bullet around the side of the Piper, and that's going to secure this game for Humble. Same as last time, Humble with a good start in terms of the set, but the question is, can Reply Tone bounce back like they did in the last?
Seemed like there was a lot of discussion there going down the draft. Semantic seemed very passionate. You're seeing on his face now. I mean, I don't think this is an easy one to pull off for him. His mechanics there were really good. You saw the fancy footwork coming out early on, had some good dodges throughout that set, doing his best, especially as these grass and walls go down. It gets harder and harder. He's going to beeline it straight for this safe, not worry about a thing other than getting that 6% damage. Now Boss has this right-hand side. Angel Boy, Maru, multitasking. Luki focusing the X factor for that other end. Angel Boy is the key brawler. If they can take him down, it is so much harder for them to play this objective.
Yeah, Maru forced to jump, and Semantic will actually clean him up as well. Really nice from him. And Angel Boy bouncing out the spawn again with the super. Boss will play a very defensive turret, which could have been better used up the map now, but did clean up the defense really, really nicely there. Shouldn't just try and move up. Eve spawners will be coming out. And Luki just playing this quite slowly. We see a little bit of a trade there over the left-hand side as Semantic and Maru take each other out. But Boss still just playing slow, knows the Piper's going to beat him if he moves up too far, so just waiting for assistance from Semantic, his teammate, and eventually it'll arrive.
Now it disappeared for Semantic, sneaking up. I don't know if they know this. Mori goes down, doesn't even have enough time to pop super. Semantic has another one, goes for 2. Luki, Boss, now focused on this high safe, damage pouring in, and well over 30% being done, and they're extending that lead.
I mean, this booster just stayed up for so long. They were tanking it, taking turns, healing up, doing so well. And it's still 100% on the Humble safe as well, as 37 remains on the Reply Totem side. Semantic trying to do more of the same again, and might catch Mori off guard once more. Will get the kill as he lands as the super connects, and Angel Boy is the next one to fall. Boss still adding damage to the safe, as well as Semantic, who brings it to 10, 7, and just about defended, but I'm not sure how long it'll last.
Angel Boy doing his darn best, popping a shield, but Boss there to focus him. Boss just has so many health points. Traditionally in Brawl Stars, 8-bit loves a matchup against somebody like Piper, because even with as much damage as Piper does, it's going to take several shots and a lot of reload, and Luki going and gets the poison, trickles down, Humble to perfection. That second game was unbelievable, and now they will tie things up.
Yeah, the piercing damage of Semantic at the end just closed it out. Brings it to 1-1. And honestly, Humble started so strong in set 1. I feel like they are the more dominant force, as the first set was closer than the second. Humble looking very, very good at the moment in that one. Especially that second game looked as convincing as ever for the side of Humble. Reply Totem, bit of push back in game 1, but in the second they only had like 4% total done.
It was a very close one still. Humble takes it 2-0 in the end. I loved the Lily pick as last pick. It was a bit of a surprise to us and probably also to Reply Totem, and Symantec really made her work. Also something I want to point out here, Luki, just put this man on any long-range brawler and his team is going to win most likely, Kenny.
Angelo is one of those brawlers he's so good with, and it rewards your accuracy. If you can knock those arrows, so good. And I feel like it's a brawler that maybe a more casual player base often forget about, but it's so dynamic. It's got speed, it's got the long range. That's a reason it's going to show up here as well. Not only because it can traverse over water, but I think it's just in an excellent spot for some of these heist maps, for knockout, for bounty. So if you're a rank grinder at home, please keep this brawler in mind.
This is the thing, right? Like, Boss, you know, we're looking at Symantec, we're looking at Luki as the ones who got the kills and got the damage on save, but Boss was raining down on the opponents, raining down on save so much, and his turret was kind of the main reason they got so much damage so early on in that second game. So really nice stuff from all members of Humble, doing everything that needed to be done to get this win and get the set back.
So Humble managed to even out the score for now. We'll see if they can also take the lead now. It would be the first time today. They don't want to drop out of the quarterfinals immediately. Last month, it only was enough to make it to the semi-finals. Then they dropped out, and in order for them to still make it to Dallas, to the Brawl Cup, they need to make it to the grand finals today.
And Totem are in a spot too where they could really use a win. The leaderboard not treating them well so far this year. We've got 7 spots in EMEA, and it feels like it's going to be a battle to the very end. And going into halftime for the year for the regular season before this Brawl Cup, obviously they don't have a chance. But they could certainly play spoiler. They could get a nice win here, elevate themselves up this leaderboard, and also knock Humble down. This could be a big marquee victory for their season if they were somehow able to find a way. And they're certainly in this. Obviously, set 2, not very convincing if you're a Reply Totem fan, but set number 1 showed promise. Band stage comes through, a few that are very normal for me, Sunny, Lumi, Jean. That's some things that I expect. But now that we see this bands come through, Gray one that I'm keeping my eye on, because normally it's going to be entering that stage.
Huh, you're expecting a Lumi ban at this point? Oh, that's so interesting, Kenny. Yes, of course.
I know.
Lumi's going to be banned out again. So far, we haven't seen her a single time yesterday as well. First pick here for the side of Reply Totem. What is still open, what I love on any bounty map really, is Carl. At the moment, he's just so strong thanks to his heat ejector gadget. With the flying hook, you usually can get the blue star, so both options are valid. They're going to go with the Hank again instead. A brawler that has been banned out the most of times in every single region, also here in EMEA, and picked up quite a lot also yesterday. So I think Hank definitely still in a very good spot, even though the balance changes have hurt him a little bit. Now he's not ban-worthy anymore, but he's still good enough to pick up first here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, the Hank it's just very solid brawler, and it worked for Reply Totem in set 1 as well, so I'm not surprised to see them picking it up on a fairly more closed-off map. It's played so differently to how it used to be in terms of you know, layer cake. It used to be just long range, a Brock, a Piper, and maybe a Tick thrown in there as well, and you'd get some break here and there and play at a bit of range, but so differently now. A lot more aggression coming in. Ash can be one of the brawlers that rolls on through the Humble side along with the Squeak, so a couple of good picks, and aggressive Ash should do pretty well into that Hank, but can also be punished by the next 2 picks of Reply Totem. And I'm honestly surprised that, as you said, that Carl pick hasn't come through yet. It's a very good brawler. The heat ejector, the flying hook, whatever you want to use, whether you want to get the blue star, whether you want to kind of play it a bit slower, whichever gadget you pick can be very good in bounty. Right? So many different ways of playing it. Max going to roll on along for Reply Totem, then pair it with the Hank, and you get a good mobile high health unit.
I think the Carl's a good shout from you, especially now that we've got the spawners coming through for Ash. Squeak's a bit squishy, not the healthiest brawler in the world, so up close, obviously you can tear through an opponent with that tailspin. A brawler that I listened to Symantec talk about was Squeak, and I think this is one that people have had controversy over. I really like where Squeak is at. We talked about this a bit in East Asia yesterday. It didn't show up a ton. I think it's circumstantial. I don't think it's some top 5 brawler in the game necessarily, but the new gadget change, so good. If you hit your first shot with the gadget, the longer range one, the one that has a 14-second cooldown, 4k damage immediately, and every successful shot after speeds up the process with Squeak doing damage. So I do like it. It's good area control, but this Barley Max combo is kind of nice. I mean, this is a very traditional one for Totem. They love playing this Max Brawler over the years. It's been very successful for them. Now they have a thrower that can lob shots over the walls, and sure, it's going to be squishy into something like an Ash, but it will deter him. They can use these indestructible walls to their advantage. I like having a thrower in general on this map.
Well, the Angelo's going to come as the last pick for Humble then, and yeah, they do seem to have a bit of a lack of, as you mentioned, a thrower. Thrower's going to be extremely solid. I wouldn't have said Barley was kind of my go-to throw on this map, to be fair, though, but Juju being banned now would be the kind of main one, so I don't mind either of the comps, to be honest. I think both can work in their own ways, but I like the way that this Ashe is going to be able to aggress the Hank pretty successfully. Just going to be very cautious of this thrower doing a lot of work.
Barley is somebody that I think could be a good surprise pick, though. The good control. Somebody that I think comes after Juju in the order of operations, but obviously, like you mentioned, with Juju banned, can't make a lot of sense. Shown up a good bit today. Hank, one of the most picked brawlers, tied for second in our East Asia region yesterday, and I imagine his stats will be pretty high after what we've seen today. Lukey going for a piercing shot, no connection there. That'll be a good way to try and handle Barley a little bit better.
Yeah, the Rage already maxed out for Semantic, which means he gets a bit more pace to try and run down these players on the side of Reply Totem. Good shots coming in from Angel Boy, wonderful pinch, and Mario will get the finish. Angel Boy can't quite phase shift through that squeak shot, so we'll bring a couple of stars back, but thanks to the blue the Reply Totem got in the early game, they will be up 3-2. Still, a big hit came in from the squeak, but a Herbal Tonic will heal up more nicely.
The cross-court snipes have to be something we watch out for. You can make some flashy plays with Squeak now with this gadget, and it only takes, like I said, 14 seconds. So they can cycle things out rather quickly. Semantic looking to try and secure a kill. Maru now charging up a super, partially due to the tags, and also that tank trait is going to activate it now. The trickling damage may have killed him there, so I think that was good timing.
Yeah, nice work to kind of use that super, and we did see another gadget coming in from the Barley to try to keep him alive as well, and was so low. The burn down damage surely would have him, but Lukey goes from the piercing blow and doesn't really get it. Mori solo in that back left-hand corner in a very tough position, but Boss starting to push forwards. Another gadget being used, pushing them back into spawn. Angel Boy will phase shift out of 2 of those squeak shots, and a good move from him to maintain the lead for Totem.
Totem have been fighting demons. I mean, they'd use a last call just to push the Ashe back a smidge, so they had some breathing room. Lukey tapping right-hand side. We talked about it earlier, and Sonny mentioned it. This is one of his most iconic brawlers on those sharpshooters. He is such a problem, and that is no exception here in this set.
Good snipe, though, from the hypercharge of... just about gets that shot in now over to the left-hand side. Mori burning, but does survive thanks to a few shots that he used. Lukey goes down as well, and Reply Totem looking to extend this lead more. Semantic coming in from the left-hand side, pinched by Boss. Boss can't find the shots onto the Barley. He does get 1, can't get 2, and all of those Ashe pets with the hypercharge won't be enough to take out Maru, and that's going to be a Reply Totem game, and they played it so well.
Really good for them, especially considering how much pressure they were facing that entire game. Coming into this, Totem looked like to be in pretty good brawl shape. I just feel like, unfortunately, they were playing Team Humble, which is why I think a lot of people are predicting our previous world champions, but I want to say there's a real chance that Totem can cause a ruckus. A long way to go. This set 3 matters a lot, though, and the fact that they've taken advantage of it, trying to end this a little bit earlier. They would hate to see a set 5. You never want to be placing previous world champions for a clutch moment.
Yeah, and I will say it'd be a big ruckus as well, all things considered. This is such a big moment for Humble to try and get to this Brawl Cup. A lot of stuff went down, and it's 5-2 in favour of Reply Totems. We saw a few trades here and there, and it was another shot that Angel Boy couldn't phase shift through. Super to the left-hand side there, and Barley will get hit by only one of those squeak super parts, so it doesn't actually go down. Another shot from Lukey will connect onto Maru, but not enough to bring him to his knees.
Totem once again more towards the back of the map, and now they're finally starting to walk it forward a little bit. Lukey playing the range. Semantic needs to charge up this rage a little bit, get close, needs some extra speed, but Mario just able to hide behind these indestructible walls. He's beefy, he has a shot that can go around. It's like a thrower, but he's got a 10,000 plus HP.
Semantic still just trying to run down Mario in this 1v1. Gadget was popped, and Semantic did try and bait that out purposefully. Shots coming through. Angel Boy will get hit by the burning shot as well. Lukey trying to get a pinch in. Mori falls low, and he will go down too. That's going to be the lead flipped as we see 2 members of Reply Totem fall down. Angel Boy was one of them, Mori the other. And it's Humble in the lead, which means Reply Totem, for the first time in this set, has to push forwards.
That was a fantastic display there. Lukey with the hypercharge. Semantic there to assist. He actually won't go down. That would have been a nice swing of momentum. But Totem, unfortunately, are now facing a 3-star deficit.
Yeah, huge swing in the hands of Humble now, and Maru tries to push forwards. Gets a good snipe onto 2 of them, I believe, there with the super, and some heals along with it as well. Boss, hypercharge available, might be worth throwing it down mid, but chooses to wait for a more opportune moment. Now the super comes in, hypercharge from Maru on his own as well. Squeak super went out with the hypercharge also. Semantic goes down, Blue Star's the only thing changing this game at the moment. Angel Boy pushing in, might be able to get Lukey here, but Semantic's going to push forwards. Boss will get Mori down, Maru still pushing, gets the kill, but gets traded instantly. Good kill coming in, and Angel Boy can't do it alone, so accepts defeat. as Humble only win by 2 in the end.
Woo! They held on. Now it's 1-1 in set 3. Very important one for both these teams. Totem without a chance to go to Brawl Cup, but Humble with a devastating loss here would not be able to represent this region. Feels like an insane thought. The possible world champions of our previous year not even making it to the midseason, not having won a single grand finals to date this year, and now we're almost to halftime of the season. It's time for Humble to wake up and keep this train rolling.
Yeah, well, such a close game here, and I don't know if anybody really thought Reply Totem were going to put up this much of a fight, considering the kind of form they've been in over the past couple of months in comparison to Humble. Good shots coming out now, and Angel Boy will get hit by that squeak blow. Boss tries to find a few shots around the side, but can't get anywhere near Mori whilst he's just sat in this kind of real tight pocket in this left-hand side.
Lukey just holding on to this mid, using the grass to his advantage. Blue Star resting with Angel Boy. Lukey with a couple taps. This man is just knocking down arrow after arrow. Huge reason for their win in the last game as well. The pinch that came through that swung 5 stars their way and gave them all the boss, including that blue one. And now he's hitting shots once again. Phase shift, not timed well enough to dodge both of those. Still going to take some heat. For now, it's a 1-star lead, but boss is tapping. These shots keep going through. Now a piercing one as well. Poison trickling in. Mari feeling the pressure. Angel Boy just trying to defend for his teammates, but he has the blue star. He can't afford to go down. It's going to be close, but he's going to survive with 250.
Just, and Lukey's going to use another super, pinching down Mori here, not charging up those shots, just using them quick, trying to get the poison going. And Maru still surviving. Back in this left-hand side, Angel Boy moved over to face off against Semantic, and Maru should be able to clean up these quite quickly. Angel Boy goes forward, very risky to phase shift into the Humble opposition, but does do it anyway and survives. 1 star still separates them with only 30 seconds on the clock.
No kills going down yet. Maru, hypercharge available, flashing that super. And it's going to be a turtling attempt here from Totem with 20 on the clock. They're going to drop the herbal tonic. They're going to try and play this back line and not give up this blue star.
Yeah, boss hit there as well. Tough for him. Now Semantic has to kind of make a move. Hypercharge being used by pretty much everyone at this point. You hear so many of them going down. Maru really low, and there's the hypercharge by the Ash. Not finding anything just yet. Boss tried to get it, but Luke will find the snipe. 2 seconds left, and Justin narrows. Oh no, he gets it last second. Totem swing it with a kill onto the squeak. And Angel Boy out of his seat celebrating the set win.
Oh, what a buzzer beater. I mean, that might have been 0.5 seconds on the clock, Trav. That 1 second marker was disappearing on us. Max gets the last second blow, takes that blue star after Humble grabbed a couple kills. It was looking so good for them, but Squeak had to commit to that push. They needed the kills, and unfortunately, too low of HP. Just a couple phase shift blasts take him down. Oh my goodness.
I almost fell off my chair. Honestly, this match was crazy. The second round was already so... It came down to the last 0.5 seconds. As you said, Kenny, what a match here. Just really a back and forth. Totem thought they already had it. One of them falls. Then from two players fall. It's just really a phenomenal match here. Humble and Reply Totem. Honestly, they make it a lot closer than what we expected here. We thought Humble should take that one, but Reply Totems are the ones that are one up now. It's 2-1 overall here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, so close, and the closing seconds of pretty much both of the games have been pretty electric. This one was only separated by 2 stars, and then this one here, you see them get the kill onto the Barley, but the lingering shots and a turnaround for Angel Boy as he just about finds the kill, and you can see Angel Boy jumping out of his seat, so happy about managing to get that. And you have to be at this point. You have to, take all the wins you can get the second set on the board, and you've got to be happy about beating the current world champions, and especially, they're going to be wanting to get through this bracket, get some points on the board, because they are lacking behind overall this year.
Humble are known, though, to keep a good mental still. Keep in mind here, in the qualifiers, they almost got knocked down to the loser bracket by Team Heretics. They were 2-0 down and then made a reverse sweep with Team Heretics, which, yeah, is quite an impressive statement, I believe. So even though they're now 1 down, I feel like their mental is still just as high, their motivation is there. And as far as I know, Semantic, he's still going to think, yeah, that's okay, guys. We're still winning this one. We're just trying to make it a bit interesting,
Nothing but a man of content, and I can respect that. Good grind there, but to your point, they've been in some tough situations. I mean, obviously, it takes a huge mentality to become world champions, to go through this region every single month. They only won 1 grand finals of 5 last year, and they still found a way to be the best team on the planet. This is a team they can never count out. I do feel like Totem are finding something, though. We've had a couple good drafts. We had a close call. Obviously, that one was a coin toss, as much of a coin toss as we could have possibly ever fathomed. Those are the moments that haunt you. Humble have to put it behind them in this set 4.
We're heading into our 4th draft here for this. Totem could close it all out here, and we talked about it so often before, how good Janet is on gem grab. Still, even though she got beat a bit by the lost balance changes, Ollie and Buster are out of the way here. 2 of the best tanks are not in play anymore. We still have Ash, for example. Hank has made some good plays today, and Reply Totem has quite liked this brawler. They have won twice with Hank already. You feel like they're gonna pick it up again here, Trev?
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid possibility. I think it can be pretty good on this map too, but they do choose to go for Carl first. It's just one of the best at the moment. The versatility, as I've mentioned a few times, is kind of next to none at the moment. But yeah, the Janet as a first pick, it's definitely fallen off a little bit, not picked anywhere near as much as it was before. That hypercharged charge rate got not nerfed into the ground, but nerfed a fair amount. So a lot more difficult to get that, and that was the main ability people were making that was making it real good. So we'll see what Reply Totem's second pick will be very, very shortly, and it's going to be the Gene playing through mid. Feels like the Gene Carl has been 2 brawlers that were paired together for a while, but usually with the Max or something like that as another. But I'm extremely doubtful that'll be pulling through.
With Janet out of the way, Gene is 100% what I was expecting from this roster. You see the Mr. P in there as well, and clearly that's something that they wanted. I think that's a good mid for them. Somebody that can do a scouting report, and Carl, a great brawler alongside it.
Yeah, well, Humble back in with another pick. Second is here now. As the timer hits 0, it's going to be the Hank, and it's something that they've managed to pick up rather than Reply Totem. You'd expect that to be one of the earlier ones, and especially because it's been working so well for Reply Totem. The Janet Hank, really good 2 picks that should be doing very well for Humble. But I'm not kind of writing Reply Totem out. They do have 2 good shouts of their own, and the Gene can flip a game on its head in seconds. So something that Humble have to be very cautious of, and that's why Janet's so good as well. Just being able to fly away and stay in the air in those kind of questionable moments.
Sonny shouted it out, but yeah, Hank's just showing up a lot in this region, particularly for this team on this map. Buzz is somebody that has gone back and forth, swinging in and out of this meta, and on this map in particular, I think people like it for the visibility that he can also bring to the table, and that's a huge factor here on Hard Rock Mine, Double Swoosh, a lot of our gym grab maps. You need to be able to see the enemies. Janet can do that. Gene, obviously, with the poke damage, can really show where teams are. Oh, and a Shelly is their pick to respond. So Humble gets beefy, they go Hank, they go Buzz. Up in the face of a shotgun, though. Both of those brawlers crumble.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wild, wild pick, and such an out there one for Reply Totem, but can work, and don't get me wrong, has worked in multiple competitions. Shelly, when pulled out, they know it's going to work, that's the thing, or it should, because it's such a risky pick to take. You have to be 100% sure that you're capable and that it can still work into the opponent's draft. So, I've got full faith in Reply Totem. I think it's going to be a bit of a risky play, but I'm sure it'll pull through.
World champions trying to book a ticket to Dallas, and they're still 2 sets away from even having a chance at that. Job is not done. Totem trying to swing their season here, and for now all the gyms swinging towards Humble's side. A dive in from Lukey, grapples up the map, makes a connection, and it will be a takedown. Maru lingering. They need to handle this brawler rather quickly because he's got a shotgun lurking in those bushes, and they will. Now a 4th gym for Humble, and they will extend their lead.
Yeah, good to get him out of that position there, and Semantic will get his super off being hit quite a lot, and that's going to be a good wall break and also the good kill for Reply Totem. Slightly now for Humble as they double the gems that Reply Totem have, but it's only 4-2, so nothing too devastating just yet for Reply Totem. The heat ejector has been selected, but not used yet, and eventually uses it, and Lukey will walk onto it, and Angel Boy just using the super to retreat and get away whilst Lukey continues to burn down. Does go down, but the drop the base, reset the healing, and stopped him from getting away himself.
Tough interaction from Carl, burned a gadget, burned a super, and none of it really equating to too much. I mean, Lukey does go down, but still able to hold on to those gems. Thankfully, the teammates still present, goes for the pull. Ooh, nasty work coming out of Mari. Perfect kill when they needed it most.
Yeah, I mean, that is incredible for him as well. Beautiful pull into kind of 3 players, and could have been a bit of a risk, but did pay off in the end. Just quite easy to pull anybody into a Shelly, so nice stuff from Totem. Gems are pretty much even now as the 7th spawns on the Reply Totem side, but Lukey will go in, uses a super of his own, hypercharge along with it to be able to get into those backlines. Can't get out quite yet as the Shelly will deny that. Angel Boy trying to get the shot in, and he hasn't actually gone down yet. Angel Boy will come flying in. Semantic should be able to pick up Maru, and a hypercharge from himself as well will keep this going as he has 2 gems on his head.
And with 10 seconds, Boss has 8 of those gems. Can just fly away in the final moment, so it doesn't super matter. It's a dodge shot. Semantics really the brawler that they have to focus. Have a super available. Not quite enough. Shotgun goes through. No hold on there. It was a close call, but Humble doing good work.
Yeah, the slow puts them in a really tough position there when the Carl's coming through, able to slice through both of them, and damage from the Shelly to follow as well. Made it very close at the end, but Humble did manage to hang on, not just going down to the reply totem kind of momentum that they're going to have been bringing in from that past set. Humble still in a pretty strong position on this mode, and so far the Shelly's not been doing bad, but nothing too special I've seen.
Semantic taking down this right-hand end. It's going to be Shelly left. A brawler to keep your eye on. Can handle those tanks a little bit better than most. A miss out of Lukey. A gadget in the mid for Boss. Just trying to put a little more suppressive firepower down to keep them away. But Totem get the kill. Now Maru aggressing. Smells blood in the water. Lukey falls as well, and Boss is going to have to retreat.
Lukey does die, but will be coming back pretty shortly. Good positioning now from Reply Totem, as Angel Boy can just use this super. Tries to get a couple of hits, but Lukey gets the super onto the wall and gets the trade. Good kill from him in that position. We'll be able to get up and back into his portion of the map a lot easier now. Semantic moving forwards, and a pull available for more. He gets hit by the bubble though, and a snipe comes through, narrowly missing, and the bubble not going to find the connection either. But here's Lukey into the back lines, gets 1, gets 2, cleans them both up, and that's 8, make it 9 in the hands of Humble after that masterful play.
Buzz has been a fantastic answer into this Carl, stunning him out of tailspins, supers, hypercharges. Oh, but Semantic falls. So they had the gym count, gonna have to be a reset. That's a good cleanup right there. Lukey has 3 on his head. Normally he wants to be an aggressive brawler. He's gonna have to play this one very carefully though. Boss with a super as well. So those 7 gyms are protected unless there is a huge blunder. But Lukey is one they have to pay attention to. Right hand side, Mari, hypercharge, has a pull available. Just trying to encroach and can't get close enough. Lukey with 3 survives. Beautiful execution coming out of Humble, and another set 5 for the day.
I think this is kind of the expected set number 5, to be honest with you. These teams really close in skill. Reply Totem haven't been on top of the game at the moment and seem to let that one slip a little bit. The Shelly may have been a little bit too risky. I said you kind of only play a Shelly when you know it's going to work, and it didn't seem to work that much. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't bad. It had good matchups against the Buzz, but the Hank was just kind of staying out away, peppering it down bit by bit with the bubbles and maneuvering around the walls really well.
Hank really is special today. He's winning every single round so far. Now it's on the side of Humble, and they win with it as well. Shelly is kind of a totem special. They make her work usually. Not today though. 0 kills here on Marver. Doesn't look too well. I feel like it was a good idea into Semantics Hank here. Maybe not the best of range though. Maybe they could have picked something like a Chester. I don't know if he was open. Even a Maisie maybe. Just something with a bit more range to deal with Hank here. Angel Boy still did so much work on that crawl. It just wasn't enough still though. Yeah, Humble, as I mentioned before, their mental is still up, even though they just come out of a loss in the previous set. They're just looking forward to the next one without thinking about what just happened before, Kenny.
That was a huge exhale out of Semantic there, too. I mean, I know they feel this pressure. They want this one bad. They're trying to defend a world championship after all, so going to Dallas, getting that experience, seeing how they stack up mid-season against the rest of the world is a huge benefit for any team. It's experience. And heck, it's extra cheddar on the line. There's a lot going for them here. So this is a big pressure match against an historic team in this duo. Maru, Mari, and Angel Boy has been such a mechanical player for these past several years. He just hasn't had that breakaway, hasn't had that big moment in the playoffs that we've kind of anticipating out of his skill level. I feel like there's so much potential with this guy. Is today one of those legacy builders?
Seems like that might be the case. We'll see if they can get this in set number 5 and kind of just absolutely decimate Humble's hopes of the Brawl Cup. Reply Totem in a good position to be the spoiler to what Humble wanted to do in today's monthly final. Bans are there, and it's going to be the Buster, the Pearl, and the Kit. We see the Angelo, Lumi, no surprise there, and the Max from the other side of Reply Totem.
It's set number 5, one team still playing for their Brawl Cup slot in Dallas, the other team just playing for honor and glory, making it to the monthly finals for the second time here. Reply Totem has a lot to prove. First pick going towards Humble here. This is the map where you usually want to break up the mid, or you pick something that can go through the left-hand side lane over the water. Eve would still be an option here as well as Juju and Jade. Angela is banned out of the way here. Makes so much sense. If I was Reply Totem, I wouldn't have left Angela open for Lukey as well. And the picks are just coming in here pretty quickly, Trev. With a Squeaker, we have a Bow on the side of Reply Totem. What do you think of that?
Flying through the draft, I mean, the bow, I just feel like I question the bow too much. I don't know if it's just I don't like the brawler, but I feel like I'm the wrong person to ask about this, because I'm going to say I don't really think it's that great, at least. That might just be my dislike of it, but the squeak, I love the squeak here. That kind of sniping gadget that we were able to use, and we saw it used a few times by Boss, I believe it was, in that bounty set. It's so good to be able to just finish off some kills that your longer range brawlers have managed to get low. Byron comes back in for the Humble side, and they will have another follow-up pick as well, but it seems like we've got a lot of range, or just normal range kind of from this Humble side in comparison to the Reply Totem, who are going to have that sniping squeak gadget, but Bo might not be able to find too many shots early game.
We see Byron, which means they may go beefy. I'm thinking Daryl could be an option for this left-hand side here if they wanted to get close to Squeak, have a passive charge of that. We'll see what that ends up being. I don't think they go long range without a little extra tank. Ollie also in that mix too. I think that's a good call. The fact that he escapes the ban stage does mean that he's eligible. So they have Gene, constant poke damage, and in that grass on the other end, there's not, it's out in the open, but there is a little bit of cover. And that tiny little grassy section, that little strip of area is something that Gene can just constantly poke at, and you will always have vision on the enemy side. I'm curious what Bo is doing here. I wonder if it's a vision thing. We've seen this in North America a little bit, and he's not a nobody anymore. I mean, he does show up from time to time. He's by no means frequently picked. Not at the top of my list necessarily. I just feel like he has something to prove right now. Not that Bo as an individual brawler has some vendetta here, but you know what I mean. We haven't seen great results from this guy in the past, I don't know, it's been a while. Other than Snake Prairie Merchant, I don't really know what this guy has brought to the table in terms of the BSC. Here comes Hank once again, though. I think this is really interesting. I mean, again, we've seen this before in today, but right-hand side, very new age Brawl Stars, left-hand side, dependable, going with Ollie, who's a great brawler. Two different strategies clashing here, Trav.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, I feel. It's going to be a very tough one for Reply Totem. Humble, pretty well-rounded composition here. Ollie, dangerous, so much range from the other two as well, and Bo and Squeak can't really match it. Obviously, Angel Boy's not bringing too much range, and Ollie is one of the better brawlers in the game at the moment. Angel Boy's going to be very good if they can manage to get them pinned in the spawn. But if they just manage to pepper him down or get a pull in, then it's going to be quite dangerous for this side.
Byron's trickling damage, also a good way to gain vision, so a couple taps there, and Maru is going to have to recover. Mari's still holding on to this left-hand in. Luki, not going to be the best at grabbing those kills, but he will certainly be contributing. Semantic already with the super, Boss just buying time. They're going to have to drop this for a little extra supercharge in the back lines as Bo, Squeak, and now Angel Boy on this Hank are pushed away. They're just going to have to hide behind this Indestructible.
Yeah, well, Splash ready to go for Semantic. Actually going to be the slowing here. Coming out from the Squeak rather than the Snipe, but we'll see if that makes it good or makes it useful, or should have maybe run in the other one. Boss going to get that super totem down. Maru gets the tap and a pull onto Angel Boy as well. He's pretty healthy still, but a hypnotize from Boss, and we see the burn down damage making a big effect. He's just going to head straight into the gas. Maori doesn't fancy the 3v1 or feeding supers.
A lot of interesting gadget calls here. So off the rip, Squeak is going to be looking to drop his. It's going to slow down enemies, kind of create a choke point a little bit. Boss, on the other hand, I'll keep an eye on it again. It looked like he might be running the other one there. There's the super. Normally you'd see a gadget come out here to go for the extra hypnosis and dodge, but I think he may have been going for the alternate gadget.
Yeah, Boss just got absolutely bombed there by the Squeak super, but the super back into the hands of Semantic, and the shield along with it kept him in a pretty good position to survive. Maru getting tapped again, another one. Paul almost makes the connection, and Luki seemed quite confident that was going to hit, and honestly I did as well, but just fell short. Still a 3v2 though, so shouldn't matter too much. There's a sticky residue being placed down as well, and we'll cut off that for a while, but no real need for Humble to overextend or overpush. Has to splash himself to stay alive. And bow mines being placed. 5 of them dropped thanks to that hypercharge, but under no real pressure to do too much other than just bait them out.
Yeah, we know they don't have tripwire, so there's no real shenanigans. They just have to trip all 5 of these, buy a little extra time, but they forgot about those. Semantic narrowly dodges. Poke damage coming out of Gene, and those evil spirits are just so pesky. Convincing game number 1 here, and now Humble on match point.
Yeah, this could be a very anticlimactic ending if this next game's going to go like that one. 2-2. Match point now for Humble, but Reply Totem just don't seem in this at all. We did see Bo eventually get a hypercharge and place some mines, which would have been useful if they were under more pressure, but they could just bait them all out and, continue with the day normally.
Yeah, we mentioned it. I mean, it's a very interesting draft on this top side. Bo hasn't been super relevant in a while. Now that he has that hypercharge, he's shown up for time to time. I've seen him in North America, maybe a sprinkle in EMEA. This cutoff gadget for Squeak, definitely not the more popular one. I think on this map, it can make sense given the mode, given how this map's constructed. I get it. but it's really going to have to prove itself. Game number 1 was not great. Now Angel Boy is slowly dwindling down. 551 HP. They're just going for Evil Spirits. They have to shield everything. The pull goes through. Lukey connects Angel Boy. The last one here, and the round goes Humble's way. Woo, these mechanics are crazy.
I mean, after a fight like that, you're expecting Humble to at least be low, but 3 of them survive, 1 of them max HP, and 2 of them still above half is not the position you want to be in. Maru now moving forwards. Mines be in place, and 2 of them baited out instantly. Make that 3 now as Semantic will get that one. Still cutting off this right path, but all of those mines just disengaged like that, and now they're back to playing normally. Should be fine for Humble if they can get this Ollie push out.
Angel Boy in a great position, though. Behind this indestructible wall, no Lukey pull available. Boss does have a super. Semantic can drop the heals or cut off some healing from the other end. This could be Bo and Squeak playing this more open right-hand side. Boss extending, trying to march forward. Has about 9k HP and being built up by Semantic. Connects. The super goes down. The Hypnosis as well, and they brought down the tank. Lukey, Hypercharge. The double pull! Oh, this could be bad for them, actually. They didn't need them both. They just wanted one. Disaster strikes here for Humble. It's going to be a 2v1. He keeps himself up. Not enough, though. Nearly heroic effort. That pesky hypercharge coming out of Gene. How many times has that burned a team, Trav?
Yeah, I mean, just don't, just don't pull if you're quite scared of hitting 2 of them, especially in that situation. It's, just use a normal pull if that's the case, and I think that would have been perfectly fine. Just getting 1 of them might have been able to get the kill, but I think even in a 1v1, he had no ammo there, so tough position for him to be in. Obviously felt like he was going to be able to beat down at least 1 of them, but Boss has a super. They did a really good job of getting out of that tough position, and then just ended up not winning this round in the set, which is a bit unfortunate for them. Angel Boy comes in with the hypercharge, will be hit pretty hard, gets the super, but doesn't use it in time. Lukey tried to throw that one out, but has a pull now, and Angel Boy at risk of this.
Gotta watch for those mines. Boss carefully maneuvering around them. 3 supers available for Team Humble. A round right here will close this match out. Squeak clicking that super button. Angel Boy forced away. They're waiting for this fog to close in, and all the action's about to go down. Maru takes some damage. Oh, the pesky spirit. Boss closes in. The max range pull, and Humble persevere. No upset today, and dreams of Dallas are still in the equation.
Yeah, I mean, that will do it for them. Still have the chance, and that is a big celebration for a quarterfinals match, showing how much this means to them to get past Reply Totem, a very worthy adversary for the Humble boys. And obviously now the dream of Dallas, as you mentioned, still alive for this team, so a big thing for them to get this win. Could have been quite dangerous if, we went to a double match point, but I think they were quite confident coming into this one with the draft, and I don't think they really felt like they were going to be losing that set on at any point.
I really feel for Reply Totem here. They were even in the lead here, 2-1 up in the end. They were denied even a single match point here. Humble just takes it 2-0 and 2-0 in the last 2 sets here. Hard Rock Mine and out in the open. The draft, I'm not too much of a fan of the side of Reply Totem here. With the Squeak and the Bow, they have 2 brawlers that we haven't seen too often, probably for a reason. And they don't have the DPS to deal with those tanky brawlers on the side of Humble. We have a Gene, we have an Ollie with a lot of HP, and then we also have the Byron in the back. Semantic doing a phenomenal job here, just keeping his 2 teammates alive. Yeah, a bit of a draft if here. I really feel for Reply Totem though. They had a great showing, and I do feel like they're looking a lot stronger now than they did just a month ago.
I think Totem had potential to beat a lot of teams here today, to be honest with you. I think, unfortunately for them, they're just running into the team who I think are the favorites here today. Humble had been in some phenomenal Brawl shape and a lot of Brawl alternatives, these third-party events. Humble have been really, really good, and this is a good time of year. They know they have to be locked in for this Brawl Cup, so unfortunately for them, they're just taking on some champs, but I do think Totem have found something here. I think this is still a legitimate team. That set 5 draft for me as well, not necessarily the best. Obviously, when you only get 3 kills, it doesn't really show in the stat line as well. Some interesting choices, and I'd love to pick some pros' brains about why Bow, why that Squeak gadget over maybe the long-range one that can dish you some damage, maybe get you some extra kills. A lot of question marks, but still a good showing for me today. I'm looking forward to seeing them more in future months.
With 4 teams coming into today that still were in the race to the Brawl Cup. One of them already made it. It's SK Gaming with that first ticket, and now Humble is on their way to snatch that second one. They can take off one of their checklist points here, Trev. beat Reply Totem. Next one, they need to also win their semi-finals match.
I mean, it's gone from having to win 2 games to having to win 1 now, and I don't mind that. They cut it down. It's very good for Humble, I will say, but obviously it's going to be pretty much the decider match between them and whoever wins between Foot Esports and Eclipsar. It's a tough one to predict this next one. Foot Esports and Eclipsar, both of them still wanting and still able to be able to go to the Brawl Cup, but it's a really tough matchup to pick between. This is going to be a very hard prediction.
You people at home were voting once again for the MVP, and it's no one other than the Baron in that last matchup. It's Symantec. Kenny, he's been looking very good in this series, and I feel like he might also be one of the reasons why Humble's mental is always high up there.
I mean, he's bringing the energy, the plays. Really liked what he did in particular with the Lily in an earlier set. I mean, this guy's been really good for a long time. He's starting to rise to the top, and this is a huge year to kind of keep cementing that legacy for him, I think. I think he still has a lot to prove as well. There were several years of World Finals where obviously he dropped down early, and that's something, especially when he was #1 seed on several of those occasions, don't love to see it. But I think he could go down on a Mount Rushmore kind of level if he keeps putting up these numbers the way he is.
Now we have only one more quarterfinal left to go, fellas. It's almost over already, at least for the quarterfinals. We still have semis on the line and grand finals, and we also still have to figure out who will make it into the Brawl Cup. The next 2 teams still have a shot at that. It's only one more ticket though. Will it be Foot Esports or Eclipsar that make it into the semis and still have a chance at that? We're gonna find out after the break.
This month is really important for us because we have a chance to qualify for Brawl Cup. Last month I had a school trip, but I managed to win. And this month I will do the same, even I don't have the school trip. We will scrim every day so much to win and to achieve Brawl Cup. Against Foot Esports, of course, they are one of hardest team we could met. They are World Champion 2023. But I feel confident because I think we can beat them, and that will be my goal.
Hello and welcome back to the April Monthly Finals. We're still in EMEA. We still have SK Gaming, Prepar Supermassive and Humble that will be playing later on. Now we're just waiting for the last team to also make it into the semi-finals. It's going to be either Foot Esports or Eclipsar. Ark, you feel like that's going to be just as close as quarterfinal number 2 and 3?
Hopefully so. Hopefully so. I'm definitely putting myself out there on this prediction. I'm the only person that's starting with Eclipsar here. But esports have just had so many close calls this year. So many 2-3 or 3-2 scorelines along the way. So the reservations lie there. Now, Eclipsar esports, they don't have the best of scrim rates this month so far. But then again, not to Reply Totem against Humble, they had a 23% win rate, and that last match was not a 23% poll in favor of Reply Totem versus Humble. In my opinion, that match deserved to go all the way. For Foot Esports, for sure, they're the favourites coming in, no doubt about it. They are previous world champions. I mean, how much more do you want in terms of your credentials to be able to get through to the semi-finals against the Eclipsar esports, who this year basically just kind of appeared really for the most part. They've been around the scene, they've been competing and getting some results, but this is their breakthrough moment. The question is, coming from last month as the champions of March, can they continue against a team like Foot Esports?
I just don't know. I don't know if they can. And I guarantee after the first game arc, I'm going to be doing exactly what you were yesterday in East Asia and being like, I should have changed my prediction. I should have changed my prediction as soon as I see the first game. But I just question, like, I always find myself so, I find it so hard to predict against the teams who I've been seeing for so long on the biggest stages, like Foot Esports, like Humble, and even like the players on Heretics. I find it so difficult to actually predict against them. But there's always new blood. That's the thing. There's always new blood in Brawl Stars. And I even did it last time. I didn't predict Eclipsar once. And I don't know if I'm just like always sticking with the teams who I've seen and have been proven that it works. But that's just my prediction mentality.
Coming into today, we definitely said this would be the closest match of them all. We just had 3-2 so far. Now, Foot Esports sitting in that 4th spot. Let's see what they have to say about Eclipsar sitting in that 2nd in the leaderboard.
Eclipsar Esport to jest nasz rywal. Jesteśmy dobrze nastawieni na przyszły mecz i damy z siebie wszystko. Mamy nadzieję, że wygramy.
Another very short statement today. Those players really seem to want to talk to us. We're looking at the checklist now here from the side of Foot Esports. They first need to beat Eclipsar Esports and then they need to move on Stillwark.
Yeah, definitely no easy feats by any means now that we've seen Humble lying in wait. Got to give credit to Reply Totem, though. They did stand a very good chance of being that team in the semi-finals, but it is going to be Humble, and Eclipsar Esports is the first hurdle. And they are last month's monthly final champions. Nothing to sneer down at. So, they had a great result. They actually only dropped 1 set in that entire process, and that was to Reply Totem. But can they continue forwards? Their qualifiers weren't the strongest. They actually lost in a sweep to Papara Supermassive. We've already seen X in the quarterfinals here today. So, again, I'm putting a lot of weight in my prediction, possibly too much so, and maybe I'll be that person after the first set trap to be regretting my decision. But, I think it comes down to how players perform on the day, what they've, got in their back pocket as a strategy.
I think we've learned so far that for Humble and Eclipsar, it just means going to the grand finals, and they will be coming to Dallas. For Foot Esports, it's win the whole monthly finals. So they still have a bit more weight to pull here, but they can certainly do it. Looking at the scrim results recently, they're looking a bit stronger than Eclipsar. As you mentioned before, Ark, they're looking like they can beat Eclipsar today, even though Eclipsar are our most recent monthly final winner. After all, the meta is changing every single month, maybe even every single week, depending on how much Adrian wants to tweak the game. But it could be that Foot Esports is just a bit better in this current meta. Is it going to be a meta that features a bit more aggressive brawlers, or is it a meta with a lot of long range? Those things really matter when it comes down to who will win this matchup here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real tough one to predict, and this is the kind of game that I absolutely hate. As I said, I find it so hard to actually be able to predict against teams who I know and that have done really well in the past. But Eclipsar, they're putting some serious seeds of doubt in my mind about my prediction.
We get another super long statement, not really, but hey, from Eclipsar about Foot Esports.
Foot Esports World Champion 2023. They are really good, really consistent, and they have all 3 Polish players, and I look forward to meet them in these monthly finals.
So the Polish squad versus the Italian squad, it is here. We call it the improbable run. Who will take it here? We're looking at the March monthly finals journey last month for Foot Esports, for Eclipsar here. It did look pretty good, Ark.
I think a sweep against the current reigning world champions is pretty good too, yeah. And, going from one world champion from last year into another one today from 2023. I mean, just imagine if they were able to do that. I mean, that really does say a huge statement. And again, Foot Esports haven't been the most consistent this year so far. It's been a bit of an interesting dynamic to kind of watch go down. But for Eclipsar Esports, way into the Brawl Cup, they've got to beat Foot Esports first and foremost. And then they're going to have that grudge match against Humble. Well, grudge match as far as Humble are concerned, because they're the ones that lost it last month, and that's going to be no easy feat at all. Definitely been worn down and tired, no doubt, against that last matchup by Reply Totem, but they are currently resting, talking through where things went right, talking through where things went wrong. They're going to be ready, lying in wait and ready to go fresh, so that's going to be considered as well. No easy task whatsoever here, and it's just the start.
So if Eclipsar wins this one, then the semi-final number 2 match is going to be our decider for the Brawl Cup, just like yesterday. If Foot Esports takes it, Humble still has a shot, Eclipsar as well, since Foot still has to win the grand finals in order for them to still get that slot in the Brawl Cup. Now, heading into quarterfinal number 4 here, our maps and the predictions are ready. And we see once again, Ark, you're the only one that really believes in Eclipsar. Trev, does that mean you think it was just a fluke last month that they won the March monthly finals?
I don't think it was a fluke. I don't think it can be called a fluke after beating Totem, then Humble, then Electros. They're 3 incredibly capable teams, so I don't think it's a fluke at all. But I don't know. Like, it could just be, I think Foot Esports are going to come into this one and win it in an extremely close game. I was so close to putting Eclipsar, but I was just like, I'll stick with what I know from the past, and I just think that Foot Esports might just about edge it.
I think too, you've got to consider the fact that, as you already said, something it is a new meta, it's a new balance changes coming forwards into the game. What's last time round's balance changes more in favour of Eclipsar Esport? Was it a little bit more weighted in that regard with some really heavy hitting brawlers? And you can't ban them all. That's the thing. We've seen discussion even recently in the community around whether we're going to be getting more bans to come in the future, and a little bit of an adaptation towards the drafting process to get rid of some of those new brawlers, as well as some that are still on that sort of heavier side of things. But I think that this year, more than ever, it comes down to draft. We're seeing the draft process itself make such a big difference on the outcome, and it's about whether Eclipsar Esports are really keeping up with that, and whether Foot Esports have been motivated, because honestly, Eclipsar Esports have had almost twice as many scrims, which does say quite a lot when you're looking at numbers of around like sort of 350. I mean, for Foot Esports, they had about 180. So they're definitely putting in the time. That can't be denied.
Foot was never a team to scrim a lot to. I feel like I remember 2023, it was the same story. Heading into draft number 1 here in this quarter-final, I feel like we have a pretty aggressive meta at the moment. The question here really just will be which of those 2 teams feels more comfortable in such a meta. We have the brawler bans come in already, and I see a Pam banned out. Wouldn't have been on my radar here, Trev.
Yeah, wouldn't have really been something that I would have gone towards either. Yeah, on open zone it can definitely work. Not sure if it's a bannable kind of brawler though. We do see the Stu coming down first, which is something that is going to be much better overall. I really like the Stu on this map. The ability to just be so mobile is a dangerous thing for pretty much any brawler to come up against. But yeah, B banned out along with the Lola, and then Lumi, no surprise. Thank God as well, because it's very, very strong. Byron comes in on the Foot Esports side, and then obviously the Poco Luke to go along with it in the bans.
I really love the Stu first pick. That was the brawler that came immediately to mind. I actually don't mind the Pam ban. Is it ban worthy? That is a question for sure. But Pam was always very good on this map. I think it's been such a long time out of rotation that we kind of forget how Pam really did have such a great setup with that healing station. But again, whether it's bannable kind of comes down to how much Eclipsar Esports have gone into the analytics side of things and their side of prep, because that could be something that esports have been getting results with. The Meg, I mean, I'm not a fan. With the Byron, yeah, I can feel it a little bit more, sure. And with the loot ban, those are things that are starting to stack to make me feel like it's okay. But I just haven't really felt Meg for a very, very long time now, and she's definitely dropped off. For me, Ollie would have been a better combo with the Byron, but either way, Meg's got a slightly wider sort of ability to connect with the Byron, so it makes it easy to land the shots for the heals. I can get that side too. Bo, wasn't a fan of it when we saw it for Reply Toast. I am a fan of Bo. Don't know whether I'm a fan of Bo here, though, to be completely honest. So, bit of an odd one. Interesting to see Bo coming back. We saw it have some effect in North America last month as well, but still not really too sold on it, to be completely honest. The only place that I've really liked seeing it is kind of like in Gem Grab, generally, but that's only a personal preference. It's not really a brawler for me that excites me too much in competitive.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it at all, to be honest. Chester is going to come in, though. I said on the other map where we saw it was out in the open, I think, on that knockout just in the last one. Bo, questionable, very questionable. But you've actually got to push into a zone at this point, which gives the bow mines much more meaning, the hypercharge a lot more meaning, and obviously it's going to be better at the range against the Meg, and probably what FUT Esports picked last as well, rather than the extreme long range that it was faced off before. Ollie's going to come in, very good brawler. We've seen it so many times. We've seen it work pretty much every time it's being played. But I do like this Eclipse R draft as well. I think Meg has been out the meta for a while. Don't get me wrong, it's not bad on this map, same as the PAM. It wouldn't be one of my kind of first picks or first bans, but it is still prominent here.
Really liking the Chester, sure. Eclipse R Esports, they're going to need it, absolutely so. Was it worth the Chester over the Ollie? That's kind of my only question. I think that Ollie escaping this far into the draft stage is quite incredible, honestly. It's definitely an open map, no doubt about that. But Ollie's Ollie. Still in terms of meta, Ollie is Ollie. Let's see how things fare early on. Meow taking a very aggressive stance. Some missed kills there from Gero as well, though. Now he getting tucked in from this top left-hand side too. Already, immediately, Super's available for Eclipse R Esports as a result of that totem going down on the gadget side for BSO, so no trip wire there either. But Esports did a very good start. They've already taken control, 25% on the zone, and 0 for Eclipse R Esports.
Yeah, Sabine not going down there. That should have definitely been a secured kill by Naui, and the hypercharge already there. Super comes forward though from Naui just to avoid those and bait them out. And Meow doing a good job of doing the exact same as well. Great super from Sabine though, really nice stuff. Gets Gero quite low, but he's just going to let Meow stand on the front lines. Oh, the hypercharge there for Meow as well. Still 2 mines sitting, but now he's going to be back in, and that makes it 5 as he places, or 4, sorry, as he places another set.
Yeah, the question for me is, do Eclipse R Esports have the DPS? We've seen how FUT Esports are able to stay on this over quite a lot of time with the help of that Byron Hills. Now Meg out of the mech. That's really the key. They've got to ensure swift takedowns of Meow to be able to get the objective done. And look at this as well. Marco playing an incredible stew. I mean, the man's all over it. Just everywhere. Getting takedowns and keeping the pressure on. It's keeping them on the zone. It's keeping them in the game, most importantly. But it's a very close scoreline and already a healthy amount of percentage for FUT Esports. Now approaching 80%.
Yeah, Gero's going to go down. Now he needs to stay in this little one portion, bait out a few mines, and then he can extend a bit more. The hypercharge is going to hit by Meow, but he gets stunned on the way out. Now he has a super, gets a bit of shield with it as well. Marco able to dash out, but just bought themselves a bit of time. He's just jumping about, dashing about, trying to stay on the zone, and still alive. Somehow might be able to secure it himself, and does. All 3 members of Eclipse R couldn't get him down, and FUT Esports start really well.
Very aggressive and very objective based for FUT Esports to kick things off. Gero staring into my soul. I'm sorry, whatever I did, Gero, I apologise, mate. I didn't mean it.
Shut up, shut up for disrespecting the Meg.
My word, that man woke up and chose violence. Well, for me, Eclipse R Esports, they've got a very good comp. It's just they've got to have swifter takedowns and a better start for sure. Because FUT Esports are really quite determined to stay on this zone, certainly with the Ollie, with the healthy amount of HP of which it has. And this is a better start. But look at Meow, he's so deep on that right-hand side, now out of mech. And it seems for the most part that Eclipse R Esports now having a better time of things.
Yeah, a lot closer this round, but now he is still surviving. Garo's going to be able to splash him and keep him up again. Another set of mines comes down, and Meow surely shouldn't be too far away from mech. I take that back. He takes another 2 shots and doesn't get it. But I feel like he was up that portion of the map out of mech for a while. Now he's still surviving on, gets some good shots through, but Marco just dashing through him, applying a lot of burn down damage. And Meow might be better off waiting for his teammates, but choosing to push in alone. But Garo will eventually be there to hold his hand.
And I felt that was intentional, by Eclipse R Esports to leave Meow out of mech and not really a threat and not able to then get the spawn recycle back onto the map to actually kind of have the HP to combine with the Byron. It's kind of smart when you think about it. Let's see though, a 60% apiece now. The big aggressive pushes. Now he really aggressive on the right hand side, goes down, doesn't stay alive now, and it's going to allow Marco to again dance around this mid. Meow just all alone, no heals to support him, putting Eclipse R Esports now into the lead and looking better, but they've got to be able to keep this fight alive because now for me on that Ollie pick is the problem.
Yeah, gets Marco though, which was a bit unfortunate for the ECP side, and it is FUT in the lead. Byron just going to be spam healing Naui and Meow here. Hypercharge comes down, makes a connection with I believe one of them though, but now he's still burning, so maybe him as well. Good shots coming in from Meow, has the hypercharge to be able to use it. None of them are going down. They can't get the kills. Gero gets the super on top of him, and he'll just stay alive to get the set in the bag as well. I felt like that was an Eclipse R game to win, but FUT Esports come out on top.
It was too much to expect a slight smile, wasn't it, from Gero already after that set, when I thought maybe he'd... is he just checking the cameras on? I don't really know at this point.
you couldn't possibly expect Gero to ever smile, right? I mean, determination is the word that comes to my mind. Not only looking at the gameplay from Foot Esports here, but also the eyes of Gero. He was so ready to take Eclipsar down in this one, and they played it phenomenally. I mean, that was a pretty clean sweep, I have to say here. Byron, Meg, and Ollie worked out phenomenally, thanks to Noe especially. For me, kind of the MVP in this one. He just... dodged every single shot coming in. He managed to win that round 1 for Foot Esports. On the side of Eclipsar, we had some great takedowns, but once again, it's not about getting the kills, it's about just collecting that zone time, Trev.
Yeah, somehow Beast have got 0% of it though, which is not something that I could say I really expect, to be honest with you. I expect him to be around about there a bit more, but yeah, now he did a really good job of just staying alive. I was expecting him to be the one to kind of go up into the faces, try and hypnotize them and bring back, but it seemed like it was Meow being a lot more aggressive and in the face, and it was the Ollie sitting on the zone. Don't get me wrong, it works either way, but I was expecting it to be a little bit flipped. But yeah, really good first set from Foot Esports there. Turned out to be a pretty good draft, and yeah, maybe we don't doubt the Meg anymore.
You just want one of those tanky options, standing in mid, collecting as much percentage as possible, and they did it pretty well. Foot Esports looking very strong so far. Now we're heading over to a Brawl Ball set, and Trev, again, this is something that we've caused quite often in the recent weeks, and Eclipsar is doing well in the Brawl Ball League as well. So Ark, you feel like Super Beach is going to go the other way? Is this going to be the moment where we even out the score for the 3rd time in a row in those quarterfinals?
It's going to be tight and close either way you look at it, in my opinion. I feel like that last set was very closely matched. Not a fan of the bow draft still. I think that was the weak point. I'd still kind of minded the Meg. I think that the bow was really just the brawler, which wasn't the one to play into it, really. I think if they went with a majority of other selections, it could have worked out better. The Brawl Ball, especially, again, you know, in a very aggressive mode. And Foot Esports mean business here today as well. You know, you can see that determination in themselves. They're here to play for the Brawl Cup. There's no question about it. So I want to see some better decision making in this draft for me on the side of Eclipsar Esports, because the mechanics are unmatched, really, in my opinion. I mean, Marco, especially in that last set, really played his heart out, and I want to see that play off more in the actual drafting phase.
Both of these teams are still contenders for the Brawl Cup ticket that is still left open. We are heading into Super Beach here. I see B is open, would be my first pick here personally. Let's see with what Eclipsar will start the draft here. Meeple, Chester, Jackie banned out, so some aggression here, some tank counter as well. On the other side with the Poker out of the way, Lou banned once again, together with the Lumi. A lot of tank options are still available here. The Ollie could come in once again, but Eclipsar did listen to me for once at least. B is going to come in here as first pick, Trev.
Yeah, B works very well on pretty much all the Brawl Ball maps in our rotation at the moment. Really good pick from Eclipsar, starting very strong. As far as bans go, I like all the bans from that side. Jackie's been one to kind of run it down at the moment and been doing exceptionally well. You can't leave Lumi unbanned if you haven't got the first pick, so that's kind of why they got rid of that, and then the Lou and the Poco along with it as well, just in case they wanted to bring down any kind of tankier options. I imagine the Poco was just like, no, we're not playing Poco double tank. And Mac's going to be the first one from Foot Esports, trying to match what they've got with the slowing on the opposing side with speed of their own.
It's very Foot Esports, isn't it? Max, first pick. Not necessarily the brawl that comes immediately to mind, but one that's a really good mid, can dance around the shots from the middle of the B. I kind of suggest maybe Griff wouldn't be a bad shout for them to take off the table here. I don't think it's necessarily what I would add to their comp, but I'm just worried about it in the hands of that B. Carl going to come in for Esports, a brawl that I really like, especially for Brawl Ball. And again, it's really good spot in terms of meta at the moment for that particular brawler. Do Eclipsar Esports want to break open everything here? That's my big reservation, because that will determine what happens next in this draft. It's definitely an option. No hypercharge, of course, yet for Griff, but we've seen what's coming, and the meta's going to change up hugely once that hypercharge comes into gear. Make no mistake about it. Ollie's still open as well, though, and that's definitely a concern. You probably want to match that. Tanks coming in for Eclipsar Esports. I mean, they've got a good tank counter on this side already. I mean, Lou is banned by Foot Esports too, so they can't even pick that up as a response. Do they double down? That's the question. Do they pick the Ollie as well, take that off the cards? There's a lot of options here for Eclipsar Esports.
Yeah, the power's kind of in their hands at the moment. The Primo, it's bold, but I like it. The goal-scoring ability that man has is just kind of unparalleled by anybody in the game. So something they've got to watch out for. They're going to go with the Stu along with it as well. Try and match a bit of the mobility and maybe even be more mobile along with the Primo, who can just jump across half the map. But yeah, the Eclipse comp, I do like it a lot. We'll see what FUT Esports bring back. Question whether or not they're going to be going, something that can, go as aggressive as the Max and the Carl and kind of just go all at it. But they kind of need a tank counter, but that is something that I do quite like, and I'm quite intrigued to see if this is going to work in this region as well.
I like it. I was thinking Buster as well could have been a really good play, and again, wouldn't be at all surprised to see more of that brawler here today. The one reservation I have is that, FUT Esports are not just a Tampo, but they've both won World Finals, so, there's that too. Shade is a really interesting choice for me. I think this is a map where he works really, really well. I think it's a fantastic final pick to have, one that can put on so much aggression on behalf of FUT Esports here, and Eclipse or Esport have got to be very careful with where they tread now.
Yeah, Shade just shooting through this wall, and it seemed like Biso maybe forgot he could even do that for a first couple of shots there, but he's just running into it now, and now he's going to dash forwards. Ball gets dropped as he tries to go through the wall. At least he conserves his ammo whilst doing that, though, so more than likely on purpose, and continuing his dash through as well. It just provides Marco the baller, which is a little bit odd, as there was definitely a goal-scoring opportunity there, but the super out works very well for the Stu.
Yeah, very important defense for Eclipse or Esport, but they're far from out of the woods now. Speed coming in, and Meow is just going to wait his time down. Has Super's got to heal, though, that's the problem. There's the heat ejector, and it's such a dangerous gadget. It really, really is now, but trades, Sabine and Biso, they can get the ball, they can try to clear this out. It could even be Sabine to go for the pass there, maybe just too uncertain that now he could maybe intercept the face shift gadget there as well, but that was potentially dangerous scenario. If Biso had the ball, could have supered forwards, and it could have led to some dangerous stuff on the side of FUT Esports defense.
Biso with the super doesn't actually use it, just tries to kind of suplex him over his head and try to get something done that way, but Gero doing a good job of keeping Marco at bay. Chooses to go way too aggressive and didn't really deal damage to any of them at all, so a little bit unfortunate for them, and the hypercharge is available now for the B as well. Biso just waiting on his, still not sure he's actually hit a shot or if he's kind of just actually been sat there getting mowed down the entire game and getting the super that way.
Marco making some space, but Meow doing so in the middle himself. Gets to take down Sabine and staying there as well. Biso is the last man, just protecting this ball. He's got Super 2 now. He's broke his own cover, so he's really doubling down on the action and has paid off for the most part. Now he has the hypercharge, but Meowie does not have the HP. That's the problem now. There's two hypercharges coming the way of Eclipse or Esport. If they combine these, it's dangerous territory, especially a Primo with the ball. It's going to be able to launch itself forward. The speed of Meow, though, continuing the assault, gets Meow. Biso, they're still there, though. He's protecting the ball with everything he's got, and he's doing it so pretty well. Suplex over the shoulder as well. That's a one-man band, if I ever saw one.
Yeah, just the way Shade goes off the map, so even if he's inside a wall, the Primo can't jump onto him. So nice plays there from Meow, but unfortunately for them, still doesn't result in a goal. They've been on top of this the entire game. Not sure if ECP even got out their entire half for the entire 2.5 minutes. So we'll see if they're able to do that in overtime with the B, with the Stu. It's the kind of composition that can get dominated the entire game and pull it out after regulation.
Speed, aggression, and FUT Esports in position. Meow going in again. Hypercharge for Marco, and this big slow keeps Gary suppressed. Biso going in, gets the stun as well, knocks back Arrow. Now he low as well. This is a chance to strike. If Marco can stay in position with a super and get a ball, then he might be able to get a shot on goal. But Meow coming back, coming into the mix, makes a problem. Gero now bodies in the mix for FUT Esports, and Speed, most importantly, coming back as quickly as that. Huge swipes. Now just two members of Eclipse or Esports alive, but Marco can clear this, and he does so. Meow's low, but he's got the speed, and doubled down by Naui. Is this surely be walked in by FUT Esports? And it is a goal on the board in Brawl.
It was speed on speed on speed. So a couple of max supers in there. The Shade used his super as well and was just so mobile, really unable to be stopped by the Eclipse R roster, and that is probably the most deserved win I've seen all day in terms of a game. How up front and how many times they probably could have scored if the great defenses of Eclipse R weren't there. But Eclipse R got out their side once, and other than that, they did absolutely nothing.
He needs to get Biso more present in those aggressive goal-scoring opportunity positions, and he's been on defense the entire time. It kind of has to on some level too. Gets a shoulder throw, gets actually the takedown as well, as the burn there will seal Meow's fate. Now he stays in position, might get a tap and stop that healing process, and he does. Meanwhile, Carl right in the backside here of the spawn side gets the heat ejector off onto Marco as well. He might be able to heal his way back to full HP if he can stay alive long enough. Yeah, he will do now. So continued aggression though. Sabim gets just enough of an amplified shot off. But again, like you say, it's just constant defense here from Eclipse Esports. And they need to make something happen. They need to get an opportunity. They need to get back that mid control, bring the ball forwards, get a goal.
I mean, I feel like Meow's constantly got supers as well, and if they leave this ball in the corner, he's got the speed to just go and grab it and get it out. But Gero gets hit hard there. Now Biso will jump straight onto Meow, who should be able to get away, but another jump cycled out by Biso. Really nice stuff. This entire side broken down though, and he's going to be forced to move over to the left to actually be able to survive at all. But a great shot there from Gero. Didn't even need the speed to be able to get the extra range on that shot and get the kill. Biso will move this ball into the left-hand side pocket now, and yeah, I don't know what their game plan is. Maybe just hope the B can do something in overtime, but it was dominated by Foot last time too.
That was my thought too. They want the B to really thrive, I guess. I think Beast is playing an amazing Prima despite the circumstances which they've placed upon themselves, let's be honest, in terms of the draft stage. Now, Mark with the hypercharge, but Meow makes the dash for the ball, getting some huge arm swipes. Sabim goes down, Beast is left for dessert here as well. And now he should be able to seal it speed as well. Everyone from Foot Esports looking so alive this month. A little hesitation, but for the right reasons, as now he will score it with 40 seconds remaining on the clock. And Eclipse Esports, having had no aggressive abilities so far, have got to show now this set is done.
Yeah, Sabim, little super in hand, and honestly I don't know if they know how to play aggressive with this competition. They haven't really had time to practice it through these games. Little dash to the side there from Meow with from Naui with the phase shift. Biso being pinched back up on him, Meow and Gero can still do a good amount of work through this mid. Meow wanting to take this one-on-one against Biso, but he'll just try and run away and stay out the way of him, try not to feed too much of his super. Super up now, but Meow will just intercept that and send it back up the way it came, but a super pass not available by Marco and can't get it up. Now he'll have a breakaway, and he's going to secure this set with a quick 2-0 for Esports, really dominating the first and second, and Eclipse backs against the wall now.
Yeah, I'm not going to beat around the bush. This is the best I've seen for esports play this year so far. They look like they have been just refined, refreshed, revitalized. They're playing so aggressive. They're looking so aggressive. You can see it in the webcam. I mean, they are looking on point, looking on form, and I wouldn't be surprised if they steal this in a sweep.
This so far pans out to be the not closest match we have witnessed all day, and we expected it to be the closest one. We weren't even sure with our predictions. I feel like even the people that voted at home weren't quite sure what to vote here. Eclipser got more votes from the people, but it doesn't look like they can win today, honestly. 2-0 so far, not only in the sets, but also in each of the sets. It was a 2-0 sweep from Foot Esports. They are really looking determined today to win, and for me, this map especially just all comes down to Meow here. He just cycled his ults like crazy, as you mentioned, Trev. He did a phenomenal job at just pushing the team from Eclipser back time and time again, put so much pressure on them, even in overtime, where usually a tank can't really do too much. He was where I had my eyes on.
I mean, not only is this not the closest game, and we were expecting it to be, it might be the complete opposite. I don't know if even SK versus LLC was this dominant to SK. This is really worrying for Eclipse Esport. The first set, they put up a bit of a fight, but didn't really look that much in it. And this one, like we said during the game, they got out their half of the map like once through 2 games. It's really not good. A fully defensive game when you're playing Primo is just not feasible.
Maybe a little bit of a fun fact here. Foot are with that performance actually the first ones today that are not losing at least a game in the first set. They just take it 2-0, a very clean walkthrough so far. Can they take it 3-0 in the end? Is it going to be such a clean walkthrough here, Ark?
I'm going to put it out there that Foot Esports have been known to get reverse swept from time to time, and this year has been the same in that first month with SK Gaming. So hold your horses. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there's been a lot of 2-3 score lines against them this year, and that is and was my reservation during my predictions. And I don't think it's going to happen based upon how they're playing. I want to see a shape ban here, by the way, because I don't think EMEA have been really playing it here as much, but we've seen that it's so prevalent. It's just one of those things that for Eclipse Esport, now is the time that they do need to up the gear and turn this around and prevail. There's no doubt about it. Foot Esports are running away with it, and they've got to stop them in the tracks, and it's going to happen in the draft.
We're heading into pit stop now, and for me, this map always just revokes one thing in my mind. It's always Shade. It's just East Asia made it so it's burnt into my mind that Shade belongs onto this map, and I'm trying to get our viewers to think the same. Shade is banned out. Never mind. He's not going to be picked up here, Trev. We're all good.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very difficult for the team who didn't have it if that was the case. So good job to see it banned out. But, you know, after Alex mentioned it, you know, for esports and the reverse sweeps and stuff, it is very true. They're quite susceptible to that kind of thing. And I think this map is one that Eclipse actually did go and beat Humble on. So it's a map that they're probably quite familiar with. They pulled in an Edgar, I believe, to get that win. So they're willing to take some risks. They're willing to do some unorthodox things to get the wins. So this might be where a bit of a comeback does start for Eclipse Esports. But a call early on from Foot Esports is something that I do quite like.
Unorthodox things to get the wins. Might have to steal that one from you. I love it. But you're right. You know, it's you know, one of those things that Foot Esports tend to maybe just get a bit overzealous when they're on the cusp. Yeah, look at that. Look at that, Trav. I mean, you get a cookie today for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I knew you would. And I will say that today does not feel like that day. I feel like there's a real determination with Foot Esports here to land the mark, to learn from their past errors of ways and mistakes that they've made. As I think it's fair to say that they've not really felt that, you know, world champion class team since 2023. It wasn't a kind world finals last year for them, and you know, we've just kind of seen them drift a little bit sometimes here and there with their score lines, and definitely it has been noted that in their scrims they're not necessarily the most dedicated as far as that's concerned, and not necessarily the most attentive or present in some of them. But I'm liking this. The melody, the Edgar for Eclipse Esports, it does say aggression. For esports with Carl pick, heat ejector on the safe, we know what that can do, and also, you know, or flying hook to get close proximity onto the safe and rebound the pickaxe against the wall. Both work pretty well as options, so hence why it's quite that good first brawler start. But that's the brawler that I was not expecting to see. I can see basically doing pretty well on defense.
Yeah, me too. And I mean, I was, you know, really thinking Cordelia's something might come in for the melody, for the Edgar if they get close to that safe and he has to go full on defense. But they're choosing to go for a Buzz melody instead, which I don't mind. The Buzz can kind of hypercharge up the map, good at stunning out the Edgar when he jumps in. Not a bad shout at all. So I like this Foot Esports composition. Really nice stuff from them. But Eclipse they're dangerous with the Edgar, which is something that Foot are going to have to be very careful about.
Yeah, it's a brawler which Foot Esports know only too well as the brawler which led them to lift the Brawl Stars Championship Trophy in 2023. Obviously, a different map mode. It was hot potato and heist back then, but nonetheless, they definitely know what that brawler can achieve. Let's see Lily. I mean, certainly heist for me, her best mode. Really feel as though that's going to cause a bit of a problem here. The ability to just go straight into the realm and land yourself directly onto the safe can always keep you back on your toes. If Eclipse Esports play this right, I do like what they're running with. Macy, definitely a bit of a risky one. I feel like I haven't really seen that one tried and tested. I can see it working though, so I'm definitely not against the idea. I'm just very interested to see why we have not seen much of Charlie in EMEA. We saw it so often yesterday in East Asia. One that we were kind of questioning, would it still continue forwards, and it hasn't. Look at this. All of ECP on the safe, but as are Foot Esports as well. It's straight off to a base race. It's 57% in favour of Foot Esports, but look at the damage that's raining in now for Foot Esports. Marker comes back in, gets some things cleared up, but honestly, that was a very, very good start for both teams really here, and it's anyone's for the taking.
Yeah, and a better start from Foot Esports as well. Look at Meow's positioning too. Now he gets caught out in that position. Sabine might have to jump away here, but get some heals off the shots in the end and doesn't really have to overextend. This is something that they've got to be cautious of letting go again. Marco gets beaten down once more. Edgar jumping towards the safe. Now he chooses to go on defense. Stops Biso in his tracks first, so knowing his team can get this done. Now he needs to stop Sabine, but I mean, it's going to be stopped by Foot Esports getting the damage anyway. Match point, and honestly, I did not think a base race is what Eclipse would have opted for when they're 2 sets down.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to come back to say. You know, at this point in time, you know, you want to try to prevent the match point. It's too risky. It really is. I mean, you've got to go aggressive, but you can't go for a base race. The comp, it's a scary one that esports are facing into, and ECP are going to be going straight for the Eye of the Storm yet again. Already Marco in a very, very good spot. Sabine jumping in, and Meow has not got the time to get any of the utility. There's a trade though, and it leaves just Sabine on on the safe. And now he in a bit of a stalemate there with Biso in that top right.
Yeah, now this is better. For the Eclipsar side, much, much better, 59%. And this is the kind of lead that they've gained now, where they can just go and go and go and go and keep on beating it down and hope for esports don't get the lead back. But good stuff from FUT Esports to get all three of them down. Biso going up, and that's something that you can't let slip past. Meow's going to be going back and playing defense on this. Doesn't want to feed another super, but unable to get the shots in, and this is going to be a big push coming in now.
Sabeem joins the mix, low HP though, and there is damage being dealt by FUT Esports on the other side of the field. So again, they've left the buzz and 65% and climbing on the side of FUT Esports. The healthy safe of FUT Esports prevails now as they get the defense in. 31% though, it's a 50-50 match. Really, any push can take this one. For esports are holding on for now. Marco though, as that Lily pick about to go to the realm I feel as well. And now he intercepts the left-hand side, gets the kill as well. Biso has got to get this done quickly, but Meow gets the defense surely here, but misses the shots. It leaves them in play there, and they might be able to get some damage. And meanwhile, FUT Esports are on the safe also.
Yeah, nightmare for them. Gero going up and maybe feeding Sabeem. Sabeem survives it, and not Melody. He hasn't got super either, so can't come back and defend this card just yet. Gets it now, has the hypercharge along with it, and this has got to be a good defense for FUT Esports. Gero's going to go down. Meow wastes dash and doesn't have super to stop Marco at this point.
Well, the damage still going in as Marco's on the safe, but he goes down. Sabeem's got the hypercharge, jumps on the safe as well. This should be the final damage to keep Eclipse or Esport in the game. But for how long? Again, such a risky draft in this scenario because it is designed for the base race. The next game might not be as kind. They did get a better balance, though, it must be said, between that defense and offense that time around. But if they go back to old ways, this one's done and dusted.
Yeah, much better. And it was just down to the incredible start. They had 41% got dealt in the first push from Eclipsar, so they knew that they could just keep on aggressing and didn't have to worry about defense as much as in the previous one. Gero just sneaking down this left-hand side. Looks like they might be base racing again. Risky move from the once more, and there's two defending this time. One down already and a free reign for Carl on safe.
I mean, getting Sabeem taken down might actually even help them out here because you don't want to leave Carl on the safe. I mean, him respawning might be the best thing, honestly, for Eclipsar Esport in that regard. And 77% left on the foot, safe 71 for Eclipsar, but it's the positioning now of foot that they are got a good foothold in this mid. Marco going to try and sneak through, does do a beautiful time there on going into the realm and cancels out the super of Meow. But it's now that's going to be on that safe as well as Gary Heat Ejector. There's going to be a lot of damage rolling in for FUT Esports now.
Heavily relying on Meow to get this defense, so gets the shots off, gets the kill on one, might be able to get super off on two. Marco low as well, and now he's still on safe, dealing so much up top they can't deal with him. Sabeem can't get it, he's going for the little room. Wow, gets it done, and FUT Esports make the play and crush Eclipsar's dream of the Brawl Cup.
Unbelievable stuff. The most convincing match of the day, and one that we didn't expect or see coming. What a performance from FUT Esports. They are looking fire today.
Both FUT and SK with that only dropped a single game, both of them looking very fierce today. For one, the Brawl Cup dream is already fulfilled. SK already have that spot. The second ticket, though, could now still go to FUT Esports. For Humble, this is honestly the better outcome because they still have it in their own hands. They just need to make it into the grand finals now against FUT, and Humble gets that ticket. But honestly, I kind of fear for Humble now. FUT Esports looks so convincing. Humble comes out of a 3-2 against Reply Totem. I'm not sure that can beat FUT today. And looking at stats from the last set here, Meow once again, the MVP at least for me, getting so many kills in, so much damage done also to save here, but even more so from Gero here on the Carl with the heat ejector. He's just the brawler for Heist right now, Trev.
He is. I mean, it's really tough for Eclipsar Esport after such a successful last month, and they're still relatively new to the high end of competitive scene. This has got to be a big, big hit for them. Winning it all to going out in the first round is a really difficult pill to swallow, but really nice play from FUT Esports, as you guys mentioned. It was incredible from them. Some of the best we've seen them play all year. Well, the best we've seen them play all year. There's no other way to say that. They have not played that well all year long. So, really nice stuff from FUT Esports, and honestly, I do kind of fear a little bit for Humble now.
We have 7 matches for you today. 4 are now out of the way already, and it all revolves around who will make it into the Brawl Cup arc. For one of the teams, the dream is now broken.
Yeah, commiserations, of course, to Eclipsar Esport. We kind of thought that as the monthly final champions of March, they may have been able to persevere, but they will be out of the running then. And SK Gaming already through it's going to come down to a match that even if esports win, they do have to go on to win the whole monthly finals. So it's going to depend as well on the outcome of SK Gaming versus Papara Supermassive in the semi-finals. For Humble, of course, they've just got to make the grand finals. So win that match, take home the tickets. But of course, for SK Gaming, Papara Supermassive up next, a huge matchup. Certainly one that's SK Gaming, they've made a grand final this year. They've won a grand finals this year. For Papara Supermassive, this is their best performance so far to date. And we saw last month Eclipse Art Esports, a huge underdog. They made a grand finals against all the odds. Could it be that time for Papara Supermassive to put themselves on the map?
Just a quick note here as well, if Foot Esports make it into the finals and lose that one, Humble will still make it into Brawl Cup. So for them, it's kind of also, out of their own grab here. They can still lose the semi-finals and they can still make it into Brawl Cup. Foot Esports just can't win the grand finals. Now, I've talked a lot about this man. For me, the MVP, and it seems like the people at home watching agree with me, it's Meow, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I say this a lot, but all members played so well. But Meow definitely a standout. Some really nice plays from him all the way through. So great stuff. I think, just this Shade gameplay alone would have been exactly why people will have said that he's the MVP, because it was just nasty. You see him kind of going off the map at certain points here as well, doing a really good job against Biso, and just kept him, pinned down for near enough the entirety of this Brawl Ball set, which gave them a pretty substantial lead and confidence going into the third.
We are now heading into our semi-finals. SK Gaming versus Papara Supermassive. It's the first one. Could be a pretty close one. But for them, not much is on the line still. We talk all day about the Brawl Cup. For Humble and Foot Esports, our semi-final number 2, that's still on the line. You have to have a little bit more patience though, because we're heading into a quick break before we're going to head into semi-final number 1.
I think as a team, one of our strengths is that we understand each other really well, and we most of the times know what the other one wants to do. But sometimes it can happen that we overextend because we play this aggressive playset. Yeah, I mean, the match against Team Electros last month was really close. Honestly, I think they did really well, especially the first 2 sets. They caught us a bit off guard with their drafts. And then the next 2 sets, we came back, and the last set was a close call. So, yeah, I think, honestly, it was merit to them. They played really good, but I think we could have improved in the first 2 sets, especially in the draft aspect, but also gameplay-wise.
Welcome back, and for everyone just tuning in now, this is not Trev anymore, it's Kenny, and we are in the semi-finals already. The 4 quarterfinals are through. We had 2 very close ones, 2 3-2s, and then we had 2 not as close ones, 3-0 sweeps. Kenny, did that kind of pan out today as you expected?
So far, 4 for 4 in terms of predictions. Scoreline of quarterfinal 4, though, not what I anticipated. I didn't think ECP was going to win. The scrims and the quals were really shaky for me this month. Honestly, the scrims were a little scary to me. Normally, I'm just looking for teams to have a solid win rate, be competitive, but they're scared me off a little bit. So I think this month was a big prove-it month to me, and the fact that they faltered so quickly, so badly, does make me hesitate a little bit. So they've got a lot to prove in future months.
Talking about predictions here, I think it's be pretty tough here coming into semi-final number 1 and 2. SK Gaming versus Papara Supermassive could be closer than we expect. It's our first semi-final, and for everybody that hasn't handed in their votes yet, do it now on event.brawlstars.com. You can still get the Pro Rank XP and the pin at the end of the reward track. Now, Ark, how's this gonna pan out here? SK should be taking that one, right? Or maybe not.
I don't know these days with SK Gaming, honestly. You know, you go from 1 month in February to, you know, sort of sweeping Humble in the grand finals and reverse sweeping FUT Esports in the semi-finals to then losing to Team Electrus in the quarterfinals to a double match point. You know, that's the kind of situation and how my feelings are towards SK now. They're just a little bit unpredictable. Sometimes they just win the whole thing. Sometimes they go out in the quarters. It's become the new FUT Esports ready of 2025.
We want to put one player in particular into the spotlight now here, Kenny. Let's talk about Yoshi.
Been a phenomenal player for many years and finally found a home for himself, it seems. First time in a while he's had back-to-back seasons with the same franchise. He's got several monthly finals to boast, a lot of great results. SK Gaming, of course, going back-to-back years here with top 4 finishes. Now they have aspirations of not only going to Worlds, I think they're trying to be the best team in EMEA. I think they have a real shot at this 1 seed.
Yeah, for me as well. Yoshi's always been such an accomplished player, you know. I think, you know, the early days of sort of 2022 and sort of 2021, such a quiet, kept person, you know. But just when you're that skilled on the game, you haven't got to have a loud mouth, you know. I mean, semantically, he's the person to really say that himself, because last year he quietened down and he won the World Finals. You know, play it through your thumbs is the kind of way that I see it, and Yoshi, that kind of man.
In one corner, we have SK Gaming. In the other one, it's Papara Supermassive. Formerly known, at least some of the players, as the Dogs and the Lobsters of Brawl Stars.
I want that team name to come back. I miss it so much. You know, especially when the roster would fly up and you get to say Dogs to Lobster roster. It was just such a perfect time for me. But as far as today has gone, I've been really impressed by Papara Supermassive. I think that they stood the test against Team Heretics earlier, and they've got some huge promise. They've been on the up, and this is going to be the biggest test so far.
We had a couple of questions for not just one, but both of the teams. Let's hear what those 2 teams have to say.
I think SK is a really strong team right now. Obviously, they had a roster change, and I think it's going good for them, but we'll have to see in this monthly final, I think.
Papara, I hope you're prepared well this month, because we want to continue our streak from the first month.
Ooh, that's a pretty feisty Joker here. It's making a shout out to Papara here to be prepared. They want to continue, and so far they haven't dropped a single set today. Let's see if they can continue on their stride here. Ark, we're heading into Open Zone, a map that we've seen quite often today, just recently in the match from FUT versus Eclipse R as well. Any surprises here that you expect?
Certainly, I kind of feel like the Stu band hasn't been really present enough here today, and sort of like the first pick brawler for Hot Zone, generally speaking, anyway, regardless of the map. You know, I think that one I want to see a bit more, you know, taken into account. I think Ollie as well. We haven't really seen certain, you know, big heavy hitters eradicated. That's a dominant poll, isn't it? 89% to 11. You know, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. SK Gaming are the favourites here. There's no doubt about it. But I feel like it's, you know, a little bit harsh towards Papara Supermassive, who, like I said, have really impressed me so far here today. But I will still be signing, as we saw in our predictions with SK. So not the craziest of things, but a draft soon to come in. It's definitely one that, you know, for a map that's been out of the rotation for a while, is causing some issues in terms of drafting and sort of getting it right. I do want to see a bit more Pam. You know, it is banned out again by SK here, as it was in the previous series too. I still feel like Pam is one of the strongest brawlers here, so I'm kind of pleased it's being banned as frequently as it is. Lou, B as well, I think all really relevant, and still no Lumi. I mean, it's just not going to happen today, is it?
I think you're on the right track here with the Pam banned out twice now already, so those healers definitely back in the meta. We haven't seen Pam in such a long time. Poco, however, is a mainstay in the meta for a very long time, I feel already. Lou has been the most played brawler last month. We didn't really see Poco that often because he was banned very often. Now he also seems to slip through the ban phase a bit more often, Kenny. He's back and on the playing field.
Poco a very common pick on this map, and for good reason. Gadget, just a good presence. Finks has shown up here in EMEA quite a bit, though, so not super shocked to see this brawler come out here. I think just good control, damage output, has a super that can kind of slow down those projectiles as well, so curious to kind of see what they pair this with. Max and Hank have been common occurrences on this as well, even when paired with Poco. I've seen SK scrim that 3-brawler trio quite a bit. Lou definitely out of the equation now, too, so tank counters are a little out of the mix. Buster, somebody that shows up a good bit here for EMEA, so plenty of options, I think, for both these squads.
I haven't seen Finks for a while, honestly. Quite surprised to see it, but again, have been impressed with the drafting of Papara Supermassive here today so far. I got a reservation on it, you know. I'm just going to go out there and say it. I certainly love the kit. Nothing wrong in terms of everything about the Brawl. I love it. Just yet to be convinced by it, really. That's my only thoughts. Poco coming in. SK is smelling tanks. That's why the Chester is there to deter against the idea of it. Definitely a tough map to play tanks, but Ollie being the prime candidate. Hank maybe on the minds of SK Gaming here as an option. It's a wide open map, which obviously allows the homing missiles to then kind of find the targets better. Max, of course, for SK, no stranger to the organization whatsoever. Joker really is the man behind that magic. And I think an underutilized brawler here, to be honest. One that is going to be very, very good at that sort of pushback potential. So I'm liking it, but there's something missing here for SK Gaming. They think it's Draco. That's a tank that's definitely dropped away slightly, but I think is on the up. Primarily, though, have seen it played a bit more in Heist, believe it or not, but certainly has a place in Hot Zone. Whether Open Zone is the place in terms of the map, I'm not too sure. It's very wide open. The Last Stand gadget is certainly going to have to be there as the gadget of choice. That Last Stand gives you that little bit lingering more of a time with the 1 HP. And the Poker Hills then to bring things back to life might work out really well for SK. Ems is their response. Not too sure how to feel about Ems as the response. Certainly will be something for the Draco to think about, but it's not really a pick that we see often in competitive.
No, M's more of a casual brawler, I think, than at our professional scene. Draco showed up yesterday on this map as well for the gadget that you were mentioning. I think in combination with Poco's heals, Max's speed, we've got a lot of support with a real focus on Draco. Again, this is a team that's run Max, Poco quite a bit in scrims and then combined it with a tank. A lot of the times that was Hank, but Draco for the same reasons. I think Chester maybe mixes up the equation for them a little bit. Ems is just an interesting area control brawler, but this map is so wide open. Really have to rely on getting positioning, maybe on this left or right-hand side bushes, and just catching the enemy off guard, because otherwise they can just keep the range.
The Last Stand gadget as well, so such a long cooldown, 22 seconds, and it's really up there amongst the longest of cooldown gadgets that we have. Let's see, Rushy quickly falls. That's going to be no heals for Joker, who then follows suit, and OP will surely go down here. Last Stand in play, but only for so long. And again, that's going to start then the cooldown process. He won't get that back for a while. Speed, though, from Joker allows him to get quickly off the mark, back into the action. And now we're going to see Finks really land a lot of support there with that zone. The additional speed and the shots, brutal for SK here.
Yashi with an interesting gadget choice, trying to deal with the slowdown from Ims's Toxic Spray, and will deter that. I think that's probably part of the reason why they end up going with this Ims pick anyways, not paying off in that moment, but they sure do have a large lead. Salty finally falls, so team wipe coming in for SK Gaming. They just have to hold this middle ground for a really long time. I mean, they were about 50% down at one point.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Again, enough time walk for Filippo. And OPE really going in on the aggressive. Gets Thompson and Salty low, but not enough to secure any takedowns. And a nice area spray from the Chester now as well. Keeps SK off the zone. The too low HP to contest it and stay on it. They get another time with Filippo cycling so well. Nowhere for OPE to go here. And SK are really struggling to get much on the zone with now 10% remaining. And it looks like Para Supermassive going to stay firm. As Tomsy falls though, low for Filippo and Salty, but still going to get it done. To a 50% only scoreline for SK. A convincing first game in this first set.
Not a beefy comp for the side of Sup. But honestly, it worked out really well. I think a huge part of it was that Fink super. Those shots were just flying out of there. All those projectiles, of course, sped up, and then the ones incoming are slowed down. And the Imps pick, and it honestly worked out pretty well there. I think especially when they get to that three-pronged indestructible wall, if they can just pop an Imp super, there's nowhere for them to walk. Sure, they can pop that Yoshi gadget, but it's a really good matchup into somebody like Poco in particular. And then Imps, of course, more traditionally known as a tank counter. So if Draco doesn't have the range to keep up, it's a little bit trickier. It's an interesting pick, but I liked what I saw from him in game one.
Worked so far for Para Supermassive. OP goes down. Tomsy will clear that one up. And again, low HP for Joker and Yoshi struggling to really get on the zone as Para Supermassive continue to extend their dominance and their confidence in this matchup. Nice cancellation there from Yoshi for the slow. And now, good aggression. Yoshi falls. And Joker's low again, and SK just can't find the magic to really have much to show for this at all. As soon as one card falls, everyone else now more susceptible to being shot, and these heal pads, I mean, how often do you really even see them utilized? I mean, OP is probably better off just dying and just respawning back in quick.
Yoshi not able to heal the teammates is easier because of the gadget choice, so Draco's just kind of fending for himself. He's just in this bottom right-hand side trap, and now they're extending this lead further and further, and that super speed shot just connects so quickly. SK Gaming pinning away on the left-hand side because I think they know what's about to go down.
Kills out, but I mean, this is a done set if I ever saw one. I mean, they've got the zone control for now, but I mean, how long realistically is that going to last? OP is going to fall very, very swiftly. That is a statement from Papara Supermassive. I cannot express how important it is to get the first set under your belt, and against a team like SK with won monthly finals this year, yeah, Tomsy can look like that. A little glimmer of a smile occurring there and some confidence being displayed, as you should expect, because that was dominant.
This is also the first set that SK will lose today, which is quite an interesting turn of events. Against LLC, it looks like they were just unmatched in terms of draft, in terms of mechanics on the field, and now you guys even doubted the M's quite heftily. I immediately thought about maybe they just picked her because of the Finks, together with the super from Finks. She has just such a great synergy, and it makes her work. I agree with you too that Ems might not be the best in the current meta, but I do feel like together with that super, she can really bring a lot of value to the team.
For me, I'm not really too fussed either way about the M's. For me, I think it was just okay. I think for me, what really has changed my tone is questioning the Finks. I think Filippo just absolutely went to town. I mean, he was the person for me on the squad that just really kept Power Supermassive on the aggressive, getting the shots to land, getting the HP low on the side of SK. Man of the match in that first set for me, and definitely we're going to make me rethink that brawler being seen in the draft. I mean, you can just see how much of a problem it caused SK.
Let's see if what you say will later on also have an effect on who the viewers will vote as the player of the match, the MVP, later on, if Power Supermassive wins, of course. SK Gaming still has something to say, I feel, here. They need to take this loss and now come back even stronger. Kenny to even out the score. Wouldn't be the first time today that it happens that we're on a 1-1 situation after set 2.
Credit to Sup there in the draft stage as well. I mean, obviously, I think IMS is not the best in a tier list setting. I'll still stand by that, but I do think it was a really creative way to deal with those matchups in particular. It's not a brawler that I often see on that map, and honestly, just bringing something surprising out, because SK got the brawlers that they want. Like I mentioned, a very common trio that they've had this week coming into practices, Poco plus Max plus Tank. They got all three of those, and still Sup had a way to answer, so love that they had something to deal with that. They seem prepared. I don't know, SK may have a handful here.
Heading into draft number 2 now, B and Meeple are both banned out. In my eyes, the two best brawlers on this map are from Lumi, of course, but I don't even talk about that ban anymore. It's just happening anyway. We have Chester here as first pick from the side of SK Gaming. A good tank counter, brings a lot of area control as well into the mix, and I do like it on pinhole punt, especially because you have those bushes in mids. You just want to have that mid control at all costs. Some of the more rangy brawlers are still open here. We see a Carl maybe. A Max could come into the mix again for SK Gaming in this one as well. And Carl is going to be picked up. Yeah, for me, the obvious choice here, Kenny.
I think Carl's never really going to steer you wrong. I think one of the better brawlers, I think by the end of this next 2 weekends in our pro level, is going to be one of the highest play rates, especially considering the ban stage too. He's one of those brawlers that is just always going to barely squeeze by, I think. Maybe not necessarily a top 3 brawler in the game arc, but just somebody that's always good for you.
Yeah, it's just never in the ban stages. I mean, here we go. I mean, I've got to put my money where my mouth is now. I said that I was going to change my tone, and it's coming back out yet again. And I've not seen really it be on many teams' radars, and that kind of excites me somewhat, especially if this is again the secret sauce for Papara Supermassive, because it's a similar kind of story that we saw in East Asia when they brought in Shade for the first time, and no one knew how to handle it because no one's really tested it too heavily, and it's one of those kind of like little hidden gems that comes back around to remind others that yeah, this is still relevant and worth exploring. I'm interested to see where this goes. Poco coming in now for SK Gaming, and again, I wouldn't mind seeing the max for them. It's certainly a very good comfort to pick, one that works a little bit better in Brawl than it does for me in Hot Zone as well, and so you know, it's very much an SK Brawler pick. And again, Poco, Chester is kind of saying tank. You know, getting the Chester off the board, having the heals, and now following up with the final pick tank might be the play here. Let's see how they kind of feel about things, but certainly they are behind. A position where, again, this year that hasn't happened too frequently, and certainly not at this stage of the competition.
Jackie. Okay, I was kind of keeping my eye out for if this was going to be another Hank spot, but it seems like this is their tank of choice, so definitely agree with you. The second we see this Poco, you know they are going to get beefy. Jackie is somebody in this region that I think has often been used, especially into Buster, but seeing it here is real interesting to me because obviously Buster's in that ban stage. So this isn't just a belief that it's some random countermeasure. This is a brawler that's trying to stand alone. I think they like this matchup, particularly into Carl. If Carl tries to tailspin, Jackie is there to defend, especially if you have something like a counter crush. Could be an option, but by drafting this early, yeah, they can go for a tank counter. Ims once again. So this Ims Finks combo might be a thing. I mean, genuinely, I haven't seen Finks scrimmed a ton for this region. Just a little bit, and I haven't necessarily seen this Finks Ims combo in particular be that option, so really curious. I mean, this is now another bigger sample size for these two brawlers combined.
Yeah, I wasn't convinced on Finks in the first set, and now I'm convinced, and I wasn't very convinced on Ems in the first set. Will I be convinced by the end of the second set on Ems? That's the thing. But, you know, this is a strat. This is certainly something which Papara Supermassive tried and tested and feel very, very confident with. I think it can work, but certainly the Jackie's dangerous. I feel like, again, a brawler which has been getting some good results, and with the heals of this Poco, that's really where Yoshi's role is going to have to be the entire way forwards. With surely the Cafe Star Power left wide open. You can't do that. Papara, come on. It was wide open. That was a huge, huge blunder for me. You know, you just cannot leave angles like that just left bare. You've got to shut those down.
And they had such a great opportunity. They had the kill early on. I mean, they were putting some real pressure down on this enemy team, and now SK can recover. All three brawlers back alive. They kind of get a free goal out of that. No OP on that right-hand side. It was close. Not quite enough, though. Now they're just got to pocket this. Sup, we're in such good positioning, and again, one little mistake can cost you sometimes.
It really can. It was always the second goal as well, but now on defense, and SK growing in confidence for sure, but yeah, I was feeling like Papara had a fantastic start there. So Hypercharge now coming in, Tomsy potentially here as well, but Jugger can also cause a stir. What is OP cooking there? He's got a little bit of an area denial. Might just be wanting to cycle through that or just at least place it down. Trying to deter some of the positioning here. Salty stays alive, but OP should be able to seal this one.
Find something that's going to catch these enemy teams off guard. For them, that is EMEA and Finks right now, and it has to pay off once again. A kick forward, Salty, low HP, a trade. They have to grab this ball. Joker can't defend in time. Nicely executed there, and Sup will tie things here.
First showing, then for Papara, Supermassive, a hypercharge for Salty, an attempt at the heat ejector, but it's Joker and Yosh in his left-hand side. They power through, get it all taken care of. Salty doing his best to try to do something on defense is not going to be enough. And as quickly as the glimmer was, the set stands and SK bring it back. We are one apiece.
High-flying set here for SK Gaming. That was a much better showing, I think. Set number 1, Finks and EMEA were a problem, but now with the second set going down, again, I don't know how to feel about this, because pro players have been very different when I've chatted with them about Finks in particular. Some people love him, think he's an A, S-tier common brawler, and others are like, kind of meh. EMEA is somebody that I definitely didn't have on my radar, but clearly this is one of those combos that Sup have been testing, and 1 for 1 so far.
And as you mentioned, Kenny, they need to find their winning condition. It's not the Finks EMEA comp. So far, it's a 50-50 win rate for that certain comp, because it's actually the first time we have ever seen this comp being played this weekend. For the other side, SK Gaming, not too surprising, honestly, that they can come back and win this set. Now, it's been about the 4th time today that we see... 3rd time that we see a team evening out the score after just 2 sets here. It's 1-1, basically an even field here again, Arc. Everything open.
Yeah, I love that Jackie pick there for SK Gaming. I really did. I mean, the Ematic boosters are like a 15-second cooldown as well, so you're able to get a great amount of healthy speed, and I mean, it's really hard to overthrow when that's charging your way towards the goal. SK played that fantastically well in the draft. I had my reservations on the Papara Supermassive a little bit. I was hoping it would do very much the same we saw in the first set and kind of really open up the storylines, because imagine if we see something where SK are on the ropes and how that would then have a knock-on effect throughout the course of the rest of the day, and the teams that are still in contention for a ticket to the Brawl Cup being for esports and Humble on the other side of this bracket. I think that many are expecting SK Gaming to be in the grand finals. That might not be the case, as we are seeing some back and forth, and I'm really pleased to see it. Again, like I said, I've been waiting for a little bit of a pop-off for certain teams in this region, and Papara Supermassive has shown that, but a last draft wasn't it. So going into Hard Rock Mine, I want to see a little bit more diversification when it comes to some of their choices.
As you mentioned, I think the Chester Tank Poker comp is something that is certainly here to stay around, but only on Brawl Ball. Now on Hard Rock Mine, we want to see some more of those rangy options. Maybe another Max from SK Gaming, though, could be an option here, honestly. Probably, though, a Janet. They love this brawler. If she's slipping through the bands here, I can imagine that the blue roster here is going to pick her up and ban it out her themselves, since Papara Supermassive, the first pick here, usually, or like a year ago, we would always say Reiko probably the first pick here in Hard Rock Mine. That's not the case anymore, no. What is the first pick now?
I think they've got a few options. I think the Janet would have been priority number 1, which is why we see that ban. So I think that's a great shout there. B also banned, probably where they would have been looking next. Jean has been a common one in EMEA specifically. I know it's not necessarily something we've seen in more recent months, but now that I feel like Jean's in a little bit better place in this general meta, it's oftentimes been the middle of choice, at least not the first one, but a little down the line. I don't mind this gray pick though. Very popular brawler in general, and sometimes even in the van stage here.
I've got to be honest, I'm kind of surprised to see it as a first pick brawler. It's going to deter some ideas. I mean, certainly, like, you wouldn't be seeing Rico now appear on the side of SK. Jackie going to come in as the first pick of Max. I mean, that's so bold. It really is for SK. And I prefer that to the grey, honestly, myself. I think that definitely changes things. There'll be an escape mechanism, sure, in the eventuality that you are the grey and Jackie's coming away. But I just don't really kind of feel that grey has too much of a place in Hard Rock Mine. That's just my opinion, really. I feel like it's maybe better suited for other game modes. But I still feel confident that the Papara Supermassive have got ideas that they're have in their preparation process that are bold. So I don't necessarily mind too much. Hank, you're going to come in now. Yeah, it's okay. It's decent, but no real kind of ability to hide and be sneaky with things. I kind of feel like SK have got that comp going on much better and can take Papara Supermassive by surprise better.
Really curious to see what this sub-final pick is, because this is an interesting draft, like you mentioned. I do agree with you in the sense that Gray certainly better in other game modes. I think this isn't the norm, I would say. I think it occasionally shows up, like I mentioned, maybe it sneaks in the band stage. I think if you're the first overall pick team, sometimes you'll throw it out there if you don't want to deal with it. Yeah, this is the one brawler that I was wondering if it'd be a surprise pick, because I do think when you see that Jackie Rosa comes to mind a little bit, I think they're just going to get beefy, and obviously they had some concept in their mind with the Gray, because again, not a norm for Hard Rock Mine. I think they're just getting beefy with it. Max Jackie is really bold early on. It gives Papara Supermassive time to think about this Jackie pick, something that caught them off guard. But when you see Rosa, guess what you're also going to see? You're going to see Shelly. Wow, this is a crazy draft arc.
It's not even about the counter necessarily. Of course it is, but I mean, the Grow Light gadget's got a 10-second cooldown for Rosa. The idea for here is for Papara Supermassive to build their fort and to grow as much into the map as possible. Use the Grey TPs to get the Hank and the Rosa cycling into the middle to get those gems, or at least contest them. And, you know, it's a bit of a cheesy thing. The Shelly is not only going to shut that down, but it's going to destroy those bushes that are being tried to be created through the gadget use. So it makes a lot of sense. These are really bold ideas from Papara Supermassive, and like I said, I kind of like that, but you are in semi-finals against SK Gaming, right? I mean, that's the only reservation here. It's great to experiment with some ideas that are already out there, and we've seen that already work in the first set. But we're now into the third set, and I just have a little bit of an increased growing concern for just how bold some of these picks really are.
You mentioned bold picks for Sup. Honestly, I think this is a bold strategy out of SK2, because again, Jackie is a brawler that the rumor on the street is, what I have heard is it's a way to answer the Buster. We haven't really seen it as a standalone brawler in the past, at least since the days of the initial hypercharge. Just a perfect counter. Yoshi. Now with Tomsy, Joker, middle, still trying to hold on to these gyms, and a teleport available. Salty is just overwhelmed right now with just such a squishy amount of HP. Also a single shot brawler. This is just too overwhelming for the guy.
And it's OP on Shelly. In my opinion, probably the best Shelly player in EMEA. And, you know, that sounds a bit weird to say because it's the starting brawler. You know, how much skill do you really need to have with a Shelly? When he plays it, it takes it to another level. And at the moment, with the max speed as well, he's just all over Papara Supermassive. Hypercharge coming in now on their side. They're going to be going for a big, meaty push. 5 seconds, a good connection. And now straight into the arms of Khalifa. Can they find this pitch? I think they might be able to get it again. Down the reset is there. Oh, the gems are going straight out of the spawn. And SK have dropped them all. Can Tomsy escape though? The TP is there for the SK have got to try to get the gems back.
Oh, they even provided them as escape route. Now I see the vision with the Gray. It's a pull through, but not enough here. What a heist coming out of Papara Supermassive. Yeah, claps all around. What a beautiful demonstration there at the end.
My heart was in my mouth. I mean, but you know, you get that chance, you capitalize on it, you win the game. Do you get it twice? We saw it earlier today with Team Heretics. It went against them. The gems were stolen twice over. I don't think you get the second chance of SK to do that. I think that they are going to be the very first to shut it down because the majority of that game was SK. I think that just that moment was capitalized on in a beautiful way. Don't get me wrong, it really was well done. I don't know how often you get those chances.
Sometimes you just need one, though. One big play is all it takes. One thing consistently, though. Ope has been blasting his way through this left-hand end. Rosa has gone down on several occasions. Now Salty going to become the victim. Joker playing one of his most iconic brawlers on the max. Something we'd love to see out of him. Phenomenal with the mechanics on this brawler, but for now he's going to be forced away. Doesn't like seeing a Hank and a Rosa in his face.
Well, of course, OP gets a huge smash there on to the Rosa, but again, I mean, it's taking away some of their own bush, which might go against them. They're going to have to depend a lot on these max speeds to get into position for them straight into the middle. What a mess. Oh, my word. Yoshi low HP got to be retreating back as Tomsy again, pushing himself forwards, but the gems are still all with SK. As we know from the last game, that doesn't really say too much until the end of the countdown. Yoshi coming in as well, getting a bit of a pinch off, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to come out on top here. Does so with just the nice hypercharge at the right time. Those 3 gems are going to be, precarious. They're dropped, and Joker tries to snatch them out. Regardless, it's great aggression from SK. On the left-hand side, Felipe gets the takedown as well. Will he get out? No! SK keep the gems.
Look at the cheese going down from Sup. They've got a hypercharged teleport on top of their regular, so they can go the distance, and now they can get back to the middle of the map in a moment's notice. This is what we see in hot zone ladder compositions, and now it's at a professional level. Gray, Rosa, Hank, they're just cycling in brawlers so quickly. SK have to be careful here, because in a moment's notice, they can get blasted in the face.
Two hypercharges available. OPE goes in as well. Joker flashing. Here's another one cycling. And oh my word, the utility here for SK is absolutely disgusting. And there's nothing the Papyrus Supermassive can do to overthrow this push. Now the gem's going back. OPE could be the reset here. He goes down and is reset. Gem still with SK. For how long? Filippo falls. Tomsy is not done yet. Still full HP. A Grey Walking Cane. What a brilliant connection from Papyrus Supermassive. What a messy game. I cannot remember the last time I saw Hard Rock Mine quite like this. What are we watching?
Here they come again. They have a teleport available. Salty in the mid. The mechanics have been on point, but he has to land the mark once again. Ope, the man with the gyms, but he's got the distance. They slow it down, but they tie it up in the mid, and now it's going to be a duel at sunset.
What a scrap! Hypercharge for OPE. Joker not too far away. There's another reset of the gems yet again from Tomsy. This is just absolutely ridiculous. OPE now retreating away. Two gems from the middle could be possible. They are possible. Oh, Joker gets it. Oh, he dashes away. Reset yet again. 14 for OPE. He's got the Super 2. Is able to get the stun, and the support is there for SK to get a game. All that, and the set's still not over.
Oh, I'm so glad we get another game, honestly. I don't want this party to end quite yet. What a just beautiful chaos. I mean, like I said, this is a cheesy ladder strat. This is something that people pull out in the 15-win challenge to try and win. I've never seen it like this on Hard Rock Mine, though. Sup, we're so close. I mean, the fact that went to overtime in terms of the game, absolutely wild.
I mean, we need to keep track of the amount of resets. It's just so ridiculous. I love it. This is one of the most entertaining comps I've ever seen on this map. And I just hope that we continue to see absolute fireworks between these two teams, dueling at its best. OP is searching there, but the unfriendly bushes from Filippo will find him out. Interesting that they're not actually going to be utilizing anything other than that slow, really. But against the Shelly, I don't like Filippo's chances. He's playing so well until now. But, I mean, SK really have got, for me, the chance to really cut everything down very quickly with that Shelly pick. So if they get things under control and bring OP into the mix, then he's the person that can turn the tide.
Salty has been playing out of his mind on this grade. The amount of taps, the pulls, the perfect shots going through. This is not the easiest brawler to play, especially into a Jackie and a Shelly. But he's providing enough supers for his teammates so that they can be the ones that shine. And now he's got 5 gyms in the pocket. Once again, a tie game. Yashi battling on this right-hand end. He's going to have to fight against Tomsy, who charges up, barely survives. But in the middle is SK Gaming. Hypercharge down. Ope responds. Not enough to grab a kill. Salty there to assist, and he will hold on. Hypercharge now set up as well. Watch out for the sub freight train coming in.
Yeah, now Joker really has to handle that utility, get OP straight into the mix. One smash, can he find another as well? Again, speed cycling through. Yoshi on the right-hand side, hypercharge straight into the eye of the storm, and Tomsy finds then a takedown as well. And Tomsy staying in position, trying to deter these gems. They're still so closely matched, 7-8. Papyrus Supermassive in the lead, but only just as Filippo again struggling so much against OPE, trying to find the shots, cannot land them. It's Salty left all alone, but he has got that escape, can't get to the gems. He's going to be so cautious. Gets a lovely walking cane, allows Tomsy and Filippo to come straight in for the support. Somehow OP survives as a countdown for SK.
They're going to need those teleports in fast. 10 gyms in SK Gaming's pockets, and maybe enough time to reset in the natural mid. SK for now. Back away. Ope strikes on the right-hand side. Filippo pops a bubble to try and stay up, and there's the reset. Yashi popping off once again, though, and Salty left to wait for his teammates.
SK, oh, lovely phase shift from Joker to get away from that walking cane. Filippo with a lovely hypercharge there, finds OP down, he needs to. Joker, perilous position now, gets the speed but nowhere to go. Saved by Yoshi, dancing away, gets the kill as well, stays alive, but it's a countdown for Papyrus Supermassive. Absolute cinema. Can SK Gaming get this reset? They need it, they get it off the mid. Far from over, 12 apiece, we're still going forwards.
13 gyms now for SK Gaming, trying to climb their way up, and there's the kill that they needed. It's going to come down to the final moments here. Sup have to teleport to the other side. Filippo pops the super, waiting for backup. Joker with 5,000 HP. They need to hit him if possible. Filippo not within striking distance, and in the craziest set of 2025, SK survive.
What was that unreal, absolute cinema, the most enjoyable set of sim for a very long time in Brawl. I mean, it had it all. What a weird, fantastic draft that really was. I loved it.
I mean, round 2 and 3 were easily the most tumultuous games of all of the year so far. Thank you for that, you two. SK and Papar Supermassive, the draft, phenomenal. Round 1 gave me flashbacks. Tomsy on the Hank again. Gems were stolen twice from Heretics, now a third time here from SK Gaming. And it looked like they had it, but SK Gaming just made it a huge back and forth in that round 2 and 3 and turning things around. Now they're the ones at the top now. 2-1 up in sets here, Kenny.
I mean, when was the last time we saw a set go long enough to where a brawler could get 20 kills? 20 kills is wild. 460 on the Shelly as well. So much back and forth there. The creativity that SUP have shown in this match has been unbelievable so far. I mean, I just love how scrappy they've been, not afraid to get their hands dirty, going with the belief and the gut that they've gotten these brawlers. Because like I mentioned, Gray maybe shows up from time to time, but Ark, you pointed to it, this is not the normal game mode. This is a ladder composition that popped off at a pro level. We saw Rosa come out, we saw Shelly come out, SK adjust, that SUP adjust, just such a unique match we've got going on.
Opus sitting on 20 kills, Yoshi also on 13, and Yoshi, every now and then, when the gems were stolen off of Joker's hands, Yoshi was still there, ready to pick up the gems for his team. So for me here, the MVP, but all 3 of them have played out of their minds in this one. All 6 players actually on the field. We did have a Rosa in this one. Ollie wasn't even banned out. You have any idea why they chose the Rosa over Ollie in this one?
What I thought was the fact that they were going to build bushes. They didn't even do that. They brought in unfriendly bushes for the slow, which makes a lot of sense with the amount of grey TPs and the tanks cycling into the mid. But I really felt like it was screaming cheese, wasn't it, from the very outset? But I thought that they were going to throw something within the mid. Maybe the Shelly was the deterrent of that actually, because I mentioned that being a big issue coming in, and they did make the adaptation. Pretty a wise choice, but my word, whatever happens in this series, I don't mind anymore. I mean, I've had my fill as far as I'm concerned. May the best team win at this point. So entertaining, honestly.
We're heading into the draft now. We still need a little bit of a breather after the set that we just witnessed. Once again, thank you SK and Papar Supermassive. That was my favorite set all year so far. Heading into the draft here now, we're on pit stop. That screams Shade again. Of course, he's going to be banned out. Still, Cordelius is going to be picked up here. We mentioned it before. Just one of the best brawlers to defend. Can also sneak up and do some good amount of damage himself. Can jump over those walls and get some damage in for his team. On the other side now, Papar Supermassive. Do we have any other defender? There's one certain female brawler that comes to my mind here, Kenny. You know who I'm talking about?
I do not.
Charlie?
Yeah, in this region it just hasn't shown up as much. I think it's definitely a possibility. Yeah, on the money. I mean, honestly, first time we've seen her today, and in East Asia, it showed up a ton. Win rate was quite poor, though, to be honest with you. 3 of 8, I believe, yesterday when looking back. Yeah, 2 of 8, actually, so even worse than I thought. Lily going to be a good selection, though. I feel like Charlie has a place, but I don't necessarily know if it's that high up the tier list of a brawler in terms of what it can bring to the table, Arc.
Yeah, I kind of felt the same way. I like the fact that it's coming forwards. I think that Charlie's really enjoyable to watch, and certainly is a great shutdown brawler. Cordelius, I feel like is the better of those two, still slightly more so. Just simply on this map, because a lot of the brawlers that really need to get access to the safe are going to be very close proximity brawlers anyway, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. So pairing it as well, I think it's a smart move here for SK. The strategy is the same, isn't it? Let's be honest. Oh, hello, kid. On Heist. That thing rings a bell. Screaming some LA vibes here for me right now.
Sweating a little bit.
Certainly quite like the way SK have cooked here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a winning draft so far. But hey, we've got a chance for a response. Let's see how they go.
Even though Charlie hasn't been the best this weekend, even last month before the buff that she received, she was still showing up on this map. So I still think a solid pick. It's even gotten some wins here in the BSC. But like I said, I think it maybe just overextended a little bit yesterday in terms of how often it was played. I think this is a spot where it can definitely work. And having the extra spawners in the cocoon can definitely work on pit stop in particular. It's always a beefy battle, though. We've got Lily. We've got Draco now. Those are a couple bigger brawlers. Edgar mains everywhere. Should love this map. It is honestly one of his better ones. A Kit Edgar combo, though, that is fierce.
Deadly, very deadly, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's so hard to call. Draco has been coming back on this map specifically as well. That's what I was kind of referring to earlier, saying that I've seen Draco being played out a lot on this map. So I quite like it. I just see a tweet as well saying that Monthy is the drafter here for Papara Supermassive, definitely raising some questions from the community because it's just been very interesting to watch their approach, very strategic, and it's giving SK some problems. It cannot be denied. So credit to him for sure for that. And let's see now, it's a bit of an early base race, big amount of percentage. Joker left all alone, but some respawns coming back in should deal with the hiccup. There's about 50% on both sides already at the start of this game. The strat is basically cutting the matches in half, isn't it, really?
Subs into full engagement of Brawlers on the left hand in to start the game, and now Joker, Yoshi left to defend. Monthy riding the Dragon now as Filippo chips away at the high safe. Yoshi can only do so much by himself. Drags one under, but now Ope has to fend for himself. Jumps in, charges the super in time, and Monthy's going to pop out right here. 2 Brawlers left standing. They have to be pretty perfect on defense, though. They're now below 10%. Monthy trying to hold on, but gets dragged to the Shadow Realm, so they'll hold on for at least a few more moments.
Filippo, though, he's got to go in Viz at the right time, isn't he? But OP knows just that. He's trying to bait out the jump and has no option now but to go into the mid and try to keep SK guessing, but I think that Joker may have spotted him as well, so OP is going to be aware of that. There's still time, a lot of pressure for SK to defend. OP goes for the jump, doesn't land the connection either, but Yoshi on defense, now in the realm. Salty gets it done. Lovely stuff from Papara Supermassive there. A set which they need to get a good start in. They need to take to a 5th and final to be able to secure a chance in today's grand final now. So that was the best way to start things off. Keep SK under pressure early on. Try to deprive them of that all-important match point scenario. It's the best chance that they can have to remain in this competition here today.
Cordelius can only do so much on defense. It's a good brawler on this map. It's going to be excellent in a one-on-one situation against a Lily and Monthy on that Draco. But once you get too many brawlers, he's overwhelmed. He can only do so much. He's backtracking now, trying to get to Filippo, who also can go to the Shadow Realm manually. And Ope there to help out. There's the stun going through. Beautifully played. So 14% damage stun. It's not too much. This time, Sup don't run away with an early lead. Ope, I can't tell if that was a miss. He wanted to dive in just to get aggressive, but either way, you don't like seeing a super used like that.
Yeah, it feels like the second time as well, so not the greatest so far. Salt's been playing fantastically well though so far. Look at that timing. He knew he was one shot away. He knew that he could pop the hypercharge and still go in on the aggressive. I love those kind of like really coordinated calls that people make like that. And he's still going. OP can't push forwards as well. He goes down as well. Monthy and Salty shredding through to safe quite literally with the Draco now meets down, but nonetheless, Mark's safe as well. 6% is all that is left now. And surely Filippo coming out is going to get a 1-tap, 2-tap, 3-tap, maybe done. It is there. Papara Supermassive get a set. We're going to a 5th and final, and SK Gaming may have met their match.
Oh boy. Brawl Cup secured, so that's good news for SK Gaming. But you'd think they'd like to see themselves get to another grand finals, maybe secure one of their own, be a team in EMEA with 2 under their belt to help them move along towards guaranteed world final spots later on in the year. That could be in jeopardy depending on how this goes right here. Sup have a real opportunity to cause an upset in this region.
Keep in mind here as well, SK didn't drop a single set in their quarterfinal match against LLC. Now it looks a bit different. Papara Supermassive, so strong here, making it a base race with their comp. Salty especially, just cycling his ults. We had a moment where there were 2 Charlie Cocoons on the map, which is something I haven't seen too often so far, so I'm glad that pick really worked out for them. On the other side, we have a lot of kills once again. The Cordelius was the one to defend the save of SK Gaming. Yoshi did a pretty good job, but they just didn't get the damage onto the save of Papara Supermassive. Maybe by now we can say don't pick Kit not only on Bridge too far, but in Heist in general.
I mean, that's how I've always felt towards it, yeah, not gonna lie. I mean, that's pretty much it in a nutshell. You know, but I mean, I think the Draco really was it. I think it worked out fantastically well, and SK just didn't really have a strat. And you've got to remember as well, this is a grudge match from the February monthly finals, you know, where SK Gaming, you know, were able to get the win over Papara Supermassive. This is turning full circle now. I mean, this is like the upset of the day as far as I'm concerned, potentially going on here to the 5th and final, to layer cake. With some just insane drafts from Monthy on the side of Papara Supermassive.
If your predictions are in jeopardy right now, maybe Papara Supermassive takes this one, even though, what was it, 7% voting for them? 13? Something like that?
89 to SK, 11% to Papara Supermassive. That was how
11,
convincing it was.
okay. So if your predictions are in jeopardy, you can still vote for Humble vs. Foot later on. Event at brawlstars.com to get that Pro Pass XP. Really a tongue twister, that one. Layer Cake is going to be our last set in this one. SK had the opportunity to close it out on pit stop, didn't make it the last set. Now we're seeing 5 sets of those teams here. I'm super hyped for it.
What a jam-packed day. It's just been a good
Oh
day.
yeah,
You love to see it. Just some good action, and honestly, this is a matchup that kind of flew under the radar. For me, whether this was Team Heretics or Sup, I knew that one was going to be close, but I really thought SK were going to kind of win in a 3-1 fashion in this spot. But Sup have surprised me. Their drafts have been surprising. I mean, genuinely, no clue what's going to happen here.
Layer Cake is the map. We have seen it once before today. We've seen Hank come out, Max once again. That's certainly a comp that I would give SK as well. On the other side, I don't really know what to expect from Papar Supermassive Arc. As you mentioned, Tomsy is the drafter there, and he has shown us some surprises with that Finks Ems comp that did work out in open zone. Now also with the Lily, Charlie, Draco. Not a comp we've seen too often on pit stop as well. Yeah, I mean, what surprise do you expect is not really a question I like to ask, but do you have any idea what is going on in Tomsy's head?
I don't think SK do either, and that's great. I mean, Janet first pick for me could be very much, yeah, it's the best place to be, isn't it? I've got to give some credit, though, to Luck as well, who's their analyst, because obviously they're working very, very closely together on those ideas, and they would have had to have really dived deep into what SK Gaming were likely to bring in here today, so it's certainly not all the credit going his way, but I'm really impressed. Angelo first pick. Just not the Brawl that I'm expecting, honestly, in Layer Cake. Can be good, can get some good results. Certainly Master Fletcher gadget to pierce through the environment. It's a must, really. But again, I'm still on the fence as to whether Andrew's a good first pick brawler. I'm coming around to it. I think it really much is in the right hands of SK. They've shown today already that they can really land the shots they need to in this final hour, and they're confident with that pick. I've got to respect that. I've got no choice but to, and SK Gaming know their stuff. Hank, Para Supermassive, already off to a wild start, and we've seen how SK Gaming sometimes respond well to that wildness. Sometimes it can take them off guard. So again, I've got to hold some reservations. I want to see how this goes. I'm so excited for this draft.
I think Hank shows up enough on this map to where SK Gaming need to be prepped a little bit on how to deal with it. We have Ollie out of the equation, which is a great brawler to have. Shade's kind of that X factor as well, and love that Kit's removed from the equation. We're not going to have too many shenanigans going down. So Max Hank is the combination this right side is going to run. Angelo is where they've started. They've got the range. You mentioned it. That piercing gadget, a huge reason I think why pros really like the spot that he's in right now. Already, I think a solid brawler build. High ceiling. These pros are going to reach that ceiling because of how well they can hit their shots. We saw a player like Lukey earlier just doing so well on this brawler. I'm sure whoever pilots it for SK Gaming can do well too. Curious to see what we get on this 4-5 turn. Sometimes teams will go throwers, sometimes they'll get aggressive, and right now we've only got a sharpshooter for SK Gaming. Carl just depend. I mean, if I'm going to put my faith in this F5 and anybody, this is not a bad guy to do it with.
I quite like it, for sure. The protective pirouette can also help with those hasty retreats when you go in on the aggressive. But make sure that you get out with the stars, most importantly. So Blind Hook to get that early blue star is where SK are going to thrive. Being on the defensive with Angelo, kind of where you want to be. So I understand where their heads are at with that. It's just about the aggressiveness of this side of Para Supermassive that they've got to have a very good defense. Again, it's very easy to just not go down once, but have your entire team go down into the eyes of a Max. Chester is their response to the Hank. And Para Supermassive not done yet. I'm surprised Janet's still on the table, not gonna lie. I mean, that's a big one as well, but they're gonna go with Control and Juju, and I mean, this is a map where she can get some great value. I'm not gonna lie. There's no wall break really, except for the Chester, which could come around, but you're kind of at the helm of RNG when it comes to that particular brawl, and whether you've got the utility to get those breaks off the bush to take away what Juju can bring in. Certainly the water's not going anywhere. So she's got that slow potential as well on the defensive, but it's a shorter range as a trade-off. I've got to ask the question, Kenny, and I know you're going to not want to necessarily answer it, but who's got the winning draft here?
I kind of like this Juju 6 pick, I'm not going to lie. I think that's honestly a really good shout into the Angelo and the Chester in particular. You know, they can still pierce through. Traditionally, Carl does really well into throwers, and I know this is a crazy-looking draft. Max is somebody that I'm not necessarily counting on for kills, but maybe somebody to help get that max speed for somebody like Hank so he can press a little further. Filippo just has so much range, and they don't have a way to really get rid of this grass unless they get the RNG necessary. So, I don't know. On paper, I do like this sub-comp.
Interesting stuff. Let's see. Josh in the left-hand side, getting a nice connection down to Filippo. Lovely pierce as well. Poison damage going to take it down. And again, that Master Fletcher gadget to be able to ensure that the shots go through that environment. Really, really great stuff there from Yoshi. Didn't really get traded off in terms of the value that he was looking to receive, but the mechanics, the thought was really all there. Just the blue star so far from SK, as we fully anticipated that they would go for first flying hook and getting into that defensive position. Having Power Supermassive push into them gives them the control, gives them the cards. And again, another Master Fletcher gadget that connects from Yoshi to the left-hand side, forcing Filippo to have to rethink.
Ope pops the super. Not enough for a kill, though. Joker forced away now, and SK Gaming running for the hills. Ope just throwing down shots, trying to keep them at bay, but 11,200 HP, and Tomsy is pressing. Salty holding the line as well, and Sup can sit comfortably now that Filippo just holds on this left-hand side.
She's got to hold down fort to the left, trying to find Filippo. You can see that he's not really moved from that spot. Waiting for the gadget. There's the pierce, but Filippo's staying firm, solid as a rock. Might be trying to bait Yoshi to thinking that he's moving around, and therefore the shot might go somewhere else. Here we go. A bit of a push coming in as Tomsy bursting this bubble, trying to find Joker, but misses the shot. Hypercharge there for Yoshi, but Salty goes down. 7 stars for SK, and they're exploding onto the scene with the final 5 seconds. There's no question as to where this first game is going to go, and a match point for SK Gaming.
What a hold from SK Gaming. No kills had transpired, and they still just find a way in those final 15 seconds to put down Sup. I liked the draft coming into it. I'd be curious how pro players feel about this on paper. Obviously, when we play the game, everything can go awry. You never know what's going to happen. Piercing shots from Angelo put enough pressure on this Juju. I think the Juju pick was the one that I was looking out for most. I feel like if they can get some value out of this brawler, maybe play some mind games and shenanigans by going invisible a little bit. I think that's something that Yoshi was very aware of. The team as a whole was they're kind of just lobbing up shots into the grass, just kind of waiting to see if they can find where Filippo was.
And there, literally, as you're calling it, Filippo doing just that, and Yoshi wasn't ready for it. 3 consecutive hits. He's got to get that Juju. Absolutely so. That is the 4th brawler, and he's 1 shot away from being able to establish it as well. And SK will absolutely be communicating that and looking to eradicate it as quickly as possible. Swapping lanes now as well. Filippo going to the right-hand side. Again, just trying to keep SK Gaming guessing, trying to get that final shot to connect. As again, the blue star is the only thing that separates them at the moment. But SK on defense, they're a dangerous, dangerous force. Tomsy going there, closing the gap with the Joker, flying hook over the lake as well, but he's out of position. He goes down. The blue star as well with Papara Supermassive now.
Oh, and a shot goes through, knocks the arrow, and Yoshi connects. Salty dropping a clown pin on his own teammate. Brutal to see. You got to see Juju get greedy here as well. I think that would be such a help in this single shot brawler. Angelo on the left-hand side is something they didn't really get going in that game number 1.
Now he has the Gree. And OP, oh, look at that pitch. Beautiful stuff. The timing between him and Yoshi was impeccable. Now the hypercharge of Joker trying to herd then back Papara Supermassive to get the maximum value on it, but can't go too aggressive. Maybe saving even for the final seconds at this present moment in time, because it's going to be all the push from Papara now coming into speed. And the connection from Tom's on the left-hand side. Yoshi gets the hypercharge at just the nick of time for the hills, and the taps are there. There's poison trickling down onto Tomsy. Can he survive it? That's the question. There's only 1 star in it. He's still alive. 15 seconds now, and 1 final push is all that is in this game.
And here comes Tomsy rearing his ugly head, makes the connection. Yoshi has to be a hero once again. Hypercharge, looking for tags. Filippo dancing. Joker dives, grabs the kill. 2 seconds to go, and SK get the job done. Another grand finals appearance for the boys in blue.
What a ridiculous ending, as SK Gaming played it perfect. If there was a millisecond there, it may have made all the difference, but it wasn't, and it stands, and SK Gaming thoroughly deserving of a grand finals. But what a commendable performance from Papara Supermassive. Maybe towards the end of the draft wasn't quite the winning one, but what a showing from them today. So proud of them.
Honestly, congratulations to both of those teams. Yes, it might hurt for Papar Supermassive to not make it all the way to the finals, but they've still improved. They made it to the semis today. It's still their first time around. So, again, thank you both for such a great run. Not only the casters, but also those teams. It's a 3-2 overall, a very close match, a semi-final worthy match. And once again, Tomzy almost made it happen in that second round. He does not only steal gems, he also steals lives. With just 10 seconds left on the clock, he almost made a run for it. Kenny, yeah, we never wished for a closer semi-final here.
Look, I was somewhat critical, I would say, of SUP coming into this. In scrims leading up to this, they weren't a team that particularly impressed me. I didn't know how they would even handle Team Heretics. I nearly picked Team Heretics even with a substitute. I just didn't see enough from these guys in previous months, and now they have something to hold their heads high on. I know they lost
to take it into their own hands. To win this next match would see Humble as a ticket stamped to the Brawl Cup in Dallas. For esports, they've got to win in the grand finals, not just make it there, win the whole day. So much on the line in this next match. I'm incredibly jealous of Trav and Kenny, and I cannot wait to see what happens next, because a team is going to get their ticket stamped. One of these two is going to be going into the grand finals and have to then go on to the next stage, or seal it and get it done early and go home all proud of your team and all high fives around.
Don't be too jealous, Ark. We still get you back for the grand final, and you can still watch the semi-final, so it's all good here. Heading into the next match. Before though, however, we need to talk about what the viewers at home have voted on. The MVP here, it's Yoshi. Of course, after that Hard Rock mindset, especially on that Jackie, I felt like he well deserves this MVP vote, Kenny.
I think in that set 5 too, just clutch. Just when they needed it in those final 15 seconds, both games, he was the one grabbing a kill. Just throughout the entire day, somebody that's been a part of this team, I feel like often people see him as kind of the support role for this team. Somebody playing the Poco like you're seeing on multiple sets here. But that time, they tasked him with some big time brawlers and he executed.
Yeah, I think for me, SK, overall, anyone could have been MVP as well. I think that everyone did their bit. I think today was a real, close-knit unit. OP as well. Really liked his Shelly, specifically in Hard Rock Mine. And, that's what makes SK so great. Like some sets are not for one member of the team, but another is able to shine, but they're always able to have their moments overall.
SK Gaming is already in the grand final. We're waiting now for their opponents. It's either going to be Humble or Foot Esports. Both of them still have a shot at the Brawl Cup. So I'm super excited for the semi-finals. You'll have to wait a little bit longer though. We're heading into a tiny break.
The first Monthy final, we didn't prepare any draft for grand final to just starting the year. The second Monthy final was so chaotic. Literally the second place team in the circle lost in the Monthy qualifiers to Cold Gas and Reverso, which are really teams that shouldn't lose to. And then ECP also lost to Totem in the upper bracket. So I think the second month final was just a bit chaotic. And either way, I think it honestly doesn't matter. The monthly finals is not like, it is a nice in-between step, but the big main step here is, of course, winning Brawl Cup and winning a second World Finals. And all you need to do is qualify to Worlds, and if that means just get every time second place, then yeah, it will be like that, like last year. Probably ourselves. As funny as that sounds, yeah, as long as we like keep improving on ourselves, we'll be even better than our yesterdays before, and then become even better. So we always try to become better than our yesterday selves. Generally in Europe, though, for our teams wise, I think they're all pretty equal. It really depends on the performance of the team on that day, on the monthly final day. So yeah, performance on the day is like a really big thing in Brawl, honestly, which is really like overlooked.
We're back for semi-final number 2. We have SK Gaming already waiting in the grand final, and now we're waiting for one of the two to join us here, Humble or Foot Esports. Who's it going to be, Trev?
It's a tough question. I was hoping you'd give me a bit of time to lead up to this one, because honestly I still don't even know. It's been such a tough, both of them played pretty well. Humble were obviously against Totem and only came away with a close 3-2, whereas Foot Esports faced the reigning champions and came away with a very swift 3-0 in quite a convincing fashion. So it's very tough. I've kind of just learned from past mistakes to just stick with who I thought was going to win it from the start, and that's Humble.
Don't mind it. I'm rolling Humble too. Before the day started, I had Humble on my event.brawlstars.com predictions. So I'm going to hold the line. I'd regret it if I swap, but Foot could certainly be a strong team to win this one as well.
I think coming into today, we all thought that Humble could take it all today. After all, they've been looking pretty good in recent scrims. They have been qualifying consistently for all 3 monthly finals so far. They should be the ones to take it. But Foot just looked so, I don't know, dominant against that Clipsar that it kind of made us a bit wavering our decisions, it seems. The determination that we've seen from Foot Esports as a whole, but also from Gero on his camera shot was just scary. We asked those two teams about one another. What do they have to say about their opponents?
Team Humble to bardzo mocny skład. Składa się z 3 bardzo mocnych graczy i na pewno, jeżeli ich trafimy, to będzie jeden z cięższych meczów.
Foot Esports, world champions of 2023, honestly have been looking a bit not the strongest this year, have been losing quite a lot of third-party tournaments against not so good teams. So I'm wondering, again, it's all about the game performance. That's how Foot Esports mostly plays. Gedo, now Meow and Navi, so they're definitely still a strong team, but they have been looking on the weaker side this year, in my opinion.
On one side, poor determination. On the other side, a very motivated Semantic, cleanly shaven. Trev almost didn't recognize him, right?
Yeah, I was like, who the hell is this guy? I don't recognize him at all. But, no, I mean, in terms of these guys facing each other, though, it's 2023 World Champions versus 2024 World Champions. So a lot of experience on both sides. This is the 2024 matchups, though. Obviously, it kind of went Humble, then Foot, then Humble, then Foot. So it was very back and forward. I guess that kind of lines up as a Humble win then, and honestly for my prediction's sake I'm hoping so.
Some great quick math out of you, Trav. Look at that. I mean, honestly, what a pattern we've got. The series is even, and at World Finals last year these two teams didn't face off at all, so we could settle the score right here of who takes the lead.
Well, I mean, this is a bit of a tougher road for Foot Esports than it is for Humble. They have already beaten Eclipsar, so that's checked off. But they have to beat Humble in the semi-finals, and then they have to win the entire monthly finals as well. So they've got that one extra step in comparison to Humble, who just need to get this win to be going to the Brawl Cup, as they are slightly behind them in points.
So a quick reminder once again, Humble needs to win this one, Foot Esports needs to win this one, and the grand finals. They need to be the winners of the April monthly finals to still make it to Dallas, to still get that ticket for the Brawl Cup. So a lot is on the line here. This is one of the most intense matches that we have expected today, because both are fighting for the Brawl Cup. But we have seen so many intense matches. I just remember that Hard Rock Mindset once again. Trev, you missed that out, but I'm sure you still watched it.
Oh, it was incredible. It was an absolute movie. It was like that alone could I'd have watched that as the entire series, to be honest. Just like 5 sets of Hard Rock Mine if it was played out like that. It was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, such entertaining gameplay, and I hope this semi-final comes with the exact same. 84% to Humble, and that seems quite high in my opinion. Very, very high. But 16% to FUT Esports, and after their 3-0 performance, I was expecting this to be around 50-50, considering a lot of people obviously back Humble because they're the world champions as of current, I should say. But yeah, that seems very heavily swayed, Sonny.
The viewers really haven't learned anything, did they? We had just had 11% vote for Papar Supermassive, and they made it super close. Now with 14%, FUT Esports can make it super close as well. We'll figure it out now. We have Golden Gulch, our first map of this series. The draft is already rolling in here, just waiting for the bands to come in. And the first pick is going to Humble. Kit is banned out. Now, we just talked a bit about how we don't really feel like it's that strong, but they seem to be, they seem to know something we don't. On Golden Gulch, of course, there's still the feared Kit Buster comp. I've seen it a lot on Leather. I don't know if it's also coming into competitive now, Kenny.
It's a fear for sure. I think Kit is not the best everywhere. We've seen it on Heist, and I'm not going to name names. We all know what we're thinking, though. It's not necessarily for there. But I do think in Knockout, it certainly has a place. Just getting able to charge that super so easily, and then especially when you see that Buster in there, too. Buster just basically gets it for free. If they just sit back, relax, and charge supers, then those end games get really frustrating to deal with. So I don't really blame Humble at all here, Trav, for banning those 2 brawlers.
Yeah, you kind of got to get them out of the way. Juju's going to be coming in. Oh, God, that was a fast one. Juju and then Hank instantly afterwards. They clearly know exactly what they want to be doing for FUT Esports. Absolutely have this this composition nailed down. Obviously, Griff being the first pick from Griff. Sorry, God, that game. Just watching the last game took it all out of me. I'm completely out of it now. Gray is the first pick from Humble then for Golden Gulch, and I do like that pick. Very, very solid. But yeah, the Hank is devastating on this map.
Really, really fun one. I think Juju's in a solid place, not the state that she has been in previous months. Just too many balance changes bring her down at this point. Rightfully so. She was an insane brawler and now a little more able to deal with. Daryl, though. So Daryl, one of these brawlers that's going to be able to charge up that super just by being. Literally. He is, and he has super. And into Hank, it's going to be able to combat that with shotguns. The double deuce can get up his face. Juju is somebody that without the help of Grigri, if Grigri's available, Daryl may be struggling a little more because he can't multitask very easily. But if Daryl can get in the face of a squishy brawler like Juju by himself, all is well and good.
Yeah, the Mandy, dangerous stuff with the hypercharge. So strong. Got to be very cautious when it comes to coming out of the spawn if she's got the super, and if she's got a hypercharge, you're going to be getting decimated. You know, at some point in the game, I'm sure. Ollie going to come in though for FUT. I don't really need to say much about it. We've seen it enough today for me to have explained it time after time after time. And honestly, this FUT Esports comp it just looks disgusting, doesn't it? I'm not sure if it it's the winning composition. Like, I'm not going to say 100% win, but just looking at the brawlers one by one, I'm like, that is absolutely vile.
Does it give you the ick, Trav? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, it does. It does. It's like 3 incredible brawlers put together. Like, just for FUT's sake, I'm hoping they work together. But like, if you look at them one by one, it's like something special.
Certainly interesting, and I'm very excited to see how it goes down here. Both of these teams battling for Brawl Cup. They control their own destiny, win and in for Humble, and FUT Esports have a little extra legwork to go, but nonetheless, it starts right here in our semi-final number 2.
Semantic on the Daryl, having to already run all the way to the left-hand side, and Lukey fell quite low there, but will survive it out. Luckily for them, obviously don't have that far range. I mean, that was
something.
That was something. Yeah, I don't know if I've got an explanation for that.
Well, it was close to a 90-degree angle, so you got to give him credit where credit's due. Knows his geometry, and there's a little teleport away from Boss. I guess he's just going to use the super and then charge it up again. There he is, just sitting there waiting. And I think they're just trying to get this utility up enough to maybe give some opportunities for Lukey, for Boss to get another TP, to get hypercharges, all that jazz. So I think both these sides just dueling to have a chance at the end game.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm still building up this bubble, but nobody's going to come into range in time for him to be able to use it. Walker King was there trying to break up some of these walls, and obviously they hit Semantic again. He's gone for an actual roll onto them this time, and doesn't look like it's paying off. Very low now. Meow tries to get a pinch in. Boss low, gets taken out, and Meow does really well there. Lukey's going to TP to the gas to try and prevent any more supers being given to FUT Esports. But that was a weird round, a very weird round.
I'm wondering if Semantic literally used it just to try and get a slowdown. Honestly, it didn't look like he was going for damage, but obviously with that super, if you get close enough, it can do that as well. Semantic now diving and getting real aggressive. Overshoots just a smidge. Popping a gadget here. Hypercharge goes down. Dodge. Semantic gets out of dodge and will live. He's going to roll all the way to the other end of the map, and now all of a sudden is a 3v1. Humble should reasonably be able to tie this up.
Yeah, I mean, that was a wild overshoot on the roll as well, but somehow managed to make it work with a little bit of help from his friends. So luckily, Boss came with the TP to finish off one of those kills, so he wasn't singled out anymore. But really nice stuff there from Humble to even out this one out. Seemed a lot better and a lot more composed overall as well.
Ooh, Semantic lurking on this right-hand side. They may not know this. The pull goes through. All right, now we will scout this out. That's a good call. Semantic pops a gadget, I think, out of partially panic and can roll away if needed. Lukey still looking for shots here. Having a super for him would give them a full house on that left-hand side. Something I'm looking out for once again towards these end games and overwhelm them a smidge in round number 1 is having Grigri on the map, especially with that shield. It's really hard to bring down.
Yeah, very tough to do so. Nice gadget there, though. Almost gets him down with a follow-up shot as well. Gero was very confident that wasn't going to hit because he didn't drop the Grigri in a defensive position there. Semantic going to come in with a roll now. Chooses to go down rather than up and force a roll away once again, ready to come back a little bit later on in the round with another super. I'm sure he'll just charge it on his own again, ready for those influential moments.
And they've got the range, so if they're holding this mid-ground right now, they can throw shots down. Meow kind of has to just force his way in. Gero now hovering over that super, and here comes Grigri, top right-hand side. They shred through it immediately. Teleport available for Boss. Ollie flanking up top, double focusing these top brawlers. Hypercharge goes down, connects, not enough for a kill, though. Meow survives. 2v3 situation, Semantic dives in, a hypercharge of his own. Low HP, goes down. Boss TPs, Fog closes out, and Foot will survive that one. Nicely played there. A real close call for both ends.
Yeah, real nice there from Foot Esports. Worked out very, very well towards the end game. I just feel like there's a few slight mistakes coming in here and there, and from Humble that I really can't explain. Nothing too like over the top, like he's completely throwing, but it just seems like maybe there's a few plays that need to be ironed out a little.
Hard to play super well when you're playing against 2023 world champions, making this match a little more special. This is our 2023 and 2024 world champs, each trying to prove a point, each trying to get a first grand finals, each trying to gain a spot to this Brawl Cup. Right now, Foot will take advantage. Game number 1 going their way. So much low HP going on for these brawlers. It's a trade, though. Lukey snipes across the map, and because of Daryl, they're going to be able to grab one there.
Yeah, it was really nice. Good trade there from Humble. Seemed like they were definitely on the downfall in that one, and a gadget from Boss and Lukey to try pull through and shoot through the wall as well. They're just going to sit up top. 2 tanks are going to be very good in the late game, so they just want to stay out the way of the Humble team, don't feed too many supers, and just play it for the late.
We've got the HP advantage, and each of them have 12,100 because of those shield gears. Boss, Lukey, not quite that. They're going to have to just hit these long-range shots, and if this closes in, it's going to get more and more difficult. The Mist-Walking Cane there makes this way more difficult. Lukey snipes, but it's not enough. Love that. Got it off just before the Hypnosis. Tried to make a hero's effort, but not quite enough.
Yeah, real nice there from Foot Esports. Just seems so on top and so in control of this matchup. All 3 of them will remain on the right-hand side, and Humble now trying to slot in there as well, but Lukey going to be forced round to the left, and Semantic just going to wait. Knows he needs the super to be able to do anything at all, and make sure he wants to pinpoint this on someone this time.
Semantic's going to get sneaky once again. He's going to be in this little patch of grass here. He has his super available, but he's not showing himself yet. He wants to be forgotten and then capitalize on a moment like that where they're low HP. He's going to be looking for the perfect time. They're chipping away very slowly at this Foot roster. Red roster now with low HP, but they have 3 supers to show. They're being pieced up. They're chiseling away at him, but no kills yet.
Lukey has the hypercharge, though. Needs a super to be able to make use of it. Because we know how influential that can be. He goes for the gadget through the wall, thinking someone would be lurking there, but they're not. There's the super now, and choosing not to use it at the moment. May have found a couple of connections in the grass there, but didn't want to over-exaggerate that. Super comes in now, gets a connection onto Grigri, and that's it. Semantic will roll upwards towards the Ollie, who goes for a jump and a Hypnotize. Doesn't manage to get the Hypnotize just yet. Comes off the wall. Super from Meow gets that one sorted. Boss TPs again, but the hypercharge isn't saving anyone. And Foot Esports take the first set.
Nicely done by Foot Esports. Really interesting draft when we looked at it. You said it gave you the ick a little bit, Trav, but it worked out pretty well. I just feel like they had so much HP. They were solid brawlers. I feel like Grigri got in the mix a little bit there. I feel like Humble could never take advantage early. They didn't find any early game kills, and therefore towards those end games, it just looked like it was going to favor that Foot Esports side.
A really well-rounded coming into this match from the side of Foot Esports. Also, once again, a Hank match won. I really want to look at the stats from this brawler after today. The win rates must be through the roof. The pick rates certainly are here. But yeah, all three of them played pretty well from the side of Foot Esports. It's all about getting those kills, and Meow, once again, for me, the MVP in this one. The Hank just sneaked through those openings in the lines of Humble. I do think Monthy got a kill in. No?
I don't actually know. I was kind of questioning the gameplay as it was happening. It just seemed really sloppy from Humble throughout this set. And I'm not sure if that's, just Semantic not getting any kills or anything. He may well have got a kill in there. I just can't really recall it. And a lot of his rolls were really not precise.
Yeah, I'm not sure he ultimately did. I think he did a good job at chipping away, but it just never really felt like they were able to secure the kills that they needed at the right times. We had several Mandy supers go off and make tags, but because this other side has so much HP, even if you're getting 1 to 2 connections, it's not enough to bring anybody down. Mandy, a great brawler, but just can't dish enough damage. I mean, there's not a lot of brawlers that can.
It's still a very interesting match that we have on the line right now. 2 world champions against each other. That's not something we can expect from many of those regions, honestly. EMEA might be the last one in that. And now we're heading into our set 2 already. As mentioned before, today, so far, it's either been a clean 3-0 or it was a 3-2. We had nothing in between. And if it was a close match, it usually was, the run was over already in set number 2. It was a 1-1 after just one set. So either Humble wins this one now or it's 3-0 Foot, right? It's the math here.
It's an interesting equation. I know which side I'm pulling for. Personally, would like a 3-2.
Probably the case here. Heading into draft number 2 here, Trav. We are dueling Beetles. We have Lou again. We have Poco. We have all of those brawlers that are just shining on such a close range. Wally map in the current map pool. Lou is already out of the way here. Finks as well. That's an interesting one. Well, Ems is still on the line technically. You think she's going to be picked up without the Finks?
I'm going to say heavy doubt on that one, I feel. Some heavy doubt at that. But
Press
yeah,
X for doubt.
It was a fascinating combination, I must say, and I honestly wouldn't have really thought of that, but was very interesting to see. But sadly, with the things banned out, I'm sure Ems probably isn't going to come, and if it is, I'm sure they'll probably be losing. Maisie going to come in as the first one then for Foot Esports here on Dueling Beetles. Very surprising first pick, to be honest with you.
Absolutely. This one caught me off guard for sure. And not that Maisie never shows up on this map, but I definitely think it's becoming rarer and rarer. It's just not somebody that screams obvious to me. And I think as a first pick, it's pretty safe overall, but I don't know if I'm necessarily investing that heavily in it. I feel like I want to see it have some good matchups before I pick it up.
Well, 3 seconds then before we get... Oh, actually, it's going to be the Hank straight away, and honestly, I much prefer that. Gray coming in again as well for the Humble side. Didn't really pay off. It did not pay off in the last one. I don't think that was a real big issue with their composition. And here, obviously, as well, when you have the Hank and possibly another tank as well, or a healer, just to be able to TP into the middle, get a lot of percentage, you're able to break out of tough positions a few times, it can be very, very good. So I like this combination from Humble, and obviously, as Sonny said just before this draft, I would love to see the pick rates and win rates of Hank, because I'm sure they're both incredibly high.
If you were with us for our previous semifinal match, it was an absolute banger, but in that Hard Rock mindset, we saw something similar where Gray, Hank, and then at the time it was Rosa, came out. And in Hard Rock Mind, it was a little surprising. Here it is not, though. And a big part of Hot Zone in general is a lot of times teams struggle when there's a team wipe. It's hard to have that comeback because the team's pinning you in your spawn. Now you have a teleport. Now you have an out. And now they can send their beefy, aggressive brawler up into the front lines constantly. Even if he goes down, it's fine. It's going to be a faster recovery time. They can now hold more Hot Zone percentage points. So this strategy in general is, yeah, a little cheesy, but honestly, it makes so much sense for a mode and especially a map like this.
Yeah, well, last pick should be coming in shortly, and it's going to be the Ollie. They're going to go for a double tank themselves for esports. Oh, sorry, triple. For esports, just roll this one out. Yeah, I hadn't really considered Maisie a tank, to be honest with you, but I guess it kind of is.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it's so yeah, very beefy comp from Foot Esports, and they don't, like, it's going to be very tough for anything that Humble picks to just wipe out all 3 tanks. It's going to have to be quite a wise one, I will say, because they're just going to be running in over and over and over, but they're just going to go for a double tank and hope that they can just continuously get back to the mid faster than Foot Esports, I imagine.
Yeah, in fairness to you, I don't think Maisie's actually labeled in the game as a tank anyways, but nonetheless, still a beefy brawler. That is a lot of health points that Humble now have to shred through, and they pick up one of their own in the end here, so just a bunch of fist fights, I think, going to be going down this time. Gray's going to really struggle, I think, to bring down any brawlers on that right-hand end. He can connect shots, but it's going to take more than 3 to bring down any of those.
Yeah, it's such a weird draft from both teams, isn't it? Like, I never thought I'd see gradable tank versus triple tank on a map like this. And I guess, you know, Maisie's going to give them a little bit of an advantage in terms of she can deal with tanks pretty well while still having a decent amount of HP. Meow going to go down, though, as he tries to super into Semantic there and didn't manage to get it off. So that's going to be a waste and a death from him. And good control then from Humble, setting up a TP from right to the middle.
Boss just playing bodyguard for Lukey. They're a tag team right now, and I think that's partially just to help charge up that super, and more importantly, that hypercharge even faster. Boss just using it for the stat boost, doesn't even need it for the shield. This is a runaway so far for Humble.
Yeah, I mean, 52% to 7 is not what Foot would have wanted to come into after their previous successful round. Meow's going to go in, get the Hypnotize as well, but Boss will throw up that shield. Really nice stuff from him, gets another. And now he's going to throw down a super, but that will be eradicated so quickly by Boss, who can just burn through all of them in one shot. Chill Pill used by Naui there to bring some HP back, but 80% already used. Semantic going to be TPing on in. Got a little bit of a heal along with it, but they'll just come back. They'll wait. They've got such a vast lead that they can take the time a little bit, especially when they've got TP.
Yeah, double TP means that they can get to the middle of the map in just a matter of seconds. Normally, they'd have to walk around and feel the pressure of Foot Esports, but this strategy paying dividends right now, just 1%, so Lukey will teleport through, take that dimensional door, and grab them a game win.
This is such a weird series so far. Like, there's just something so odd about it, isn't there? But, like, this one in particular, in terms of compositions, it's something that I really haven't seen too much. Yeah, we've seen, like, a gradable tank, but I feel like people rarely go tanks into it, which just seems so weird. But, yeah, the Grey TPs have been a huge help of them just getting back up into the zone and back up and getting percentage so fast because, like, they just can't match it on the side of Foot Esports. And great start again for Humble.
This has been a common trend in our semifinals. We've really seen some surprise picks here, but honestly, none of these brawlers shock me. It's just the fact that they're all on the map at once. I mean, this is a really interesting strategy coming out of Foot to try and deal with a comp that the second they see that gray Hank, they know what's going down here. They know they're going to try and establish a teleport and send these beefy brawlers into the middle of the map. And all of these tanks are what they're using to try and deal with this. Traditionally, Maisie is going to be a solid tank counter, and that's the reason why. A dash forward pushes them back, gets the slow, just not enough for a kill. Semantic and Boss are just prevalent in the middle of the map.
And a TP onto a TP has been set up again, the Hypercharge providing a shield, and Boss will go in with a Hypercharge of his own now, placing it up and just trying to hold down firm on this zone. Gets me out very low and should get the kill as well, but the shield doing a good job of keeping him alive for now. Not sure how long that's going to last as he does go down, and Hypercharge from Gero doesn't get any connections other than the follow-up shot. Boss will take a bit of damage, but 90% is pretty much game over.
I think this is just a strategy diff, Trav. It's probably on to the next one for Foot Esports. Humble are going to tie things up. They've got an equalizer now, but nonetheless, still a wild composition.
Yeah, I mean, like, the composition from the side of Humble, honestly, very good. But I was just so surprised to see the Brawlers, you know, brought into that in terms of from Foot Esports. It just didn't seem like a normal Brawl Stars game. And yeah, as you said, maybe the semi-finals have just got something going on in terms of, like, odd compositions that we haven't really seen before.
Once again, we only had 3 O's or 3 2s so far today, so that means we're going all the way with this semi-final number 2 as well, right? Because we have an even scoreboard now. We are on 1-1. Humble managed to even out the score here. And guys, what do you guess is Hank's win rate here? I had a little bit of time to make some calculations in the back.
Is this on specifically Dueling Beetles, or is this overall?
Overall.
I will go 70%.
I was going to go higher. I'll go like 83 maybe.
Ooh, what a number.
With Hank in 12 matches so far, he has won in 7 of those. So it's not that dominant.
It's actually not even good. Stop picking Hank. He's awful.
Wow, that was a weird build-up.
It's crazy. We all kind of had the feeling that Hank was always picked up when they ended up winning. Semantic also made it look like it's the best brawler in the game with 9 kills. He really shined on that brawler, but his win rate is actually not that much through the roof, not like we thought it would be. I still feel like it's a pretty decent brawler. It's a 60-40% win rate, so you still win more often than you lose. It's alright, right, Kenny?
I mean, 60% for a brawler, make no mistake, is great. If you can give yourself more than a coin toss's chance in a pro level, you will take that all day long. And honestly, in listening to an interview with Semantic, he mentioned it, I believe it was on Brawl Esports Twitter, so follow them over on X. He said that Hank was their highest win rate brawler in scrims. They were able to find some insane win rate, even higher than that. It's a brawler that I was kind of keeping my eye on because after the balance changes, I didn't think it would be that special, but sure enough, East Asia, EMEA this weekend, both regions have used him a ton.
Heading into draft number 3 now, we will see a set 4, so this is not over after this one. Nobody has yet the chance to close it all out. Both of them still want to make it to the Brawl Cup. For both of them, that means they need to make it into the grand finals. For Foot, they even would have to win that one. We're in triple dribble, a map we haven't seen at all so far, I feel. I haven't said that name before today. Yeah, it's the first time we see this map, so draft is really an open book here. Juju, Carl, and Stu is banned out. B is banned out as well. Meeple technically still open. Finks and M's, of course, also still an option. But not really expected too much. And Hank, as you said, Strive, the shrimp is open.
Yeah,
Chester as well, though.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, honestly, there was a lot of brawlers open there, I kind of felt when we were coming into it. Very, very solid ones. As I said, Meeple's still available as well, which honestly hasn't had the most selections today. I'm not sure if we've seen it banned like a ridiculous amount either, to be honest with you. So maybe it's something that people aren't really going towards as much, but yeah, Hank probably going to be picked up at some stage. Chester, the hypercharge is just absolutely, disgusting. So good. And the brawler in general, pretty solid as well.
Sonny's on the sideline saying that Ollie is open, and if it escapes the ban phase, we have to pay attention for it. Hank going to be the tank of choice, though. We'll see if they double down. I mean, Foot were not afraid to get frisky in this previous set. I think part of the reason that they go something like a Chester up front is so that they have some way to deal with tanks. Just a high damage output, somebody that if it's up close in your face, if it's a brawler like that, Chester can match up into it because if he gets lucky with an RNG stun, it's nice, but either way, he just does so much output of damage.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And honestly, let's just see a triple tank from Foot Esports again. Let's go with him with an Ollie now. We'll see if that's going to be the case, though. But it would leave a lot of opportunity for Humble to counter if they do overcommit quite early on. They're going to go with the Finks again. So maybe we will see the M's again this time. But yeah, Foot Esports rolling in with the Finks. It's solid. I'm not going to praise it, massive amounts because it's just a good brawler at the moment.
Not sure where they go at this point, because again, we have such a small sample size with Finks, and even in scrims, it's, again, something I've seen. Not seen a ton, though. So I don't know what players have decided is kind of the way to counter it. I feel like for me, it's hard to go these single projectile brawlers into something like a Finks when that super slows them down, makes it just so easy to dodge, and then he sinks shots back at you a million miles an hour with a solid amount. Max going to be the choice here. Again, it's just one of these safe picks, right? It's tried, it's tested, it stood the test of time. I think an El Primo. Okay, I was going to say goal scorer was what I was thinking. They just answered my question really quick. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I mean, the things as well, I think it's just, we've seen it a little bit before where it was just quite decent against an Ollie. The Ollie would come in and it'd just gadget back to where it was 3 seconds ago and it'd be, way away from where he's hypnotizing. So it's quite good for avoiding that kind of thing, I think, as well. But the Primo, a bit of a wild one with the Max, can definitely work. We saw a Primo earlier pretty much getting dominated by a Shade who was just weaving in and out of the walls and making sure he couldn't do too much. And there you go.
Look at our... Yep. Nicely done, sir.
We're on something today. I mean, it's just... I was getting roasted for not following trends and data yesterday, so maybe I'm just a trends and data person now,
You changed in just a day. Good for you. Look, they can't take away our ball-knowing card. We've been on the money with drafts today. I feel good about us, Trav. I feel good about us. The Shade, we'll have to see if it comes through once again, because I do think in the proper matchup, Shade is an absolute problem. Again, we're still kind of figuring out this Finks guy, seeing if it's still working out pretty well. But so far, so good, I would say. So M's not going to be in the combination this time. Finks going to be standing alone. An interesting map here. 1-1 apiece. Brawl Cup on the line. Previous world champions battling it out. We'll see how it turns out here.
Nice start there for the Hank because he gets a big hit in. Shade moving forwards now. Semantic having to run away. Throws him into the corner. Wants to kind of just pin him in the corner, circle him out with the other two. I mean, that is domination from Foot Esports. Wipe 2 of them off with 1 bubble. Burn a bit of time and then slide it into the left-hand side. Semantic couldn't get there in time and Foot Esports take a lead.
Took him 22 seconds to score that goal and probably shave a couple seconds off if they didn't take their time with that one. Semantic diving and hurling himself right at the enemy, and Hank is going to fall. Now he's got a flank. Garo drops a super and a million miles an hour, going to be sending shots to the right-hand side. Boss trying to defend. Meow can't pierce through the walls enough. Semantic has the ball. A super available too. Incoming, and Semantic will break the walls down to put one through.
Why was the ball placed there in the first place? That's so confusing. Huge mistake there from EMEA, throwing the ball pretty much straight to where the Primo was when he had a super and he had great opportunity to score. We'll see if he can make up that now as he's making a big play and two of them go down. Stun coming in from Boss, but he just goes back into the wall and leaves in a 3v1 situation. Could have gone bad, but Foot Esports made up for that mistake.
When Semantic had super, things were good. When El Primo did not have super, he's a sitting duck. Has a tank trait, he can charge up that super, but in goal number 1, he died immediately. Goal number 3 on the reset was out of super, throwing up shots out of desperation, just trying to connect a punch so he could get that super a little bit faster and cycle it out. But unfortunately for him, just couldn't land it. Shade, especially the fact that he can go through these walls. Hank can hide behind these indestructibles and keep away from Primo. And of course, Garo has the range. It's just really difficult to deal with. This time, Semantic can be lobbing that ball forward. Now he diving, trying to guard this ball. Boss drops a super, and it's going to be the slow down as his super of choice. Obviously, it's a little random on what you get, but it works out there.
Super used by Luki. Speed provided to Semantic, but Boss gets hit pretty hard. Semantic trying to grab a super, gets it, jumps straight down onto Meow. Still pretty healthy, so we'll continue on. Trying to get Naui down, but Garo has the super here and going to speed up some of the shots, but can't quite find Luki. Now he'll get him in the end, though, as he beefs up that bubble and brings him down.
Semantic with a dive, finds one, looking for a second, brings him down to his knees. Big dog energy coming out of El Primo right now.
Yeah, Semantic doing a lot of work for Humble here, trying to find his super again, but was outpaced by the Shade on the other side. Gets it eventually and shouldn't be too far off a cycle as he landed it and hit a couple in return. Little burn down from the Chester onto the Hank, which will keep him quite low. Brought down to one shot now. Clean that one up, and Semantic should be able to get the ball and get super off here, but Saluki's just going to dash onto it, and that's going to be evened out. 1-1. What a turnaround from Humble there, and a good bounce back after game 1.
Yeah, absolutely true. Great bounce back there. Semantic locked in. Again, this is an animated figure in Brawl Stars. He's got a big personality, but he is letting his game do the talking. He knows the stakes at hand here. This is set 3. You take a 2-1 advantage. If they win, they are in. It's a trip to Dallas for Humble if they can find a way. Foot with more work to be done, though. Semantic on the other side, trying to once again charge up that super. He's going to go right at Navi on this top left-hand side, but Garo could get this ball. Semantic falls. Speed goes through for Luki. Now a kick forward. Garo dribbling, right-hand side, deliberating what to do as Meow advances forward, pierces through that wall, a kick over to Semantic. They are just desperately trying to get this ball away, and now it's a pocket on that bottom left-hand side.
Yeah, Semantic is getting battered there, though, no way out, and you've got to hope for Boss in this situation that he's got to have a pretty decent time with the super that he's going to be able to get, but doesn't actually manage to grasp it yet. Luki will get one of his own, might be able to provide some speed. Semantic's going to go jumping on in. Boss pinned in the goal, but Semantic will grab the ball and take it to a bit more safety. Then turn around, should be able to get Garo, and he does as he TPs back into the arms of Boss.
Phenomenal defense so far coming out of Humble. They were facing what was possibly a disaster there off the rip of this game number 3, and now Semantic's just going to have to deal with Navi, who has free reign at him. Boss picks up a kill, has a hypercharge available. We know how good that Chester hypercharge is. Luki off to the races on the right-hand side, finds the open net. Bang! Humble picks one up early.
I mean, what a breakaway that is from Luki, knowing he had the perfect speed to be able to get away from that bubble that now he was building up. Hypercharge goes down, big damage. Semantic should be closer with the super, but he cycles out the hypercharge anyway. Now he's so low, 2 versus 1, all down to Garo to stop Humble from getting the set. And Luki should be able to just bounce it off the wall and score it in. Humble takes set 2.
Woo! High-flying action trap, I'm jazzed up. Nothing gets me going like a good Brawl Ball set. What a recovery out of Humble. And honestly, especially out of Semantic. In that game number 1, I felt like he was the make or break for them. In the opening rounds, they get taken down in about, 20-something seconds. He gets his super, they score a goal, and then he was out of super and they couldn't do anything. But that game 2 and 3, he locked in. I think he's a big reason why they were able to pull that off, because like you said earlier, we saw a Shade into an El Primo be a problem for previous rosters. This time, Humble handled it well.
I think I couldn't have said that better myself, Kenny. I had my eyes on those 2 tanks for the whole duration of those matches. Semantic was doing a lot of work for Humble, scored twice or 3 times for Humble in total. Twice, actually. Still, great job from him. And on the other side, Meow and Shade has already left Eclipsar in the dust already. It really seemed like he can do it again with Humble. Just after the first round, it looked like Zeta Division... Foot, sorry, they used to say division pin, that confused me. Foot
that was a taunt, I think, too. I'm with you.
Can move up. It worked on me, at least. Foot almost managed to move up here, get the lead back once again. They were 1-0 up after all, after set number 1. Now it's Humble, though, looking like they can take this one. They could close it all out already in safe zone now.
I mean, what a set. We're just taking it in. I mean, what a highlight reel we had going there,
I locked in on the highlights. I was so confused as to what's happening. But yeah, no, it's incredible stuff there from Semantic. But like, genuinely, the primo that he brought to the table was really nice. And the same with Lukey on a few breakaways. Boss, I think he was more of kind of like the glue. He definitely made some good plays. A few hyper charges dropped. And, you know, a couple of them got them one of the goals. So really nice stuff all around from the Humble team. And you've kind of got to expect them now to go on and get this win, because FUT Esports seemed to kind of bounce back and had them a bit of momentum in the first part of that set at least, but it was just ripped away so fast by them on the following two.
Get something completely different here with Safe Zone. We're going over to Heist now. So we saw some high-flying brawlers before. This time, not as much. I think we're going to get some longer-range options. We get brawlers like Melody and Colette, who are looking at the objective here. But brawlers that can fly over Water Sunny, that's something I'm keeping my eye out for.
We're almost back to a 50-50, by the way, in Hank picks and win rates. He lost again. So it's like 7 wins and 6 losses now. It's kind of close. Yeah, and as you mentioned, Semantic now fulfilling the role of the carry. He's usually the kid in the team, now it's Boss. Semantic mentioned before that in their roster, every single one of them can fulfill every single role. I feel like they have proven that with the previous set. Now, FUT Esports has something to prove as well. They didn't drop a single set in the quarterfinals. Now they're dropped down 2. I do feel like their mental is still strong enough to probably prolong into set 5. That's also the math, right, in that one? We're heading into Safe Zone now. Belle is going to come out first, a brawler that we've seen so often in the East Asian region. It's been the most picked up brawler over there. I do feel like she's very strong on Safe Zone. Doesn't really have too many counters usually. You could pick an Angelo and Piper into that, but they're both banned out here, Trev.
Yeah, well, Byron's going to come rolling on in for Humble. Bit of range, bit of healing. Can't go wrong with it, really. I do like the Bello, one of the more versatile picks. Doesn't really have anything that's incredible into it, or kind of, you know, it's not bad against anything really on this map. So I like the pick so far. Got a question with the Humble, going to go something a bit more aggressive, or play the range game along with the Byron. We've seen a few different kind of ideas when it comes to this, but Humble really do need to lock in for this one. This set can get them the Brawl Cup. Daryl going to be picked up, and yeah, that aggressive route is one they'll be taking.
Battle of the World Champions continues. And like you mentioned, Brawl Cup on the line. So you see Byron, and immediately that's a telltale sign. They're probably wanting to go with something aggressive and tanky. And Daryl is a great combination of that. I mentioned brawlers that can travel over water. His super can do so. Obviously, he can't normally walk over that, but he gets his super passively. He now has heals coming in from Byron. Byron has been a great player here today. The few times we've seen him, I feel like I've liked him in general. On the other end, though, Lily. This has been a brawler that in EMEA is now consistently showing up on Heist, and it's so fun to watch.
Yeah, Lily has been tearing it up on so many different maps, and especially on Heist today. Really, really good. We saw Semantic playing it earlier on Bridge Too Far, which is one of the maps where it can work or it can get absolutely decimated, and it really did work. So FUT Esports clearly taking a bit of a leaf out of their book, wanting to pick this one up themselves as well, and it really is very, very good. But have this last pick now. Might need to go for something a bit more mid-long range, unless they want to just go all-out run at them, which could be an option as well, because it seems like something there. Oh, whoa. How long has it been since I've seen this brawler there, man? It's been so long, but honestly, I'm welcoming it. I do not mind it at all. I think Crow is one of those brawlers that the hypercharge on safe, disgraceful. So much damage can come down. The slowing, very good. And obviously the burn down as well to stop them from healing up. I really like Crow on Ice, and I was sad when it started to drop out.
That's a creative pick, and honestly, you're right. The hypercharge is lethal, and now they can kind of chip away at the heals that Byron would have had as an output. So I think Byron becomes much less valuable here. Final pick, though, if you're getting Carl as a 6th pick in today's day and age, that's pretty good considering the standing he has in the current meta. Now they have a way, it depends. Sometimes you're going to see teams go flying hook on this map. Sometimes you're going to see the Incendiary. I feel like the Incendiary just does so much damage, but sometimes you just want a quick access point to get to the other end, because his flying hook, like Daryl's roll, is one way to quickly get over that water. That's a huge factor here. Humble, up 2 sets to 1. FUT Esports, our 2023 world champions, may not have a run at this midseason. It's going to be Humble with 1 set away from booking a flight to Dallas.
Yeah, FUT Esports aware they've got more to do past this game as well, and so to just sit on the left-hand side, knows that the Crow's just going to be pushing up and scouting out this bush, and he's just been waiting for his super. Might get it fairly soon to be able to punish the Crow from stepping quite high up, and can also defend the Lily from this situation if he came in.
So Lily going to be on this left-hand end. It's a brawler to keep your eye on. It can disappear at a moment's notice. It's a roll-in from Semantic. Once again, piloting this brawler. We saw him do so earlier. Meow chipping away. Not going to do great amount of damage on that high safe or the enemy brawlers yet, but once he gets that hypercharged super, just know that high safe can be erased.
Yeah, Carl's probably feeling pretty good about the 30% damage he just got in a 1v2 situation. Semantic just trying to roll up. Only had one of them remaining though, so won't be the best thing. Super available for the Crow now. Now he gets his super and can go forward. Carl going in as well. Semantic choosing to leave the defense for his team and roll in himself. Jumps there as well, but Daryl super will tank a bit of it, but not really as much as I hoped, I'm sure.
Now Navi on the breakaway there gets a little extra chunk. A super goes down. Meow with a shield up, trying to chunk away. Bell with the bounce shot, keeping Lukey at bay. They can't stand close or bodyguard this high save, especially with the Bell bounce shots. And here we go. Disappearing act coming out of Navi here. He's going to pop him right in Lukey's face. Strikes, grabs the kill. Semantic defends, but they have to find a way to the other end. They're still holding on to this lead. There he goes. Semantic off to this right-hand side and will be hiding. Now they're focusing him. They know if he gets on this high safe, he's going to be a real problem for this roster.
Yeah, I like that move. Semantic had to go up to try and force the Crow to come back because he's got hypercharge and that could be a game-ending thing to be faced off against. Nice dodge there from Lukey on the super. Gero still getting a bit of trickle-down damage on the safe when he's throwing the shots in. Now Meow comes forward. Super might be needed there for Semantic to knock him off the center of it. Gets big damage in, not finished yet. 23% left up top and a good defense from Foot, but still winnable.
Job's not done, but one little gadget from Lily could be enough to get to this other side. Humble have to play this perfectly. Navi gets a kill and now disappears. Boss has to be ready. Such low HP, the strike goes through and they do get the defense off.
Huge from him. The pickaxe returned to him just in time as he was coming out of the realm. Semantic's got a run, but he does now. Just comes in. Meow's going to be trying to get there as well. Can he get on the safe first? He didn't get there at all. They must have tanked it perfectly. And Humble, match point.
Crow had a jump! He had a jump! How did they not win that? Insane plays out of Humble there. That is the world champ difference if I've ever seen it. They should have crumbled right there. That was a huge opportunity. Foot Esports put in so much work. They had the lead. Instead, though, Humble on a match point. Yeah, I'd be crying too for the other end. Lukey, little taunt coming out there. I love it.
I don't know how he didn't finish that. He must have jumped short and it must have been tanked perfectly. Because there's no way he's not jumping in that situation. He even popped a shield as well and wasn't able to get it done. Semantic still sitting back on this defense as now he comes in, tries to get some work done. Good gadget there to scout out where he was in the bush. And only 6% from that situation is a very good result.
That's a good start. Now they've got containment in the mid. Boss getting healed back up due to Lukey. And Semantic once again lurking on this right-hand in. Navi disappears, gets a trade. That's it, though. Byron can't heal up, but the two damage dealers, the primary targets for that high safe, are now rocking and rolling. A few chip shots there, and we'll bring them down 12%.
Oh, lovely taps from Lukey. He's just slapped them all with a burning shot. Meow will go for the jump up defensively, which surprises me again, considering how low the Daryl was. And it is only 11% in it. Now he can quite easily get that damage just over, one super or something like that. Now it comes in, gets it, but still on the defensive. Humble waiting. Hypercharge and super ready to go for Semantic. He's going to roll over pretty much everything. Doesn't want to be marked up, but already is. The hypercharge is there for Meow. And well defended, considering Semantic was going on a tear there.
And a nest egg will slow the aggression down from Boss. Navi pops out, has a super available, goes to Lukey, looking for two, grabs them both. A great trade there, and now a hypercharge out from Meow, a dive forward. It's not perfect, but it's still good. Down to nearly 50% on that Humble high safe.
Another mark on Semantic as well is not what Humble are going to be wanting. Now he's going to try go back for the defense, but Semantic just waiting. Gets a heal and goes in beautifully. Big damage now. Semantic rolls downwards. I'm not sure if he bounced off the wall by accident, but that was a huge mistake if he did. But Boss still alive, and they do retake this lead.
10% going in Humble's direction. Foot need to execute. This is more than just the season. This is the Brawl Cup on the line. Navi gonna be disappearing once again. Lukey waiting for this. Has a super. Goes down anyways, though. Semantic the only one that can play defense. Now they've got him distracted. Chip shots coming in from Bell. Carl dives out, looking to play defense here, and he won't be successful. Lukey trying to defend. Navi with a kill, though. Now they're piecing up this high safe one by one. 14 seconds on the clock. Gero trying to extend their tournament lives, but Humble contesting. 10 to 19%. Humble trying to get to the other end. Hypercharge being popped. Slowed down, though. The nest egg, will it hold? Yes, it does. Game 3 on the way here.
huge from Foot. They want to drag this to a set 5. Humble want to get it done now, and it all comes down to this. Backs against the wall for Foot Esports still, but they managed to drag it back a little, only 9% in it, and those nest eggs slowing them down to perfection there.
Whew. Deep breath, everybody. Foot could do something special here. Could drag us not only to a set 5, but shake the confidence of our 2024 world champions. Navi off to the other end. Luki defends, has a super available. Boss wants some of the action too, and Garo will fall. He gets a trade out, a slowdown on Semantic. He does not care. Bounce off the wall, up and out, 14%, now 15, and a little extra on top of that for Humble.
Yeah, good dodges from Luki for the most part in there. Boss will be supered on. Hit by Bell as well, so it's a good job Semantic moved to the other side to get away from him. Now, just clips him with the edge of the pickaxe. Not able to get him down just yet, but predicts where he's going to be perfectly. Again, Boss is so nasty on this.
The game awareness just unbelievable. Garo will get a piece in it, but it's still 20% Humble's direction. Slowed down once again. Meow diving in, this time not even for high save damage, just to grab a kill. Boss responds with one of his own. Garo flanking right hand in, but Boss is using these walls to his advantage. Pickaxe in and out, and will chip away. Semantic on this left hand in, though, is something they have to keep their eyes on.
Yeah, Hypercharge coming in, wants to burn this safe, does get one, almost able to get 2 here as well. Now he can't be found. Super used, and real nice stuff from him there, but Semantic in the meantime getting healed up by Luki, and a bit of peppering on the safe. Splash comes in, can't make a connection, and he'll wait for Luki as soon as he comes out of that realm, but 35% left, and Semantic with a super. Dangerous work, but a Hypercharge ready to roll for Meow, not using it. He goes for a super to the left. Now this is surely got to be done. Everybody on the safe, cleaned up by Boss, 38 HP left, and Humble get the series done, and they're heading to the Brawl Cup.
Win and in. Congratulations, Humble. You just got an invitation in the mail for 3 and a guest to RSVP for the party in Dallas. We have decided our EMEA representation, and now we've got a banger grand finals waiting for us.
Congratulations to Humble. They join SK Gaming in the Brawl Cup. Those two are our representatives for EMEA in the Brawl Cup. There's only 2 more slots left in there now. 6 spots have already been taken. And honestly, what a match to end it all out once again here for Humble. Brawl Esports is just so cool. I live for matches like these. We see the checklist here, Trev. Humble has fulfilled their conditions to make it into Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance that is from them, and we can see with this graphic reflecting it as well. SK and Humble will be EMEA's representatives for the Brawl Cup. Sadly, Foot and Eclipsar will not be. Foot kind of took out one of the opponents for the rest of them themselves and taken out Eclipsar in a swift 3-0, and then all Humble had to do was just win this one. Would have been a longer road for Foot Esports anyway. They would have had to be SK in the finals to get their spot secured, so Humble and SK will be the representatives, and I think, to be honest, they probably are the best 2 teams in Europe at the moment, so I think we've got some good representation here.
What a match. Honestly, 2 very deserving teams, and even if Foot had been the representative to be the second one from this region, I think it would have been awesome too. It is crazy how competitive this game has gotten. The 2023 World Champions, not even in the top 2 for this region. SK Gaming and Humble will be battling in the grand final, which could be a prelude for in the future too. It's a real possibility that these 2 teams are good enough to face off at the Brawl Cup, and obviously a lot of pride. If you're an EMEA fan, you're going to want to see your region get these extra spots. That's something we're battling for at the Brawl Cup, and I think 2 of these teams, they got a good chance of getting that top 3.
My calculations aren't true anymore. It was a 3-1, the first one of the day. I'm super happy for Humble, but yeah, I kind of predicted this one to be a 3-2 again. It was meant to be. In that last set specifically, Semantics, Daryl looked a lot better now compared to Golden Gulch. Still, there were some mistakes, some fumbles. Let's see if that's going to happen again against the grand final opponent, SK Gaming. Big damage from both Boss and Semantic though in that last round specifically. Luki tapping away like he always does. It's just Humble in their prime time, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, Humble looked very good there. As I said, it started a bit sloppy, and it just felt like such a weird matchup off the start, but when we got past those first couple of sets and kind of got into the raw, usual Brawl stars that we like that we like seeing, it was an incredible match. That heist was something special. Foot Esports almost had it, but Humble just cut them short, sadly sending them home, but at least we've got a bit of a banger final with SK versus Humble coming up next.
Kenny, who is your MVP? The viewers have voted. We're going to see it in a second.
I think it's Semantic. I think. All right, that's what they're going to go. Look, he's a popular guy, so I feel like that's partially a cop out there. But genuinely, I feel like he was a huge reason. He was tasked with some tough brawlers. I talked about it earlier, but the El Primo he had to play. Some of these more aggressive ones as well. Look at this Daryl gameplay. I mean, he has been a problem in that set. He was able to roll in and out. There were often times where he was on the top right-hand side of that Foot Esports end, just chipping away for damage, hypercharge, connecting, kills going down. I mean, just a great player, and he just executed so well today.
We had a lot of smaller tournaments in EMEA this month as well, and Humble has won every single one of their matches so far today as well. They're really just on a streak, even though sometimes it looked a bit shaky. It was a 3-2 against Totem today, something that, let's say, not everybody expected to happen. Humble is still winning. Let's see if they keep winning. I think we are pretty one-sided in predictions, but we're going to have a look at that after the break.
All regions from across the globe are sending their best champions to prove to us, once and for all,
Humble, 50%, Crazy Raccoon, and Folded Short.
which region is the best in the world right now. They'll compete for LCQ and World Final slots for their home region, altering the competitive landscape for the rest of this year. So prepare your flags, your patriotism, and cheer on your home region champions. 23rd to 25th of May, live from DreamHack Dallas. Get your tickets now and join the fun in person. Or watch online at event.brawlstars.com for amazing Pro Pass rewards.
If you tuned in just now, you tuned in at the right time. We're headed into our grand final already. 6 matches out of the way arc. The 7th is yet to come. And the two teams are SK versus Humble. How do you feel about that final? Another close one, or is it going to be a sweep?
I think, regardless, the best two teams that we could hope for at this stage of the competition, the most deserving. I mean, what a day it's been in EMEA. It really has been such a delight to watch this battle go down, and so entertaining, as always. But today just feels a bit special, doesn't it? Let's be honest. For SK Gaming, a team that, did win back in February. For Humble, notoriously always kind of chasing that kind of first win of the season, and often making grand finals, but not necessarily winning them. Seems to be a lot of the tale of Humble. It took 3 months last time round, or 4 technically for June, for them to win last year rather. So this time round, looking to tie it up sooner.
Both SK Gaming and Humble secured their return to the global stage. To honor them, we have also found a couple of those entries into the Brawl Esports fan art contest that are featuring some of our players that are standing on the playfield right now, Trev.
Yeah, really got OP's mustache down there, I will say. Look at
attention to the detail, mate. Love it.
He's looking as French as ever in that. So you've got it bang on, pretty much. Yeah, really nice stuff from both of these here. Incredible piece of artwork from the SK side, the Humble side. Yeah, really nice stuff. But I mean, SK Gaming coming into this one, they've had a little bit of a break in comparison to Humble, but it's always a question of whether you want the momentum straight off the back or a bit of a rest before your finals.
Certainly for me, SK Gaming haven't looked as composed as Humble. I would say like Humble were under some pressure in that last series, and they were able to overcome some demons. But this is now a real demon for them. Grand finals, they're definitely not strangers to whatsoever, but winning them, that's a rarity. It was just kind of a weird thing to say for a team that last year won the World Championship. But certainly they did so. We've only one under their belt, at the World Finals. But to get one this month would mean the world to them. SK though, I mean, they're craving their second this year. Imagine what a position that would put them in the World Finals race, going ahead with 2 wins under their belt, let alone the Brawl Cup prospects.
It's the second monthly final appearance for both of those teams. In February, it was a 3-0 for SK Gaming. However, let's see if that's going to be the case today as well. I have a slight feeling that it's going to be a closer one. And looking at our predictions, guys, it was pretty one-sided, not towards SK Gaming. Maybe we'll see our predictions later. Let's have a look at the maps here first. Out in the Open is going to be our first one. Who did you vote for, Trev?
I went for Humble. I've kind of come to the point now where I started to have some really tough predictions off the start of the year. I just stick with who I predict on event.ballstars.com rather than just changing on the fly. Because I started changing on the fly depending on how teams were doing on the day and how I thought they were playing, and then it just all went terribly wrong. So I've just stuck with what I've went with today, and I think up until now I'm pretty much flawless. So I'm not hoping that the Humble win. I'm not hoping. I'm not biased. But for my predictions, it would be great.
We need to start predicting something different from Trev, just so he's not the prediction master once again, Ark.
Well, I mean, what he's basically outlined is the fact that exactly what I've done today didn't work. I went with my heart, as Trav taught me to do now, and changed on the fly. Whereas on the event site, I'm basically, flawless except for that one match earlier where I went for Eclipse over for esports in the quarterfinals. Go with your guts, I think certainly seems to be the case today. For me, Humble, I had always down to win the whole day, and that remains to be the same. I feel like they've the ones that have really impressed me so far, but I can't stress enough that there is that little caveat that this is not the place where necessarily they're as the most consistent as others.
Predictions so far for me looking good as well. Not a single mistake. I just know if Humble loses this one now, though, Simontic's going to say we jinxed him again. It's just his thing at this point. Well, we're heading into our grand final match here. It's kind of a revenge for Humble. They lost 3-0 to SK Gaming in the February monthly finals. Now they're both in the finals back again. It's not Eclipsar and Inner Circle anymore. Those two are nowhere to be seen. Every month is just different for EMEA, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say it because, maybe a little bit of home region bias, no team bias. I think it's the most competitive region. And I think that prediction goes to show exactly what I'm saying at this point. 51% to 49. About as close as prediction as I've ever seen, I think, in the BSC. It's usually swayed quite heavily one way, but that is pretty much bang on about what I'm pretty sure we're all expecting. Maybe swung the other way, because most of us have said, well, all of us have said Humble, but around about that is the chances of winning.
We're heading into draft number 1 here of the grand finals out in the open. It's our first map, that map where you usually just want to break open mid to even get into that mid where we throw down, or you just pick something that can go over the water on the left-hand side. Angelo, Eve, Shade and Juju are those options. We have Illumi, Ben, Jean and Angelo on the side of Humble here. First pick goes to SK Gaming. They themselves ban out some quite tanky options here with the Ollie, the Buster and the RT. We still have some long-ranged options here in play. I'm especially thinking about Luki here when I say Piper, Bell, Byron. Those options could still come in here later. I think SK could go with something safer like the Eve, or with something that hasn't really proven to be a valid asset in their reigns here. They're picking Kit as first pick too. That's quite surprising.
Yes and no. I mean, in knockouts, certainly it's a mode where, it opens the doors to cheese. And SK have certainly been there today on Hard Rock Mine already with Papara Supermassive. It's often banned out because people just do not want to deal with it. I mean, combined with brawlers like Daryl, maybe even a Pearl, it's not banned out in this instance. It's, at any tank, minus the Hank that's now on the side of Humble, it can really do wonders. And, again, with a really agile brawler as well, potentially in that combo, that can really just dance around around the map and throwing the balls of Yarn around as well as the thrower, it's the healer, it's the whole package. So it's certainly with the couple box gadget 2 going to be something of Humble's attention to keep a track of as well. And yeah, I don't mind it. It's been a while and it can go disastrously wrong. On the side of Humble, the Hank, the Max, safer picks for sure. What are SK cooking?
Give us a cheeky little Daryl then, SK. Show us the little kid Daryl strat.
Come on.
Give some a bit cheeky, be a bit different. Now they're just going to go with a B. Something long range, something consistent, something they know that can work. I don't mind it as well, considering it's going to be pretty good against the Hank when, obviously, I was going to say went out in the open, but it's literally the map, so quite a lot of it's going to be out in the open. But yeah, this kit seems a little bit weird if they're not going to pair it with anything. You definitely have to start questioning it. You kind of expect them to have to, but considering they banned out the Buster, which is surely Kit's like best/second best pairing, it's a bit of an odd one.
There you go. Yeah, it was going to be one of them, and they're going with the Pearl. Certainly not the most agile. That's the only consideration there. But yeah, Pearl has been underestimated, I feel, especially in this map and mode. It was banned out for the majority of times though today in this region, which is good to see. And now that it's escaped the bans, it was picked up. Again, with Pearl, just the ability to cook over time does encourage an aggressive push, and the Max is the worry for me on the Humble comp, and now the Meeple, yeah, as well. Like that's actually a Brawl that I'm surprised escaped to this stage of the draft. Didn't see that it wasn't banned out myself, and now that I'm seeing it, it's kind of scaring me a little bit because, again, just one singular gadget, and all of a sudden the entire map is visible really, and leaves little to the imagination. So, very good stuff from Humble, scary stuff. And a risk from SK, but a risk I think is worth taking.
Yeah, I don't mind a risk here and there. I was literally just asking him to play Daryl, so maybe I'm encouraging risks, but yeah, I like it. I like what they're bringing to the table. The B is obviously a bit of a kind of an answer to the Hank, but the rest of it just seems quite odd. A little cardboard box being used there by OP, but was instantly scouted out and did seem a little bit pointless. Didn't really get anywhere with that gadget.
Well, OPE already available here to pair things up, but at the moment Humble are not aware whether he's in Viz, whether he's moved positions, so they're playing it a little bit safe. Oh, look at that face shift from Lukey. I mean, pinpoint precision there onto the wall, but now in a pair of spotters, the connection is there, but it's a trade. 2 versus 2 now. But yeah, what a tank there from Lukey to put themselves in a better spot. Joker has got the amplified shot. That's a concern. There's the Mansions of Meeple gadget. The dice going down and eradicating the bush. Leaving Joker all alone as 2 versus 1. But now Yoshi coming in from the right-hand side to try and alleviate the situation.
Yeah, he did really well to stay alive there in that situation.
Yeah.
It kind of seemed like both Lukey and Boss, neither of them wanted to overextend to try and get that kill. Joker so low now, but so's Lukey on the other side. Yoshi needs to clean that one up. And Lukey continues shooting, gets it, Super B in place, but gets the breakout with actually just about winning that one, Boss. I'm sure even he probably didn't expect that, but nice moves from both sides. But it's Humble who take the first round.
I mean, that first round, for me, as closely matched as the poll going in, and for me, again, a 50-50 matchup if ever there were one. Let's hope that the scoreline reflects it towards the end of this series. It's been such an exciting day so far. Both of these two teams have been giving it their all. Look at that again. All that bush now gone, leaving nothing to the imagination. The kit, though, can prey on that with that cobble box coming in right now for OP, and he goes there for Lukey. It's probably going to be a trade, though, yet again, but actually, Humble survive on Smatic now falls. Lukey low, 604 HP. I don't think that they're going to be close to gapping in time. So, yeah, they're going to leave him in the bush to heal, so going back to fully reset things.
Well, same situation again, the exact same 2v2 in the same trade once more. We'll put them in the same situation, which didn't work out well for them last time. Hypercharge being used now by Boss. That was an extremely heavy kind of phase shift inwards there. Nice shots coming in from Boss. Joker solo will die here. Kind of put himself in a tough position, but Yoshi will be shortly behind and Humble take game number 1. It was quite close at one point, but in the end, pretty Humble-sided.
Yeah, controlled. They've really had the answers. It was like watching a card game go down, and every single time they had the ace up the sleeve. And for SK Gaming, I'm just a little bit concerned, just a touch, because the trade is the same every time on the kit side. I think the OP needs to be a bit more imaginative in order to kind of give his team a bit of an advantage, and that's one way to put it, but not the result that he was looking for at all. He was thinking to go on the aggressive. Oh my word, that's the fastest round we've seen all day, no doubt about it. Possibly even for a couple of months. Wow, that was not it, SK.
Yeah, SK having some real problems here. OP has this super again, but every time he's got him for a trade, they've got the trade, but it hasn't worked in the long run. It seems like they need to play with this kit a bit later on in the game to try and make something happen. Joker will go for the slow, but a max speed will not negate it, but make it a little bit less helpful. OP's going to go in, jumps onto the, I was going to say wrong person there if Luki can survive, but Semantic and Boss are the ones still going. And honestly, I think this is better for SK in terms of who's left.
Is it though, with Meeple being so dominant with the single gadget? That gadget isn't enough, I'm just saying it now. Look at that, forcing into one tile there, Joker and Yoshi, and still in the back lines with the gas coming in, inevitably so, and Hank, they're locked in. Where can you go but the jump pad? They're considering it, they're teasing it, they're taunting it. Now Yoshi will go in and try to alleviate some space on his left-hand side, but I mean, I don't like SK's chances here. Oh, good connection though, the burn from Boss could be brutal here. Let's see if he does trickle down. 582, good slow there from Joker, and there's the follow-up as well. And Semantic can't 1v2 that scenario, so SK Gaming do get around on the board. It's not too late, but they've got a lot going against them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just much better for them to have the Hank left open in the later rounds, considering Joker can pretty much just snipe him down over and over, slow him, and beat him down again. Whereas, you know, we saw the Max giving them some really, really hard times later on into the rounds. Joker has the hypercharge ready to go now, so can throw that one out. Ope just going to use a little super into that portion of the map there. Catches Luke off guard. Actually doesn't. Gets away. Boss going to burn down, though. And Semantic slowed regardless of using hypercharge. Ope will survive. But Semantic's still trying to trooper down and find him, but can't get anywhere near at the moment.
Yeah, SK just need to buy some time, he'll back up, and they're in a commanding role. I don't mind that from Yoshi, I'm going to be honest. I mean, just to make sure that he's alive and present, so important here in a 3 versus 2. You do not want to hand over your advantage. Now, good burn from Yoshi, but didn't get the most on it at all. Luki, though, still definitely in a perilous position. OP goes straight into the eye of the storm, and that was maybe not it. Semantic, if they can get him, it's okay. 2 versus 2 now. 2 brawlers and SK, 4 HP. Oh, Luki, are we in a clutch? Are we in a clutch? Are we in a clutch? Oh, not quite. Maybe didn't quite have the phase shift there, but Joker had the amplified shot, 4 HP and a shield. It was always a tough ask, but we were hoping for it, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of just like Joker just watching him there, like moving left to right, like, you are aware you're going to die if you don't come to me, right? Regardless of whether I shoot or not, you will die. Yeah, he just played the waiting game and kept the honeycoat in the end. But that's a good bounce back from SK Gaming, considering how bad the first round went in that game. They definitely played it a lot better after that.
I still heavily favourite the Humble draft, but SK are finding some cracks in the strategy, it must be said. I'm still not feeling this kit pick from OP. I feel like he's probably struggling the most out of the 3 players, but now going on to the Max again, and there might be a trade there is, so now 2 versus 2 yet again. It's the Hank and the Meeple versus Pearl and the B. Joker gets an amplified shot, and the walls go down, forcing Yoshi to have to utilize just behind it as actually a bit of cover. Finds Boss as well, so that seals his positioning at least, but he can't really join the mix to help out Semantic until he heals back up.
Yeah, this thing, Boss needs to be able to get a super whilst he's got the gadget and pin someone pinned in. Slowed down now, Semantic is going to die. Super used, falls regardless, can't find the shots onto Joker, and Boss will be burning down now. So that's going to be another round to SK, and they're very close to winning this set now, and Humble, who started so strong in first game and the first round of the second, are falling apart now.
Yeah, talk about a reverse sweep of this set. This is getting a bit ridiculous. SK have just already taken to a new level of confidence, and Humble are the ones that seem a bit scatty now. OP, again, just being calm and collected in his approach, not rushing things at all. The rest of the hive not going to find anything onto Luki now. The speed coming in for Semantic, especially forced to jump away from OP. The block there will get everyone over to the left-hand side and make this a more horizontal affair.
Yeah, well, Kit's going in now. Might be able to find Luki here again. Dash, I'm sure, available at some point. Gets him, gets the kill. Luki needs to stay alive here, though. Speed being used, and he doesn't either. Neither does Boss. All of them fall, and SK Gaming play it so well and get the first set.
I did not see it going that way. Not by a long shot. Humble came in so composed when you consider the marathon that they've just run against Foot Esports, and again, elated, no doubt, locking in their Brawl Cup tickets. But they started so strong. Where did it go wrong towards the end? SK just came in, hit hard, bit back. Love to see it.
Yeah, Humble really started out this set a bit stronger than SK Gaming, yet SK comes out on top at the end. I don't really know how they managed to do that. I wasn't really a fan of the kit, and they did make it work, even if Ope jumped into the middle of two brawlers sometimes. It happens, I guess, even to the best of us, even to pro players like him. Yeah, they made it work. Their comp worked phenomenally, especially also because Joker was tapping. So I guess I not only have to keep Luki in mind here for those long-range brawlers, but also Joker. Yoshi, though, however, with the most kills on his team. Ope, yeah, he just confirms I'm not a fan of the kit in this map either, Trev.
I'm getting a Juan Carlos moment. Anyone else? It's just me, maybe. It seems very familiar, doesn't it?
At least they won. At least they won, though. That's the main thing, right? Like, it doesn't matter. You know, you might be 0 with 11 DPS and getting absolutely decimated, but if you can win whilst you're 0 and 58, you know, he's done something, right? But it also shows how good his teammates were. Absolutely ridiculous from both Yoshi and Joker. Not saying OP didn't do anything. He jumped on the right people at the right moments. He knew that his entire purpose was to get the trade, and he got the trade the majority of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't say it better, really. I mean, like, he's not going to be feeling like those stats defined him in any way at all. I love that jump in particular, by the way, the winning moment as well, because that was a really good decision to jump on the Hank to cancel out the shot and to not go for what was the more tempting prospect, actually, with the low HP Brawl on the other side of the field. So, it's a good decision making. Still not too convinced from the beginning that it was going to work out, but hey, as Trav says, you know, a win is a win.
That is very true. Boss still with the most takedowns across the board, so also on his side, well played there. It just didn't work out in the end because of the synergy that Yoshi and Joker brought up. And as you said, Ope at least did a good job at distracting the opponents. Now heading into Ring of Fire, another hot zone map that we haven't really seen a lot of times today. Another hot zone map where we'll see some Lu, some Poker maybe. B is going to be an option here again. Some of the same old, like, 10 best brawlers that we have in the current meta. At least it usually makes us casters shine quite a bit if we get the draft right. Let's see if we do, Ark.
Yeah, Ring of Fire for SK, for Humble. Bans soon to come in. Certainly, the long-range affair is where the mid kind of action takes its toll, but certainly brawlers like Ollie, like anything that can kind of get itself pinched in deep into the pockets and prevent you from coming back in off that spawn are going to do pretty well in this scenario. Lumi, I want to see, is an insta ban, and it is, no doubt about it. Going to be staying again at that 0% pick rate and 100% ban rate for good reason as well. Gray and Poco, good bans. Stu as well is pretty much a must ban as a first pickup, really, on the majority of Ring of Fire, of hot zone maps, rather. Be first pick. Gotta love it for SK Gaming. It's great against tanks, great against mid control, the slow, the hypercharge, really such a fantastic versatile bit of kit. Carl, though, is still open here as well. Maybe not the first pickup here for Humble, but something of a consideration, sure. Meepo as well can get rid of the bush very, very quickly on this particular map, and not many brawlers can do that from range. So I think it's quite a worthy consideration here. And Juju, other things like that, they go a long way here. Lu as well for tanks, but SK have already got the B established, but Humble wouldn't mind it for themselves.
With the max, then, still having full faith in that brawler after losing with it in the previous set, and SK Gaming reclaim the B as well. So I like this from SK. I think the B is just an incredible brawler on this map, and there's so much you can pair it with as well. I love the fact that Humble have banned out the Grey, though. Thank God for that, because I've had enough of the teams just TPing straight onto the zone and that being their entire game plan. It works, but it's a bit of a cheesy composition, so I'm quite glad to see that out of the way. But Max, we're going to see the Draco going along with it as well. Really nice pairing there. Be able to get the Draco back into the mid as quick as possible. And obviously the amount of gadgets he's going to be using, I think it was 22 seconds, his recharge on that. So it's lessened, but you should still be able to use more of them throughout the game than he had done prior.
Yeah, with the Poco ban, I mean, the one thing lacking from that Draco is heals, sure. So we'll see whether SK Gaming wants to try to take something off the table in that regard. Just to be able to deflect the Draco, it is still quite dangerous. Berry is definitely drifting away, it feels, recently, in terms of a meta. There is that Lu, of course, for SK. Doubling down, especially with the B, I mean, but not only for tanks, but the Lu, of course, for area denial. That is something lacking for Humble, just a little bit there as well. So, gotta bear those things in mind. Lane aggression, of course, is something that SK certainly need to consider greatly. Hank is their plan coming in now. I mean, they've taken out a great deal of brawlers that would be good into it, so definitely leaving Humble with a bit of a conundrum now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great composition from SK again. The three of the best brawlers in the game, and especially on this map, It's pretty difficult for Humble to be able to get something that's better than any of those here. But the Draco, I do like it. Don't get me wrong, like I think it's going to be pretty decent. But against a Lou, against a B, not really got that much DPS to be able to bring down something like a Hank. Obviously, does have decent DPS when getting in that dragon form, but Janet isn't something that's got massive amounts of DPS either. Got some range, not as much as the B, so won't be able to contend with that, but drop the base is good, hypercharge is good. I'm still thinking I like SK's comp a bit more, though.
Yeah, me too, honestly. But Janet is not a bad shout. It really isn't. I mean, even just to provide that information flow to your teammates can go a long, long way here as well. But that hypercharge, of course, is where Janet really shines, and it's very dangerous indeed. The amount of control that you get, the amount of damage that you're able to achieve off the back of that as well. And also getting straight off the spawn sometimes into the mid. You know, you never know when you really need to land that final percentile. So some considerations for sure. But this mid fuel is going to be where things are at. The speed of the max, the slow of the B. Joker versus Lukey matchup, I'll have to see, but Yoshi, on the right hand side, finding Semantic already early on, and SK are getting very much at home on that zone.
Yeah, I mean, this is slowly feeling like we're going to have a repeat of the last time they faced in a grand final, to be honest with you, because they're getting quite quickly decimated. Semantic will do a good job of surviving for a while. Yoshi gets the heal off his super, but not too much to keep him alive. And now Boss and Lukey eventually getting on the mid. They're still about 20% down, but is better than what the start they had. Yoshi trying to move up. Joker still sitting back and trying to heal up, and super used, gets the slow, but doesn't get the follow-up connection onto him. Now, Gadget might be used by Semantic, choosing to kind of wait for another opportunity, or maybe he just didn't have it.
Nice there from Boss. Let's see, is the zone now sealed by OPE? Allowing Joker to come forward with a hypercharge, and it does find Lukey. I think maybe the phase shift was a bit late. It was slowed regardless, and Semantic now trying his best to recover from it. And yeah, going to be a tough ask against that B, which you can just see how much value Joker's able to get. But in terms of the objective, it's only that SK is starting to steam ahead by 20%. Let's see now as max speed coming in for Humble does allow for an aggressive push. Yoshi has the hypercharge as well, though, and now the hypercharge of Boss coming straight onto the real problem, which is Joker. Yeah, absolutely so, but the bomb didn't quite finish him off. Now he's going to landing it too. He does, but Yoshi should be the last man standing on the zone now, and SK have already got a substantial lead.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. Boss is still in the spawn, going to be able to pinch back, but the shield used by Yoshi is the Gadget. Really nice there, and gets a little bit of extra percentage, but now it's Humble who is starting to close down on this percent that SK have managed to establish. Gadget is there from Semantic, might be caught up to though, and a super used. Hypercharges galore for SK Gaming, super in there as well. So instant stun coming through the back end, and that's going to be the game going SK's way again. Bit closer than expected off the start, but ended with about 25% still in the lead of SK.
SK are cooking. They are really, really cooking. I mean, this is the best I've seen them look all day. I've got to be honest. Like, every answer is there. I mean, in terms of the scrims, they actually had a lower percentage than Humble. I know you didn't really care about that trap, but I'm just going to throw it out there. Yeah, get me out of here, right? 42% only to SK over Humble in that regard. But I mean, a lot of the times you don't want to face a team that you're going to be facing against potentially at this stage of the competition anyway, or at least kind of dabble a little bit. But I mean, certainly for SK, I mean, we said coming in, the draft was really, really solid. And yeah, I feel like it's carrying quite hard at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with scrims and stuff, like, if they were going to face each other, they knew it was going to be in the finals, and then they'd both got exactly what they needed to happen already happen for the Brawl Cup. So I think that's probably that kind of still going, scrimming each other, playing as hard as they can in scrims. So maybe it starts to do back it a little bit, but at the moment, SK Gaming still about 20-30% up now, and hypercharge used by Yoshi gets a little bit of heal. Semantic will get stunned out there, and Boss is in air, will be able to land in the backline safely. But at the same time, it's just more percent, second by second for SK.
Oh, Luka went straight into the round hive as well. Like, I mean, that's soaking up so much damage. But Semantic now slowed as well. It's the hypercharge Joker, 1 HP in a dream, trying to juke his way and doing a pretty decent job for the most part, but couldn't find the cover in time. Now the hypercharge of Boss comes in, low HP as well to the sky, so he's got to be careful where he lands. But the bombs are dropping hard there onto Yoshi. He finds another as well onto OPE. Joker now, the last man of SK Gaming standing, tapping away at Semantic and Luki, and slowed as well. What an amazing balancing of time between SK juggling their task and getting the takedowns. Everything the Humble are throwing is not sticking.
Yeah, it was great for Ope to get that super off in time, especially with the hypercharge. Kind of slowed them, allowed Joker to take one on at the time and still be in contention. It is getting closer, though, as Humble start to creep closer and closer to this SK percentage. Boss on the right-hand side, and Yoshi does turn back and find him. Risky for Boss to step forwards there, thinking that Yoshi wouldn't turn, and a stun should be there on Semantic. Gadget runs out, and Lukey goes down. Both so low, though. Boss jumping in. It's Joker going to use the hypercharge, and Boss flies. No time left to stop them. SK Gaming going to take the second set as well, and now only one more for them to be the champions of April.
I love that little cheeky back turn there from Yoshi. He was doing it a lot in that game as well, and you know, it really just goes to show there's a layer of depth between a great Hank player. You know, just the fake outs really were where I felt a lot of time Humble just overstepped themselves.
Humble was looking so dominant against their match, their semi-final match against Foot. Now, SK Gaming seems like a different shoe size. It doesn't look like Humble has a chance against them at all. And once again, it's Joker on the P that denies them the win. Warranted, that second round was a bit closer, I'd say, for Humble. It looked like they can turn things around, but SK just too strong right now. This could honestly be a 3-0 sweep here, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking more likely as more games go by, and I guess that's kind of how it works. Sorry for stating the obvious, guys, but obviously Humble could be winning them, or getting closer to winning them. Yeah, I just think that SK are looking so good, and it was so well timed there. We just cut that little clip short, but Ope threw the hypercharge out, allowed Joker to take them on 1 by 1 rather than a 2-1, and that just stopped them from getting as much time on the zone as I'm sure they'd have liked for Humble. But yeah, it does seem like SK Gaming are going to kind of relive the past and get another 3-0 on Humble in a grand final of a Monthy final. But it's Super Beach that stands in the way, and Humble are going to want this win.
Yeah, little fun fact on the side, we only had 3-0 sweeps so far in this region in every single monthly final. So maybe this is round 3 already. SK Gaming has the chance to close it all out here on Super Beach. Let's see how well prepared they truly are against Humble on this map. We've seen this map before today from Humble, and it looked pretty convincing. So yeah, coming into this, Ark, last voting. Are you still holding on to your prediction that Humble is going to take it, or will SK now definitely take this one 3-0?
My heart's definitely saying SK now, based upon what I've seen so far. But I mean, last year in the grand finals, you know, Humble scorelines were either 0-3 sweeps, 2-3 losses, and the one that they did win was a 3-2 at the fifth and final set. And I think if memory serves correct, it may have been a reverse sweep. So if they can dig deep, whistle down on SK's ego just a little bit here, because they've had a substantial start, you can see that, you know, the panic is starting to set in. If Humble can ground themselves here, realize that they've got to this stage of the competition for a reason, and for a good reason, then they can bring this back under control. This is going to be a winning draft, no which way about it. And SK have got all the momentum in the world. The bands are in, the Stu, the Carl, and the Jackie for SK, the Lumi, the Hank, and the Poco. And the first draft of Chester for SK Gaming, so a heavy tank counter to kick things off.
Well, Humble back with their 2 picks, and everything kind of rides on this for the first half of the year. Obviously, both of them are going to be representing EMEA in the Brawl Cup, but it's kind of a question of who's going to be able to, you know, get more wins on the board. I think SK Gaming is still going to be in a very good position, regardless of coming second, if Humble did win. But it's looking like they're going to get the second win of the year on the board by only April, which is a huge thing for SK Gaming. Juju over the right-hand side then for Humble. Nice first pick from them. Gets some good range down the sides, but you got to be looking at SK and thinking, okay, they're probably going to bring some wall break in now to not only get rid of the walls on that side, but also the grass along with it to stop that extra range from coming in.
Yeah, I'm looking around here as Ollie is definitely the concern, but that's what SK already were thinking. Okay. Picks coming in for Humble. It worked out sometimes with Papara Supermassive earlier today. If my memory serves correct, it didn't work out for them in Brawl, so it was better served in Hot Zone. Definitely a scary prospect. Again, it is going to come down to how SK have sort of been trialing that out in scrims, and if they've been paying as much attention to it as I think it deserves some respect, no doubt about it. But not my favourite kind of pick in the current meta for the most part at the moment. That, on the other hand, you know, that is a brawler which we've already seen today dominating in Brawl Ball for this map and mode. I think it's a wonderful pick for SK. I mean, you know, Humble's draft for me it's going to struggle. I mean, when the Shade's going in ham onto the Juju, it's really difficult to defend against unless you've got a Grigri ready to hand, and even then it can still come out on top. I think the SK have got a banging draft going on here.
Yeah, I'd be scared of this. I'll tell you that right now. Especially with the B as well. Chester,
which
Shade,
has been so good for them already.
and B. Yeah, this is a little bit worrying for Humble, I feel. Don't get me wrong, Humble have championed things a few times and it has worked for them. Juju, very good brawler as well, and it's kind of a question of what Humble go for with this last pick. But yeah, I mean, Shade, I'm sure, is just going to be beelining towards this Juju on one of the sides and just keeping him out of where he wants to be.
Synergy-wise as well, with the Finks, would Ollie really do much? Going with Buster for sure, but again, another short-range brawler, which is, it's a good brawler. It's probably my... I'm starting to grow more towards Buster than actually Ollie. At the moment, just a little bit, maybe. It's a bit early, a bit premature, but I mean, how much really is the Time Warp from Finks going to be adding to Buster? That's kind of like where I wonder whether Humble have kind of deviated from the plan a little bit. But I think at that point in the third set, when B's been such a problem, the whole way through the series, kind of worth banning at that point. Sometimes you got to just accept, what, we've underestimated a player on our opposition wheeler, that we should probably just kind of get out of the way. And it's to be Yoshi this time on it, so handing it over from Joker to Yoshi. SK's versatility with players and brawlers is really something to be marveled at as well.
Yeah, I'm sure that the Juju probably meant to use a shield there rather than use the invis, but if that wasn't a mistake, it was definitely a big one for him. But Joker going to be getting the ball out the corner and stopping Humble from doing the SK trick back to them. And honestly, I don't think overtime would be working too well for them anyway, so there's no point of just cornering the ball for the entirety of the game. Joker going in aggressive, and Luki this time does get the shield and will survive Joker's onslaught.
Yeah, Joker scares me because him not being on B means that he's going to be very, very aggressive on this Shade. Clearly the Shade player for the SK Gaming squad now. Good push coming in for Humble though, and they're going to be retreating for the Rattled Hive, but Boss, a very aggressive spot. Nice slow-mo replay there as well to eradicate him swiftly again, coming in with the montage as well, putting OP on the ropes here. Good aggression, should be a goal here for Humble, and one that's very, very much needed. They are behind massively in this series. That's a good start things off for them. Oh, look at that hypercharge look. Oh, actually still connects despite the Time Warp. Crazy there from Yoshi.
Yeah, those B shots just wiggling in the Time Warp. Not going to find anybody though, and Humble are in a decent position at the moment. Just going to clear the ball up to the right-hand side. Don't want to take too much fire considering Boss is so low. Stun going to be missed by Ope, and then TP back to where he was 3 seconds ago by Semantic. Nice stuff from him. Joki pretty much getting bodied on this right-hand side by the Juju and will go down. This might be a goal scoring opportunity for Humble again.
Yeah, Luki's doing really well under the circumstances. Definitely not a matchup that favours him, but one that he's really standing his own for. Hypercharge for Boss now, some additional movement speed. The pass from Luki is picked up, and he gets it done as well. A game for Humble, much needed as they are 2 sets down. As Semantic is saying, we got this, let's just take it straight forward, communicate, keep it going. But it's definitely looking a little bit chaotic, coming under some form of control. The Humble, they do need a celebration. There's no denying that. And this is their best chance so far in this series of getting one at the end of this. They can keep this up.
Yeah, Semantic really didn't move too far with his gadget then, I will say, but still used it and still survived. Joker not having a good time at all against Luki here. Just trying to get his super, getting absolutely destroyed for the most part. Ope will throw out a super there as well. Maybe not the one that he would have wanted, if anything. He needs to get some of the bombs and break up some of the map, and then actually SK might be able to do something.
Oh, good timing there from Joker. Caught Luki off guard, and the Grigri's going to go to waste. As now SK coming off the spawn can easily take care of it. You can't really do that without utility. It's such a dominant force to have in the Juju arsenal now that SK can go on the aggressive. Joker almost had even a wide open shot on goal there, even going now, continuing forwards onto Luki, and can't really do much. Popping the shield will be a bit of a saving grace, but as swiftly as that, SK clear up the scraps and get a goal of their own.
Yeah, I mean, Chester's going to want some of the bombs and needs them as well to get these walls down for the Buster. There you go, knocks him back instantly, and Joker going in. Grigri going to slow him down and stop him from getting any more positioning. Luckily enough, he can walk through that wall and get back. Ope pops the hypercharge and starts moving forwards, gets the bomb, walls goes down, and there's the goal along with it. SK Gaming match point up next.
I mean, that's how you shut down some momentum, isn't it?
Yeah.
As soon as the door is open for Humble and a bit of an opportunity, a game that they've been craving for so long, and SK just go, do you know what, back to business as usual and sit. Just really, really phenomenal stuff from SK, getting ever closer to their second monthly final win of the year. Match point, Humble on the ropes, but still, that game in the pocket, there is hope still there, and Humble could start to dig deep enough. That's a takedown early for Joker going down. Oh, look at the cards crumbling here. Yoshi to fall. OP is the last man standing. Humble have got to secure this goal. No time for mistakes. That was good from Semantic. Very close because Joker was almost getting that final swipe, which would have sealed the demise. And he just found a pixel there to slide it in.
Yeah, stopped him in his tracks now. Joker going forwards again. Shield being used. Semantic might go down. Ooh, just narrowly forward. Two of them fall. That rattled hive was disgusting. OP might be able to go in for a walk here, but great damage. And the shot not finding the left side there. And Grigri still alive as well in the back lines. But SK Gaming will wait for another opportunity.
It's so tense. Joker going in now. Has got to go through two people. Boss there on a wasted super. That slow-mo as well. It's so versatile on the offensive, on the defensive, but it was missed. And the cooldown now will take effect. Joker low. Probably going to fall down here as well. Semantic there with a little gadget back. He's going to try to do what he can to keep his team alive in this scenario. All the hypercharge still connects despite the shielding and the montage of Boss. And now slowed and aggressed by both Joker and OPE as SK Gaming are doing a pretty decent job of defending this, all things considered. Ball pushed down to the left and trying to slow the advance towards the SK Gaming goal. The hypercharge of Boss could provide some speed, but not going to be tapped just yet. And now, good aggression. SK still surviving on here.
Oh, what a wonderful hypercharge there from OP as well. Look how low it got Boss, and it also killed Lukey off. So Boss might have to back off now. Rattled Hive comes in. He's going to get him out of that grass and push him off the wall. Shade trying to make a move. Juju fairly low. Just swings round the back. Boss one shot as well, and that was just incredible from SK. The turnaround was huge.
With 35 seconds on the clock, I mean, if this goes to overtime, you're against a B with a comp that's not really going to stand the heat. I think Joker as well with his position on the right-hand side, definitely a threat. SK would probably like to get the seal up quick, and here's the push. Oh, the bounty from Joker there. The Rattled Hive support as well. It's a 2 versus 2, but SK Gaming push it back, taking it slow and steady. They want the overtime matchup, it seems, but it's allowed Humble to also find themselves in the mid. Juju coming out now as well at just the right time. Humble pushing forwards. A nice montage there from Boss. They're taking it slow and steady. Oh, the hypercharge of OP is going to miss, actually. Boss low. Joker as well, the left-hand side low himself. This is the time warp, and Semantic survives it in just the nick of time. Continuing to aggress Yoshi, but has not got the ball to slot it in.
Yeah, it took him a while to get back up. Lukey and Boss there. It felt like an eternity, and Semantic was just holding on. Super being thrown there in the mid, trying to slow down some shots, and what a time to get that as well. Boss moving forward with the hype charge. Slow-mo replay there, but he can't grab the ball yet. Just about slides it through, and Humble will take it.
Oh, what a sigh. What a sigh of relief. I felt that. Oh, the pressure of landing that, and Boss didn't falter. What a gadget, what a timing, straight off the back of what was such a valuable hypercharge from the Buster. There is hope. That's the first knock of the door from Humble.
What a thriller this is. It looked already done and dusted for the side of Humble, but they are coming back. Semantic pulled a lot of the weight in this set, not gonna lie here. 8 kills on his Sphinx, a brawler that Humble picked up more often than any other team. Maybe other ones are still sleeping on that pick. It really seems to work out for that roster. But just how close they made it in this one once again. SK really looks like the stronger team right now. There had to a few things to happen for Humble to still win that set, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, that was so much. Like, I felt like SK were definitely on the defensive for a lot of it, and I do think Humble deserved to win that set. But there was just certain moments where, like, SK were in such commanding positions and managed to just instantly bounce out of spawn. This overtime, you look at the composition, if SK Gaming had just held onto a better position and weren't pinned in front of their goal, they should 100% be winning that overtime. A Chester and a B and a Shade with that movement speed against a Buster and a Juju in overtime. They should decimate them.
I really felt like that was kind of an outdraft from the side of SK Gaming, but in the end, Humble still takes it. We're moving on into set number 4. I didn't think I would say that today, crazy, at least not for the grand finals. This is the first time we're heading into a set 4 in all of EMEA monthly finals so far this year, and it's going to be Jamford once again. Now, I don't think neither of those two teams have actually played that map before. I hope they screamed even the maps that are now coming in the grand finals finals arc.
Yeah, it's definitely going to open the door to a lot of heavy prospects for sure. Looking at Ollie, Buster. I mean, it's a great map for Shade as well. Let's be completely honest. Going to be so versatile here as well. You know, it's very difficult to retake this mid, and getting the right comp for it to knuckle down is going to be quite key. Bans coming in. Lumi, I'm going to call it with 100% certainty, is already there.
How daring of you, Arkir. Janet comes to my mind here immediately. It's the most picked up brawler from SK Gaming last month, and I have some good memories about this brawler on Jamford specifically. Let's see if they are going to pick her up, since she's actually slipped through the draft here, or if they have a new idea for Jamford this time around. We have a Carl ban. He ejected so good on this map. And Janet is going to be the first pick here from the side of SK Gaming. They stay true to themselves, Trev.
Yeah, well, Janet, great shout. Good on this map. Drop the base is good. Hypercharge is good. Be able to scout a good amount of the grass too with one shot. So I like that from SK. Humble now just kind of, you can see on the face cam, just questioning what to go, what to pick into this strong SK start. And obviously, you know, some good brawlers being banned out as well. SK Gaming getting rid of three of the better brawlers on this map, and Buster will be coming in then once more for the Humble side, and it worked last time, why can't it work again?
It's a great starting hand for me, for Humble. They've already warmed up to it as well, and Boss was fantastic. Oh wow, this is getting spicy too. Gray coming in. I was going to say Boss being fantastic in the last set with that very brawler, so definitely some smiles now occurring on the spaces of Humble. And, you know, SK Gaming are a squad that once you sort of break their ego just a little bit, knock them down a peg, it can be the escalation, the spiral down to a fifth and final set, just floating it out there, not trying to jinx it, not trying to get our predictions to prevail, just stating the facts. But certainly they were getting some great momentum that's now been seized, as now they get their chance to bring something into this draft now. Max, it's a comfort pick, very aggressive for the speed, not too bad in mid, but not my favourite mid, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, we'll see if it's able to work. I'm also quite scared of this, like, Grey and the tank coming in, because we can have a repeat of what we saw in that hard rock mindset with just a Grey and two tanks rolling in over and over and over again to the mid portion of this map, and honestly, it almost worked, but we'll see if that is the case. SK Gaming still have another pick before then, so I definitely have to account for the tanks a bit more, I feel. And it's a question of what they're going to pick. El Primo coming in. What a wild one.
Yeah, it's a bit wild. It really is. I kind of wouldn't say no to a meeple here, honestly. Just to just eradicate the push, lock the Primo in, and just like chap away at him, buy some time here. But you know, at the moment, Buster's my favorite pick. I think the Grey going to be there as a you know, get out situation, especially with the Max now coming in too. So I don't mind it. Certainly gives them some options, but I mean, SK are making some bold claims, and I like the claims that they're making here. Needs are going to come in for Humble. You know, it's not what I was kind of expecting, to be honest, but into Primo, it makes a ton of sense. Probably like one of the best counters into him, really, and if they can cycle those bears coming through, that's also going to be able to seek through the bushes and like give some information forwards as well. You know, the Bruce is really going to be quite good as well with either star power, honestly. So, not what I was feeling would be coming forwards in this draft, but one that makes a lot of sense against what SK Gaming is saying in the draft. So, I don't really mind it for that sense, but is it a winning draft for Humble? I'm not overly convinced.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think either side really has, you know, a poor draft by any means. Not going to have the most range, but should be able to deal with the Primo pretty well, and a great start for Humble, regardless of the draft not being, you know, top tier for you are. They've definitely just absolutely crushed SK here.
Hey, it's a win-win. Our predictions are Humble, right? So
exactly.
but certainly, I mean, that's how you take the mid. But these misswalking canes are definitely proving a problem for Lukey, and Joker with the phase shift as well. They're not getting the break that they are looking for, but already bossed them with hypercharge. I mean, what an early stage of the game to get some. I mean, just 6 gems is all it took for him to be able to establish that kind of utility. Yoshi takes the skies, finding a little bit, but not the most, let's be honest. Some body blocking to keep Semantic alive, and already a Bruce Bear as well if he wants to throw one down. What's OP really delivering at this point in time? He's going to be able to get a super now, might get some damage, some burn down as well, but immediately the trader's there as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what can happen, though. It's like, in the Heretics match, all it takes is 2 massive turnarounds and you can win the entire set. So we'll see if that's the case. Jump comes in then from OP, but he gets decimated instantly as well. TP comes in once more with the hypercharge, and that's going to be a kill as well. Humble went from a terrible position in set number 3 to a very good one in set number 4.
I mean, one that is also making me question, is this draft enough to even get a look in this set? I mean, Humble just steamrolled that one as quickly as that. Not really any opportunity for SK whatsoever, all in a day's work. And going into what might be, and needs to be for Humble, a 5th final set, that's what you want. A complete steamroll when SK Gaming are already reeling off the back of a lost set in Brawl Ball. You're chipping away at that ego. I mean, Humble are back. They are just back in this and very much a winning prospect here. Nice walking cane already. Look at that. I mean, OP just got decimated. I mean, burnt to a crisp immediately. And Humble already take that mid-control. So important to establish on a map like Gen4.
Yeah, TP set up early as well then from Lukey. Joker scouted out down the side and killed instantly by Boss as well. Pretty sure he accidentally TP'd back then. I think he'd much prefer being in a bit more of an established position, but dropped the base placed and another gem picked up by Boss as it was dropped by Joker. Yoshi flying over the top now, and a bear going straight towards OP, who does get within range, but only jumps on the Nita again. Oh, I mean, maybe not. Oh, this is the kind of thing that Humble will have hated to see coming. The massive turnaround, and that's 7 gems that were in Humble's hand, now in SK's.
What a play from OPE there. Now the speed coming forwards as well, but beating Semantic in the process, and Boss on the left-hand side, low himself, hypercharge as well now for Semantic at just the right time. Look at the stun, despite the throw over the shoulder, it still connects over the El Primo as well. Yoshi coming in now, all but Boss low, might find Lukey as well, because it's been the clutch to place from Yoshi, the TP away, and Humble have got the gems, but they are split, Semantic being the lowest as well, and OP goes straight over the shoulder, but Semantic away to safety as well. 10 still stands to Humble, and we're gonna go all the way to a 5th and final set, but it is SK Gaming that are going to be far more demoralized when they get there.
I mean, that is huge from Humble. Look how happy Semantic is compared to the look after the second set to where it is now. Humble are on top of the world, all momentum on their side, 2 very good sets, and especially that one was all them. Like, SK only got 1 look in, and that's when they had a big trade, but then it was instantly traded back over to the Humble side, and that is 2 perfect sets in a row for Humble.
I did not predict that to happen, honestly. After the 2-0 from SK Gaming, I thought they would win it immediately in a 3-0 sweep. But both of them are quite familiar with that current situation they're in. 3-2 is the result of Humble's quarterfinal match against Reply Totem. It is also the result of SK Gaming's match against Papar Supermassive in the semis. So both of them have played in this situation before. Both of them were able to win, so their mental should still be quite high. Now looking at the stats quickly, Trev, Buster on 11 kills. Boss is an absolute menace on that brawler.
I mean, it was disgusting. It really was so good, and he's played that incredibly pretty much all day. Like, the Buster's an incredible brawler. Boss, a phenomenal player. So, I mean, what can we expect when he hops on a brawler like that other than just absolute decimation of the opponents? And huge for Humble to be able to bring this one back now. They've gone from backs against the wall to being in a much better position than SK Gaming heading into this last set.
We are heading into the last set, something I did not expect to happen anymore after the first 2 sets taken by SK Gaming in a pretty convincing fashion, 2-1, 2-0, and now Humble is on their way back, winning their first set. They win the set number 3 in a 2-1, now the previous one in a 2-0 fashion. They're getting stronger and stronger, and they certainly have the momentum coming into Bridge too far. Now this, once again, is a map arc that neither of the 2 teams have played. Never mind, Humble has played it once against Reply Totem today. They played Angela, 8-Bit and Lily. Do they show up with a new draft here? What do you think?
They're good picks, for sure, absolutely. Lily cannot be underestimated whatsoever here. Mandy, of course, 8-Bit in the mid, really brutal stuff. Colt, if left untouched, Boss being one of the best Colt players in this region as well. Got to be really heavily considered here as well. Angelo for the mid, being able to just dance around the situation. Juju can be an option, but it really depends upon what is at stake in terms of the other brawlers on the field. But, just got to bring it back around there just to blow my own trumpet. I did say, when everything was looking really bleak, that Humble have a tendency to be able to turn things around. That's where we're at. But can they do the rest? Bans are in, Lumi, Colt, and Angelo already for SK. Looks good. Piper, Eve, and Lily then for Humble.
I do feel like Angelo has been that pop-off brawler for the side of Humble in this set specifically. Angelo on Luki. And now we'll see with what they will go instead. I feel like Bell could still be an option here. 8-bit, another long-range brawler. Their Lily is banned out by themselves, so that's an interesting twist of events here. Juju is going to be picked up first. She's very good because she can walk over water here as well, and on bridge too far, that's definitely going to come in handy, Trev.
Yeah, it really will. I mean, Juju is a very, very good brawler. Grigri can be a real big issue for a lot of brawlers on this map because most of them, you know, there's just kind of like one shot, one hit, kind of single projectile brawlers on this map. So Juju's really good for, you know, competing against them at close range and placing that down. So it's a really good start for Humble. Melody coming in then for SK. They want something aggressive. They want something that's going to be able to go straight towards the safe and get damage if they need it. And Melody's a great brawler to be able to do that.
Yeah, I was about to write it in our chat. Like it's really, really good. It's really worrying. That is not. That's like two polar opposites. I know that it did, you know, helping hand Tribe to tie in a single gadget pop last month's monthly finals, just to tie things over. But I just don't think that Bo is kind of warranted enough to see as much play rate as we've seen so far from it today and here. Not convinced very much either. I mean, it's just okay, you know. You can break some bush, you can break some mid if you really need to. You can throw some mines on the safe, and that respawn then going to trigger things forwards. Lola, I'm actually kind of a much more sided with, actually. The fact that Bell's still open here is a bit of a concern and not banned out. It could go the way of SK, and they picked that up to really counteract the ego. But, you know, certainly, you know, I'm actually kind of more dubious on the first pick Juju because, you know, it's kind of one thing to pick with the lake and the water, you know, in mind. But before you see everything else, it means the Humble are really valuing that thrower pick. Let's see what they want to round off this comp with, but it might even be Bell just to take it out the hands of SK. Let's see how they fare.
Yeah, I mean, Bell's not. It's good regardless of taking out the hands of SK, right? It's very solid pick. I mean, Amber's what comes in. It's been a while since I've seen Amber here. I'm sure after the Hypercharge came out, it might actually be pretty competent, but I'm not saying it's bad now, but it just hasn't been around for a while. It was very heavily in the meta on this map at one point, and then after that, it really just hasn't been at all. So I wouldn't be surprised, as you say, to see the Bell now. Going to be decent against the Amber at range, going to be good against the Lola bouncing back and forward, and as long as you keep kind of Juju out the grass, you're going to be outranging it quite a lot.
Carl, potential here for SK. Will they go for 8-bit still available? I don't get this draft. I don't get this draft from SK. I still have confidence and faith in their ability to turn this around, but I mean, there's more options in my opinion. Mandy, Chuck, Carl. I mean, take your pick, really. I mean, Bo, Brock. Are they going to really win a monthly final in the 5th and final set with a Brock and a Bo?
They might do. I'm not going to doubt it because I know.
I know what you mean. I don't want to doubt it, but it is a Brock and a Bo.
I know they can make weird things work. So they're very capable of doing it. But yeah, I do question it a little bit. So I'm hoping for their sake that it can work. Boss going to instantly go to this right-hand side, and speed, pace already being used by Luki with this gadget. Didn't get too far, and Semantic being pinched down now.
It's quite smart to break. It puts Juju in a tough spot. She can't utilise nearly as much as the mid, and that is actually quite smart from SK. Got to hand that credit over. Still waiting on this Bow and what it's going to bring from Yoshi, Oslo, and Joker. Yeah, this Melody is where this comp can really have that single brawler carry, but they've still got to carry it. Mine's out for SK, and they'll be tripwired shortly, I'm sure, for some damage. That's what SK's strat will be, but it's going to be a small amount of damage. Not going to do the most. I'd like to kind of see Joker really pop off in this Melody pick, because I think that they're going to need it for SK.
Yeah, Boss already on the safe now as well, and Luki going to come up and join him. Good kill, but a good trade there from Boss as well in his dying seconds. Joker wants a super, not going to be provided just yet by Luki, and will go slide behind the ego and probably the Grigri in a second once healed up as well to really try and prevent him from getting it. Look at all this oil built up by Boss on the right-hand side. Should be able to get free supers all day long if he doesn't burn it up in the process of trying to get up the map, which I imagine he might accidentally do.
Yeah, Humble are keeping a great control now. A chance to push forwards as well. Joku with a shield going to find his space to go through and instantly finds the arms of Semantic down that Lola pick. He can't really miss. Yoshi staying firm as well, finds one. Gets Luki as well. Nicely defended from him. But it's still Humble that have got a little bit of a lead. Hypercharged Minds in the mid have got to be popped. Semantic finds one and the Hypercharged E goes to the left-hand side as well. OP though going to struggle against it big time. He's not really able to provide much in this left-hand side lane except that early break for the Juju.
Yeah, one of the quite a weak amount of damage here from Humble, considering how much control they've had. All that it takes is this, exactly this, to go and equalize it. It just goes instantly and takes the lead. One push, and Joker will get that. So we need to see more from Humble in these 30 seconds before he gets another super, and therefore some more damage on safe.
Big burn from Boss. But Yoshi stays healthier in HP. Now, Rocket Fuel from OPE, but a missed Rocket Rain as well. He's taking some control, though, away from this left-hand side, finally. As now Joker's just trying to find the super boss, gets the oil down, but the damage is not enough well, it's just enough now to trickle over. But Yoshi on the right-hand side will be going in with the mines. Hypercharge as well. The damage will be substantial here if Yoshi stays alive, which he does as well. It's going to be literally neck and neck all the way down to the wire. And it's going to be then SK Gaming that just gets an edge on the safe by a couple of percentiles. A match point for them, but very, very only just.
I mean, it was a 50-50 match in terms of mid-control, but it seemed like Humble were maybe just a little bit more in control of getting some more damage across the duration of the match. And the only trickle down they had was just an occasional boss throwing super onto the safe and just putting it on fire instantly. And that's real all the damage they got until the end, which was a bit unfortunate for them. Expected just a little more from them, but Joker pretty much only got to the safe once, so they did a good job of defending that.
I mean, SK only running Tripwire as well. Like, I mean, imagine how much more damage those Hypercharged Mines would do on the safe if they were running that. I mean, hey, it's working. I'm not going to knock it. And Yoshi especially is doing a wonderful job on this right-hand side against Boss, who's, like, as you already mentioned, able to cycle super so well. If he gets onto the safe as well, good damage will be dealt. But he's really struggling in this matchup on the right-hand side. Joker, again, he is the threat. They can't drop the ball on him. OP now into the mid as well is an interesting maneuverage of the lane side, just mirroring the Lola pick. Luki finds that left, gets Shoka taken care of, but it's the damage that is lacking. The objective from Humble, they just cannot close the gap onto the safe to give themselves that early lead.
I mean, they're going to have way more kills as far as stats are concerned, but yeah, they're just not getting any damage. 2% after all these kills is ridiculous. Luki using speed now, going to try and catch up to Yoshi and get the kill, but doesn't even get that. A stun in the mid there as Semantic walks across mines and walk across some more as well, considering the hypercharge, and there's 5 of them laying there. A bit more damage, but only 11%. Joker can do that in seconds.
It's the problem. They're getting the kills, they're getting some control, but it's the damage that they're not able to inflict onto the SK Gaming safe. Good slow from Luki there. Actually stops the Rocket Rain. Very good stuff, allowing some space as well to push forwards onto the safe for some damage of their own. Right-hand side, Boss finds Yoshi again. That lane matchup, which he's been able to do pretty well with, but struggling to really secure much. Now, oil onto the safe. That's going to be very much to the favour of Humble. There's so little in this. 4% is not much at all for either side. Hypercharge for OPE. Force back does not find a super off the back of things either. And Boss juking. Wow. Like the wind, pushing the right-hand side. Beautiful stuff from him.
Yeah, he's weaving so well. Luki just sitting in quite a comfortable situation here. Semantic will throw that hypercharge super in the mid. Should be able to kill Joker, but they pick up the right-hand side, which means Yoshi might have a beeline towards safe, but kept back so well by Luki, who can cover both of these lanes. Slowed down as well, thanks to that shot. Joker searching for a super, but a shield used in the mid from the gadget from Luki. Still, a chance for an SK comeback, but they're going to need something soon.
Great jukes from Semantic. Joker going in very low HP though. It can't aggress too quickly. Needs the help of his teammates. Boss taken care of now on the right hand side. And Joker goes in with a hypercharge. This is surely going to be it for SK Gaming. They will get the damage that they need. And no time for a response. It's Humble that falter. And SK Gaming, with their second win of this season, they absolutely storm it. And they are your monthly final champions for April.
Huge drop of the ball there from Humble towards the end. Everybody dies and SK just rain damage on the safe. Rocket Rain, the super for the notes from Melody just decimate the safe, and you could just see it happening a mile off there when we saw a slight overstep from Humble in those closing seconds. SK Gaming managed to get the job done, and as you said, the second monthly final of the year goes their way. The crown for February and now April.
The closest monthly final we had in this region so far. Humble was on a winning streak and SK stopped them in their tracks. SK rise to the occasion and take the April monthly finals crown will Humble at least secure their return to the global stage. They're both heading to Dallas. They're both going to the Brawl Cup, joining the elite there. And yeah, what a thriller it's been, guys. Again, after the first 2 sets, I already thought it was over and SK would take it. They did head to play all the way to set 5 and still took it in the end. I'm sure they're super happy about that.
Yeah, I will say, it's like I was expecting my predictions to just go like completely out the window. It's Europe. What do I expect? And I was so close to a 7 out of 7 as well. Probably my first ever for Europe at that point. And I just ended up with 6. Nightmare. SK Gaming do win, and honestly, I'm a little bit sad about my prediction, but I think SK did deserve it. First 2 sets, perfection. Last set, perfection as well. Humble, going to be a little bit disappointed after bringing it back to set number 5 and then kind of letting the ball drop at the end.
I'm not gonna lie, I did put SK as the winning team in the event website, but after Humble's performance today, winning a couple of matches, even though they were outdrafted completely, I really felt like they have to take it today, and somehow they didn't. It didn't work out, even though also in Bridge Too Far I felt like they outdrafted SK Gaming. But let's hear it from the man himself. We have Joker on the line. Welcome, Joker, to the show. You just won the monthly finals and you secured your spot at the Brawl Cup, Joker. How does it feel to make that kind of statement?
I mean, we feel amazing. Like, obviously, we prepared only quarterfinals, so because we wanted to secure the Brawl Cup. But I mean, winning on top is not so bad.
Yeah, huge boost then to your points overall, getting this first place in February and also April. As Sonny said, Brawl Cup secured as well, so huge month for you. Was there any point, though, during those finals, you know, you started so strong, was there any point of doubt in your mind after those 2 sets came back, or did you feel fully confident heading into the 5th and final?
I mean, yeah, honestly, after the 4th set, I was like thinking, oh, I mean, we should have maybe won Brawl. We did some mistakes. We could have executed it better. That was our chance to win. But we stay strong. Like, I think we've showed over the whole year, that also the foot reverse sweep, for example, that we know how to play 5th sets and we can keep our calm.
Yeah, it took composure of steel there. I could see it in your faces, and Humble were definitely gaining that momentum too. So good for you guys, for sure. I want to take you back to your match against Papara Supermassive. You know the one I'm talking about, Hard Rock Mine. Pure chaos, absolute cinema. You know, talk us through it. I mean, for anyone that didn't see it, just pure chaos, but there was method behind it, right? I mean, what was going through your minds when you saw the draft unfold?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, after seeing what Papara was drafting, I was so confused. Like, you have the Hank and you have the Rosa, and we have a Shelly. So, on theory, we should destroy them. But it was so annoying that they kept TPing into the mid, and we couldn't kill them. Like, even the Shelly supering the Rosa in the face or the Hank, they still kept coming back, and somehow we even lost the game. But yeah, it was really crazy. I think the communication was key, because we communicating when to go in together and when to speed each other. So yeah, I think I will have to rewatch what happened there, but their comp was kind of interesting.
You'll enjoy it.
Maybe for the young Brawl esports players as well, the upcoming ones. How do you keep your mental high after being 2-0 up? Humble drags it out to set number 5. What do you do in such a moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be pretty easy to just go to the next set, like think about the draft, because when you're competing, obviously you still think about the last sets, but we're focusing on what's coming next. Like especially the draft is the most important right now. So yeah, we just thought about what do Humble like to play here, especially because they already prepared this map against Totem, so we saw they already played it once, and that's why we decided to ban some things, for example.
Thank you so much for this interview. Congratulations once again to you go to Brawl Cup. We'll see you in Dallas. I hope you celebrate well tonight.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you too. And Joker also got the MVP. What we would have loved to show you that when he was still in the interview. But well, deserved, I feel, Arc. Once again, MVP in his team.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely phenomenal on the B. A safe pair of hands from start to finish, really, for me, and you need that, especially under the pressure. I mean, 3-2 scorelines for them today. They really had to maintain the composure, and as he talked about already there as well, a lot going through their minds in those moments, and some potential regrets that they may have looked back upon and thought, you know, oh, we were just so close and we lost it at that stage, but able to bring it back around towards the end and think clearly enough to draft their way out their mistakes. I think it was a really amazing thing to see.
Thanks to the two of you to guide us through the day today. Kenny was here as well, and he's here to guide us through the bracket one last time today.
What a day. I mean, honestly, just it felt like playoff Brawl Stars to me. The intensity was there. A lot of preparation coming this month from every team. They took it really seriously, and I think this is the most telling month for all of our regions in general, especially East Asia and EMEA, where Brawl Cup spots were on the line. Humble and Foot on that bottom side was very intense, but Humble got the win there. Therefore, they got that second Brawl spot. Obviously, in our quarterfinal number 1, where we got a 3-0, SK Gaming, that's all they had to do, but they did a little extra credit today. I mean, going all the way, and some nail biters as well. They're going to be quite battle tested for this Brawl Cup.
Yeah, I mean, what a game, what a day it was. It's just absolutely incredible. Great games, great day. SK Gaming sitting all the way up top on 173. Humble just sitting, you know, a bit more behind, I believe, than it was earlier, or actually probably less, I imagine. Now 154 then for Humble, sitting there in the second place. Really nice stuff from them. Eclipse are still, regardless of being beaten first round, sitting ahead of Foot Esports. So I'm sure they'll be pretty pleased about their position on 132 there. It doesn't seem bad at all. And then Foot Esports on the 123, all sitting in the world final slots. And then Inner Circle didn't even show up today, and they're still ahead of Papara Supermassive and Team Heretics. They're the ones in the LCQ spots, and then Reply Totem, having a nightmare of the first 3 months, still remain within the top 8.
That's the concern for me. It really is. It is the elephant in the room, isn't it? I mean, you know, what happens with Reply Totem now? I mean, we said last month, I remember Trav signing up for the show and saying, like, what something needs to change. They can't continue on like this. I mean, quarterfinals exits are just simply not good enough, and I really I feel for them massively. It's a really tough scenario because they're all such fantastic players, but something is just not working out. I mean, I think today was honestly the best showing that we've seen them have. I was praying that they would be able to come forwards and sort of go through into those semis. It wasn't to be, and you know, they've been getting tough brackets. I hope for their sake that next time round it's a slightly more straightforward process.
A lot to unravel from today. Both SK Gaming and Humble are headed to Dallas. Brawl Cup is happening May 23rd to May 25th. Make sure to get your tickets in. Is that what you expected after today? Those two teams moving and going into Dallas, Kenny?
It is what I expected. I mean, my predictions are what they are. Sure, I got the grand finals wrong, of course, but honestly happy to be wrong when we've had so much good competition. This region's just so deep. All the representative this weekends we've gotten Zaya Division, now we've got SK, and we've got Humble. You could tell me any of those 3 teams win the Brawl Cup, and I would not be surprised. I just think they're so good right now. It's going to be an insane competition.
I'm kind of scared. I got a message in my DMs, we won't forget Sonny. So SK is pretty mad at me, I think, but that's okay. Let's go down the line one last time. Trav, we start with you. Any final thoughts of today's EMEA monthly final?
Yeah, I mean, all I've got to say is a massive congratulations to not only SK, but Humble as well. SK obviously won the entire thing and got the Brawl Cup secured, so it's been a huge day for them. Massive congratulations. But Humble getting the second place, getting the Brawl Cup qualification as well. I'm sure they will represent my home region of EMEA very well. So I'm rooting for them, guys.
For me as well, Papara Supermassive, I've got to give them a shout out. I thought they played fantastic well today. I think that, you know, we could have seen them in the grand finals, realistically speaking, there, and for SK to be able to take that all the way to the fifth final, credit to them to be able to seal it, because yeah, great drafting, great analytic work in the background as well from Luck for sure, and you know, I want to see more from Papara Supermassive. I think they're going to be in the grand finals still to come.
Awesome action today, and we've still got more to come next weekend. I mean, SA and NA still have work to be done for their Brawl Cup spots as well, so I'm really excited to see how we get these 8 teams in the journey to get there.
What a roller coaster in EMEA once again. SK take the April monthly finals crown. They and Humble are headed to Dallas to Brawl Cup. But we're not done yet. Voting for the fan art contest ends Monday, 3 p.m. UTC, so you still have some time to do just that. And next Saturday, the spotlight shifts over to South America, where one of the 2 remaining golden tickets is still up for grabs. Be there or hear about it from someone who was. Thanks for watching, as always.
Go down, it's about to get live. Never wasting time, 1, 2 check on the mic. Yeah, it's about to go down, it's about to get live. Day and night, could never stay inside.